Please, give me strength.
Faces aos olhos e rouba a minha olhos. Grita-me as batem com boca fechada. Ainda estou buscando o bicho fome interior de peles nossas. Pouco e pouco amassa de cair. Vamos, vamos, Jerusalém, paixão, cobre as várias coisas no meu sonho. As
What?
asas dali, o pétala brilha, flor de lixo bonita e a orfagem gato, perna da lenha e sim, sim, oh, sim, sim, oh, sim, sim, oh, sim, sim, oh. Por favor, nos deixa na jardim oculta. A gente nos das ilusões é muito tarde, mas porque todas as coisas falam mentira. Estou olhando azul em terra, pouco e pouco. Água fluir. Vamos, vamos, Jerusalém. Sim, sim, oh, os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada, não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda gelada palavras. Fez-me ficar pelas, não me deixe um instante. Eu só tenho medo que deva ser sua ferida no coração quando eu estou contando a voz você falou. Pouco conversação, toda desafinada. Eu não gostei de você. Olha, olha, acho que você mostra-me toda forma como fica bem. Hoje eu consento lado, não me fez confusa. Eu só tenho desejo que sabe o seu sofrimento inteiro. Avisa-me deste peso quanto. Se não posso tocar seu coração, mas eu posso tocar seu corpo.
Wow, 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 wow.
Sua pele na minha
Wow, wow.
qual esperança.
Oh no.
Você
Oh no.
esconde.
Wow. 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 Here we go.
Here we go. Hi.
Wow.
I have buttons. I have new buttons since we last spoke.
Wow. Wow.
How do you like them? I remembered there was one voice clip from Mario Golf 64 that I wanted on my soundboard that I'd forgotten about, and it's
That's so wonderful.
so I went to go convert it and everything and put it on, but while I was doing that, I found myself just listening to various other Mario Golf 64 voice clips,
Wow.
and I found good ones.
Oh no. Oh no.
I love this one in particular.
Oh no.
There's something very
Oh no. Oh no.
oh no. I love that one.
Here we go.
Here we go. I don't know if anyone will be able to notice this. I found the actual just audio file of this line. Yeah. So it's nice and crisp and clean instead of me just recording it off of through OBS of the game with the music muted. Yeah. Oh, he's so crisp. Hi everyone, how are we doing? Hope we're doing well. I'm doing okay. Was in a weird mental state at work, but I made it through. And now we're here and we're normal.
Wow.
Wahoo. Wahoo.
Wow.
Wahoo.
Hooray, everyone's here to celebrate. Oh yeah, also those weren't the only soundboard things. Hi Harmless, hi Prince Anime. I forgot to say hello. Good to see you both. While I was in the 100-line voice files, I found one particular line that I really wanted to have.
I want to die! I want to die! I want to die!
Wow.
The one that I was obsessed with. I want to die. It's not quite as I remembered it, but it's still very good.
I want to die!
I want to die. But not only that, I have one more button I want to show off.
I hate this! I want to die! I hate this! I want to die! I hate this! I want to die! I want to die! I hate this! I want to die! I hate this! I want to die!
While I was listening through audio files, I found 10 different takes of 10 different voice actors saying,
I hate this! I want to die!
yeah, saying that line. And hearing them all in sequence made me start laughing very hard. And I almost posted something like me when I play the 100 line. But that's not true. I don't want to be I don't want to be a hater. It's not true. I had a lot of fun and I will continue to have fun with it at some point in the future. But
I hate this! I want to die!
I just have a button that picks randomly from those 10.
I hate this! I hate this! I want to die! I want to die! I want to die!
And then I have a button.
I want to die!
That's just my favorite. Anyway.
Wow.
That's what I've been up to. I forgot. What an admirable adult.
With this room, I was trying for a kind of postmodern style.
I want to die!
Let's get the game launched, huh? MAMIYA. 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 How's everyone been getting along with their MAMIYA the past week? Have any of us reached the Trichiliocosm? I haven't gotten there yet, but I think we're getting close. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Alright. Oh, you will. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's do our customary recap of where we are in MAMIYA. I won't go all the way back to the beginning this time, but I do just want to go over. So we're Natsume. We're trying to help our guys. We're trying to help our favorite ones. But then there's also these other four who aren't our favorites, but are connected to I love this image here where Nigaki is just like too short to appear fully in the image, and Samejima is too tall. I mean, Toma is also too tall. This is just the bad a bad group of 4 characters to try to have to represent in a thin horizontal bar like this. Anyway, we were as Natsume reading about the history of these 4 with their Mamiyas, and we went through Samejima's. Samejima tells a story. He told a story about how Mamiya was a little boy that he tried to kill, but he didn't die. So he just kept killing this little boy named Mamiya in his home over and over again for a period of, I mean, he didn't say. It felt like it was at least months, but who really knows how long it had been? But just sort of cohabitating and forming this sort of very dependent relationship with this little boy that he keeps killing over and over again. He's an interesting guy. What an admirable adult. So we did that. We went through, and yeah, so Natsume got into a confrontation with Mamiya. Mamiya was like, "Hey bitch, do you think you're actually helping these 4 when you do all that stuff? You don't know what happens after you leave. You form this dependent relationship with them, and then you just disappear. You just expect them to be chill after that and to just live and be normal? Are you sure?" And Natsume's like, "No, it can't be." Our friend from behind the door, our senpai, is gone. He left a note. Right, he left a note for us that was a book address in the library that we went to find the book, and we pulled it open, and then there was a gun inside, and Natsume was like, "Yes, with this I can save everyone." And then he went to go confront Mamiya, had that conversation we just talked about, and then I guess I don't know what he was thinking of doing with the gun, but whatever it was, he didn't do it. He didn't use the gun. He's just like, "Oh man, you make some good points. Oh no." And then at some point we got to a point where we're like, okay, let's go back with our four besties and try to fix what's gonna happen. Let's make sure they're good. Let's try to make sure they're good. So if we continue linearly, we'll do that. But I wanted to go back and see. So since we only did Samejima's Mamiya route, where he tells us about his relationship with his Mamiya, the little boy he kills, I want to go back and do the other 3. So that's what we're gonna do. I think I can just click on one of these and we'll get into it. So we have Toma, Arisugawa, and Niigaki left. I'm thinking, so last time I alluded to 2 of these being heavier than the other 2 in my memory. One of those 2 that I thought was heavier was Samejima's, because he's, he did all that stuff. The other one was Niigaki. So I'm thinking what we do is we sandwich that one by starting with a lighter one, we do Niigaki's, and then we go back to another lighter one. In my memory, anyway. Maybe there's some fucking crazy stuff that happens in Arisugawa's that I completely forgot about for some reason. So I'm thinking we do Toma. I think Toma's next. Ugh. Give me just a moment before we properly start.
Wow! Oh no!
Let me jingle some keys.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
You're gonna love it.
Oh, that's... I'm not sure if I'm gonna get much use out of this one. It's a little quiet.
You're gonna love it.
But I did find Wario saying this.
You're gonna love it. Wario!
I just had Wario already. I just never clicked that one. Here's another one that I never use.
Yowie!
I don't know why I don't use it. We were talking about Yaoi all the time on Mamiya.
Oh no!
Alright. Okay. Alright. Now I'm gonna drink my water and then we're gonna properly start. Hooray. Alright. Toma. I chose Let's see, where was Natsume's voice? I chose to observe Toma. I was trying to do something a little deeper. It always comes out a little weird. We'll see if I can land on it. What kind of person was he exactly? With that question in mind, I allowed myself to sink deeper into the story. Chapter 5, Side Toma. My little side Toma. Hey, Bach. Whoa, big smile. I love this Arisugawa face. He looks fucking deranged. Something about the way it's hard to see when he's a little faded out, but something about the way his bangs cover his right eye makes him look like he's like cross-eyed in some way. I can't tell if I'm just imagining that or not though. Right, so I think this is jumping us into a conversation where they were all having a fight about how they don't want to talk about Mamiya, but how they have to talk about Mamiya to make this whole thing work. Please forget that. I wasn't myself. You still playing Bach? Yeah, I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Or no, maybe this isn't that scene. We'll figure it out. Man, it's tragic to have to play such boring music. What? Arisugawa, did you just speak ill of Bach? Shit, this seems like it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Listen, Bach is an amazing individual, worthy of being called the father of music. The impact he had on the world is immeasurable and... Yep, knew it. Total pain in the ass. Huh? It's rare to see you two together. Hey, Mayuri! Mayuri? You're on those terms with her? Arisugawa gave Miyagaki a pleading look. She merely chuckled and walked away. That bitch! Arisugawa, are you listening? The only reason you find Bach boring is because you're used to modern pop music. Well, for your information, Bach was actually very avant-garde in his day. Goddamn music nerds. The job of a conductor was to command the orchestra by waving the baton in front of it. There are many people who thought of it that way. However, that was only a small part of the conductor's role. The true power of a conductor began from establishing smooth relationships with the musicians, which needed to start long before the concerts were even announced. Most musicians were highly unique individuals. Here, I always forget the Mamiya appears on screen at such a low resolution that it's just I'm like squinting my eyes to try to read it in the center of the screen, and I can just move it a little closer to my other windows and it'll be fine. Most musicians were highly unique individuals. Some were gentle, others were artisans, and again others were just really stubborn. One of the qualities a good conductor needed was the ability to communicate with such people and unify them. That was why Toma felt confident that he could consolidate large groups. However, he felt that convincing musicians with complicated personalities would have been easier. The orchestra and the conductor, no matter how quirky they would always have something in common: respect for music. Hey, why'd you erase the dub, Nigaki? What? It wasn't me. You're the one who messed it up. Oh, I saw it as a damaging show, so I overwrote it with an educational one. That was the type of show I watched as a child, and, well, you know what it did to me. I wouldn't want it to do the same to you. You damn asshole! Let's take this outside! There was no such thing as unifying these three people. With them, it was like speaking an entirely different language. Toma let out a sigh. This was a trial God had given him. Oh! This was a trial God had given him in order to make him into a real conductor. He nodded and went to act as mediator. I must say, he has it hard, but he seems softer than I imagined. Even I'd have a thing or two to say to those three. I really want to cheer for him. I should definitely watch him for a while longer. I'm home. Welcome back. Toma found Samejima relaxing on the sofa. He seemed alone. He stood up to clean up the wine he had been drinking. Oh, no need to be considerate of me. Scary piano? Really? Then I'll leave it as is. The stereo in the living room was playing one of Rachmaninoff's compositions. I see. The sound of the heavy stringed instruments suited Samijima well, especially in this poor lighting. You often listen to music. Beautiful art enriches life. Samijima took a sip of wine. Toma sat next to him and enjoyed the music with him. He was attracted to the adult air surrounding Samijima. What an admirable adult. Say, Samijima, do you play any instruments? Yes, a bassoon, but only a little bit. A bassoon? A bassoon! What a wonderful instrument. I only play it as a hobby, though. I was never actually taught or anything. Oh, I actually find that even more impressive. I play the cello, and I've always felt like they were similar to bassoons. Really? Could we play together sometime, if you don't mind? If we get a chance. Why didn't the bassoon come up in his conversations with the little boy he was murdering? That's weird. The time Toma spent with Samijima was peaceful. The silence reminded him of the undisturbed surface of a lake, and he found it thoroughly pleasant. Toma sighed while looking at the key on his keychain. Mamiya, where are you? It was a question he had asked many times now. Where had Mamiya gone? What was that so-called trichiliocosm he had mentioned? Oh, the startup noise. Huh. Not a bad keychain considering your tastes. Well, it's something I was given. Thought as much. Hey, Arisugawa? Yeah? What do you think of Mamiya? No matter who I talked to, no one even knew he existed. I feel like they just happened to not know him. He's pretty elusive, all in all. I might have been the only person he ever talked to. Why has he stopped appearing before you? He said something about his family moving. Now that's one premise that'll never get serialized. Oh, got his ass. Arisugawa? Don't bother. I got the gist of it. You just want to be better than anyone else in the world, don't you? What's wrong, musician guy? Cat got your tongue? Oh, musician guy fucking got his ass so hard. Toma's never gonna recover from this? Arisugawa gave Toma's chest a light push and left. Toma staggered, still hanging his head. That's not... It sure is difficult talking to people with different values. Ha 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 ha. He made his usual wry grin and put the keys back in his pocket. Conducting an orchestra? Yeah, my teacher recommended me as the conductor to a symphony. It's rare for students like me to be selected. It's actually a huge honor. So I was wondering if you would want to come too. Huh? Are you serious? Classical music would put me to sleep. I thought you'd say that. Also, I have a photo shoot that day. Oh, I see. I'll go if I have time. You don't have to force yourself. Same to you. Get some sleep. There are bags under your eyes. Samijima? Oh, Bach. What is it? I'm not Bach... well, whatever. Would you like to come and listen? A concert. An orchestral festival. Yes, I was actually entrusted to conduct one of the entries. I see. That's wonderful. Very well, I'll do what I can to attend. I'm so glad. I'll do my best to entertain you. I'll do my best to entertain you. Now Mamiya I can get into. The two of them were on a similar wavelength in terms of art. The fact that he would be listening to Toma's performance was a true blessing. He was genuinely looking forward to it. So what are you scheming? Arisugawa? Toma hadn't even intended to invite him to the concert. Unlike with Samijima, he didn't get along with Arisugawa at all. He was certain that if he came to the performance, he would only end up criticizing it. However, Toma would have felt guilty for not even trying to invite him. So there's this concert coming up, and I was wondering if you could... Oh, what are you going to play? Piano, flute, timpani? I'll be the conductor. Man, that's pretty impressive for a student. My teacher just happened to give me this chance. Arisagawa, if you have the time, would you mind? I got nothing going on then, so I guess I'll come and listen. I'm not forcing you to come, just so you know. You really don't have to. If you have any other plans, please feel free. Nah, I'm going. It'll be good for inspiration. Humming to himself, Arisagawa took the ticket and walked away. Well, he had extra tickets even after giving them out to his school friends. It was better for the orchestra if someone had them rather than not. Toma nodded to himself over and over, then filled his head with his plans for the orchestra. The event passed by without a hitch. Having finally done it, Toma was overcome by a feeling of contentment. He was now listening to it as just another member of the audience. Toma, I heard your work. I'm no expert or anything, but that was awesome. You're actually really cool. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm home. Welcome back. Good work. Samijima, you came to listen, didn't you? I did. What? Well, how was my conducting? It's impressive that you could command an orchestra at your age. You did great. That's not what I meant. Did the music make you feel anything? Huh? Feel something? Well, I was a bit hungry, but that's not really the music's fault. I tried really hard to pour my emotions into the Ninth Symphony. The Ninth Symphony. What did it make you feel? Nothing special. I see. Sorry for the strange question. Oh, don't apologize. Also, I ordered home delivery today. We'll have a pig to celebrate your big moment. Hooray! Yay, a pig! I see. That makes me happy. He was disappointed. He believed that as a fellow lover of the arts and music, Samijima would understand. He didn't care about the food at all. He loved music above all else, including eating and sleeping. Perhaps music doesn't love me back? Love me back? Hey. Turning around, he saw Arisagawa standing in the way with his shoulder against the wall. He looked visibly irritated, which served only to further dishearten Toma. Arisagawa? I listened to the performance. Oh. He thought he'd harshly criticize him. He thought he'd say that it was awful and a pain to listen to, an affront to concerts everywhere. In fact, Toma would have actually appreciated something like that. He wanted a dismissal of any kind. That performance. You did it while thinking of Mamiya, didn't you? What? It was a shallow performance. It only really showed off how inexperienced you are. It was embarrassing to listen to. From the New World. My ass. That's so fantastical. It's almost cold. Dvorak was rolling in his grave. Arisagawa, how? How did you understand my intentions? Arisagawa spat his answer at a shocked Toma. We're birds of a feather. I also make Dvorak roll in his grave. Alright, let's leave the studying at that and go home. After he'd given himself a good stretch and began to leave the library, he saw something in the children's books corner. Is this Arisagawa's book? There was a book called An Adventure of Clouds, Land, and Storm. Arisagawa's name was printed on its cover. He really was an author, huh? The pig's books? I'm not interested. I ordered the pig for dinner. I care not what he wrote. Huh? Children's books? Sorry, but I'd only look at the pictures. I don't know how to read. I never once thought of having you read. I never once thought of you having you. I never once thought of having you read them. Something? An author. I read An Adventure of Clouds, Land, and Storm. Huh? Arisagawa fell out of his chair. Why? I happened to pass by it in the children's section of the library. I see. Reading your book made me picture an endless horizon. It was like a dry land extending forever. I felt a lot of anxiety and fear of the world in it. Is that correct? Does what I imagined match your intention? I don't care. But I'm a conductor. Huh? My job is to fully understand the creator's intentions and express it in a balanced manner. That's why I want to know. Knowing won't help you much. Writing down your feelings of something is basically the same as translating the work into your own words. With a receiver like you involved, it'll always end up digested in some way. Toma looked at him with uneasy eyes. Arisagawa clicked his tongue and scratched his head. And man, I've always hated literature problems. Seriously. Write down the author's feelings while writing this? What kind of question is that? He was obviously pissed at his editor. So yeah, don't ask the author about this. Works and the author are separated the moment they're finished. That's how you interpreted it? Then that's the correct answer. No, but I want to know no, but you're hiding the answer from me. I want to know it. Same goes for Bach, Dvorak, and Beethoven. You're the one making the sound, so you're the one who has to think. Got it? Yes. After that, Toma and Arisagawa started interacting more often. You're not good at talking, are you? Huh? I don't think so. Let me guess. You're the type to keep things bottled up, then release them all at once. What a pain in the ass. Your kind is hard to manage, you know? You're better off venting your frustrations all the time, kinda like Miyagaki. Is that so? Listen, Bach. Have some self-awareness. Made it all the way here while being completely dense to what displeases you or gives you stress? Self-awareness? Doesn't seem right? Well, try verbalizing it. Happy, sad, angry, always recognize when you feel these things. And then express them. Hi, Angel Guts. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't think you'll be able to do this right away. But it'll be necessary eventually. Keep that in mind. Why? Huh? Why are you telling me that? Didn't you hate me? Huh? You're the one who hated me! That's not... See, this is the lack of awareness that makes you a pain to deal with. Sorry. Listen. I'm soft on people who become my readers. I'm soft on people who become my readers. Just try and fucking say that again. I know you're a bird brain, so I'll repeat it as much as you want. Or is it your ears that don't work? I'm home. It seems... I think we read this before. Let's see. It seems pretty heated in here. Should we put the vases in a safe spot? I already did. Might as well have the TV, too. They used it as a weapon last time. What caused this particular fight, anyway? Yeah, we definitely read this before when we were doing Samajima's route, but I don't know where it's going to diverge, so we'll just keep going. They're punching each other over their outlooks on life. Now that's something. It's just a front, though. They wanted to know something about Mamiya. They're such idiots. I'll go stop them. Cleaning up a broken TV would be a pain. Hey, you two. What do you want, Bach? Don't you fucking try and stop us. I must fix this person's line of thinking once and for all. Stop acting like children. It's not like your lives matter to the other, is it? Huh? The two stopped in place. It does. Of course the stuff we all experience matters to us. All of us. Huh? You guys actually care about this? What's that supposed to mean? Don't try to pull Toma into your petty little fight. Oh? You two still haven't figured out the meaning behind this place? What? What about you? Huh? You strung-up schoolboy. What about you? What kind of life did you lead, and how'd you end up meeting Mamiya? Say it. You act normal most of the time, but we're all birds of a feather here. That's the kind of place this house is supposed to be. That's true. Stop it, Arisagawa. This isn't the time. I'm actually quite curious myself. Samejima, and I'm certain you feel the same. Samijima's gaze made Nigaki look away. Indeed, she had always wanted to know. Think about your life and your relationship to Mamiya. What do we have in common and what are our differences? You don't have to say it, Toma. You don't have to say a word about our lives. It has nothing to do with Mamiya coming back. Once Mamiya comes back, we won't have to live like this anymore. We'll be able to finally leave this awful place. Man, kids these days are a bunch of limp dicks. Aren't you ashamed of having to hide behind a woman? Arisugawa, no, I'm not ashamed, and don't call Toma. Hi, Rhea. How's it going? You don't have to say anything yet. We'll have you talk eventually, though, and man, will you talk. Hell, we're gonna be needing an index. I'll talk too. So will this guy, Nigaki, everyone here. We'll have us all remember the meaning, the reason why we're here. Make sure to polish up your oratory skills so it all goes nice and smooth, alright? What the fuck? Sometimes things went well, at others they didn't. Through various exchanges, they seemed to be drawing close. But then things began to crack. Every now and then they realized that Mamiya was no longer with them. The realization would dawn on them while they listened to music. Oh, I'm the music one. While they talked to classmates. While they ate breakfast. Right, Samijima turned around, but there was no one there. This is so sad, knowing now that Mamiya was the immortal little boy that he had strung up on a fucking crucifix in his home at all times. Now we know, rereading this, when he turns around to talk to Mamiya, he's trying to talk to the little boy he's torturing and murdering for months and hiding in his home. That's so sad. Fuck. I love when stories recontextualize a moment that you've seen before in a whole new emotional light, and it hits so much harder. Wow. I'm sorry, Time for food! Get the sauce! Are you seriously adding even more sauce? You'll get diabetes. Today's sunny side up fried eggs were twins. Something good just might happen. Maybe. Perhaps our days will become sunnier too. They resumed eating as if that previous exchange hadn't even happened. They had all repeatedly experienced what Samijima did just then, and every time they were struck with worry. What if Mamiya had never existed to begin with? However, admitting that would make them lose the one place they could call home. Before he merely continued eating. What a twistedly unusual way to live together. It's bound to fall apart any second now, but they act like they don't even realize it. Under these circumstances, it's only a matter of time until things go wrong and they start breaking down. Even now, things seem to be at a boiling point. They were surrounded by a thin sheet of ice, and it was covered in cracks. Even so, they continued to dance without realizing it. The one who stood on those cracks the most was him. I can't take this. The echo of Toma's voice filled the post-dinner living room. It was a rending voice that no one had heard him use before. Nigaki, Arisugawa, and Samijima were all at a loss for words. I'm saying I've had enough of this way of life. Our opinions, our rhythms, nothing matches up. It's all in dissonance. Mamiya doesn't even exist. The words that escaped his trembling lips stung like a knife in the guts. Only the ticking of the clock broke the ominous silence. No one said a thing. There wasn't anything to warm up the frozen atmosphere. Their minds went blank. None of them knew what to say, or what was even right. They didn't know what to do with their experiences. They didn't have a firm sense of presence. Didn't even have... Mamiya exists! If Mamiya doesn't exist, then what the hell have I been doing until now? You're right, Mamiya does exist. If he didn't, then that would mean I've always been alone. That the only person I've ever opened up to doesn't even exist. No, I couldn't take that. Why would you even say something like that at this point? It was simple. We merely had to acknowledge and believe in Mamiya. And since we're here, so was Mamiya. That would make it impossible for the others to prove that he didn't exist. It's a potent alibi. If the four of us with our shared experiences don't doubt it, we can keep this shared illusion stable. You're the one who said we should decide on a set of rules. And now I'm telling you, it's become so twisted that we finally hit the boiling point. Don't you see the cracks spreading around us? We can't keep this illusion up anymore. You're all aware of it, aren't you? We're all passionate at the start. And the shock of Mamiya's disappearance allowed us to glean happiness from the fact that we found each other. That passion soon waned over time, and the opinions from our surroundings began to worm their way into our ears. We began to realize the difference between us and society. Hey. Want popularity? Fuck no. Sorry, I'm reading their username now. Perversity. Is it perversity or perversity? Hey. Has anyone besides us ever acknowledged Mamiya? No one even tried to search for such a person. It's almost like he never existed. Like he's been cut off from the rest of the world. You've experienced it, haven't you? Toma threw a sharp glare at Niigaki and Arisugawa, making them both clam up. Indeed, they had experienced this before, even though they looked around. I did experience it. I asked around, but only I knew Mamiya. But if Mamiya never existed, then what of our memories? And the present that was built on them? I just need someone, anyone, to prove to me that Mamiya existed. To prove to me that I was right. I'm having sunken cost fallacy about rereading this whole thing, but I think we're really close to the part where it's split, so I'm just gonna keep going. Wasn't this whole place established for that purpose? And now you're saying this can't go on anymore? Locke's right. We've already come to realize it. So what now? Saying you're just gonna forget all about Mamiya? I can never do that. The memories I've made with Mamiya are already a part of my life. You're saying we should all just give up? Since we're unable to keep up the lie that Mamiya existed, we should just admit that the person was fictional all along? If we do that, we would just... Then what do you think we should do? How can we put a period at the end of this reality? We should just end it once and for all. We need to put an end to this twisted way of living together and stop searching for Mamiya's presence. The time has come to wake up from the dream. It's time to face reality head on. The reality that we're just mentally ill. We're isolated from society, and we are the ones in the wrong. You're saying that we're wrong? I already know that. I know that, but if we break down, if we play along with society, then what will become of our Mamiya? An entire person would literally disappear in the strictest sense of the word, and no one would be any the wiser. No, not my little boy. Not my little buddy. You like me the way I am now, don't you? Oh, don't make a face like that. I'm sorry, Satoru. The feelings Mamiya gave us are more than real. Mayuri, don't force yourself. Go at your own pace. Cry when you want, and don't be so tense around me. No one will hurt your pride here. Since we're the only ones who know Mamiya would vanish the moment we looked away. Toma, once you get to a point where you can talk about everything that's happened to you with a smile on your face, I'm sure you'll become stronger. Mamiya. Mamiya. Mamiya, Mamiya, no, Mamiya. We're the only ones who know of Mamiya. Mamiya doesn't exist in this world. We're mentally ill people detached from society. So, since we can't play along with society, we have no choice but to break it. Let's use our power. Let's use our magic power and spread the word of Mamiya to many, many people. Mamiya must become like the scales of a song everyone knows, like the laws of a country, like the three needs of mankind. Our goal is to create a situation where Mamiya is known by everyone. Mamiya saved us, so it's now our turn to help those in need. And every time we do that, Mamiya will be remembered. With gentleness and broad-mindedness, let's help others. Samijima is so funny. Like the giant moon that sat above Tokyo Tower that night. What the fuck? Okay, I can't remember how. I think we can skip through this stuff. Yeah, I would have been reading for a long time if I kept that up. Okay, yeah, this is when our senpai is still fucking here too. Alright. I need to bring people joy through my music, the same way MAMIYA shone his light upon me. Although, I realize I'm still not really in a position to do that. I'll need a lot more practice before I can get to that point.
There's something I need to confirm with you.
What?
Are you really planning to transfer to an overseas school?
What? Yeah, I am. I've already ran it by the school.
Oh, don't worry, it's nothing. More than anything, this experience will help you grow as a person. There's no need to rush or panic. I'm sorry, you can come back anytime. Stay safe.
Sure. Toma understood that his father wasn't too enthusiastic about his decision to travel overseas in order to study music, and that realization made his heart ache. Though his father had attempted to give him a warm send-off, he would have likely preferred if Toma went to law school instead. With Toma's little brother being sickly and his mother working away from home, Tota might have been his father's only hope. I'm sorry, Dad, but this is something I've decided with MAMIYA. I have to bring people joy through the power of music.
Oh, Toma, it's been a while.
The doctor called out to him while he was visiting his little brother at the hospital.
How has Dr. Uze been holding up? Do tell him I'd like him to come visit us again.
I'll pass it on. Toma had known this doctor since that concert from a year ago. It was a charity concert organized by the hospital. It made him wish to become able to create and deliver such music. And through that, the children who would go on to become the new generation would surely come to know the wonders of music. Toma could clearly remember himself thinking just that.
If we get the funds, we plan to organize something this year too. You're more than welcome to join us if you can.
I will, thank you. Phew. While waiting for the bus, he killed time by drinking canned coffee in the waiting room. The place seemed to have been used as a relaxation spot for patients, with both adults and children enjoying their time there.
Hey nurse, what's gonna be this year's big event?
There was a concert in the music hall last year, right? I wonder what we'll have this year. Toma couldn't help but listen in to what the nurse and the children were talking about.
There was something like that? Oh yes, some pros came, remember? Nurse, please get something different this year.
Let's get a comedian, like the ones on TV, you know, that, how do you say it? Yeah, that sounds like a lot more fun. Haha. Oh, fun. He looked at the clock and realized it was about time for the bus to arrive, so I need to readjust my seating position. Give me one sec. Streaming MAMIYA gives me the worst fucking posture possible for a person to have. Are you impressed? He looked at the clock and realized it was about time for the bus to arrive. Even as he sat on the bus, his mind kept replaying what that innocent child had said. No wonder how wonderful I think it is. I guess not everyone will feel the same way. I guess that's how thick the wall between me and the world is, he thought.
Toma, are you really planning to transfer to an overseas school?
I guess music really is just entertainment. But even you... Arisugawa was writing a story about MAMIYA, though. I can't. Arisugawa, your lip's bleeding. Sorry, I just can't write my story. Huh? I'm utterly unable to convey MAMIYA's qualities, charms, humor, or knowledge. Why? Why can't you do it? Don't give up, Arisugawa. If you can't do it, then we... Do it! Come on, just do it! Write your story already. Why can't you just do it? Miyagaki. Why? So it seems that not a single one of us was able to feel it. We couldn't overcome society. We lost. And all we did was realize how utterly weak we've been. Just the act of living is making my heart wear out. It's always been like this. This world is so hard to live in. The only reason I'd managed to get by was because Mamiya was there. No matter how many memories we share, none of you are Mamiya. There's no point to anything if Mamiya is no longer around. Why? If Mamiya has no shape, that means she could stay around without ever dying. Why aren't you here, Mamiya? Why didn't you take me with you? A world without you has no meaning whatsoever. Why? This is a lot to endure. The afternoon moon was above us. The afternoon moon above was so much fainter than at night. Oh. Mommy is so far away. Their disappointment had turned to fatigue, and soon enough, they no longer had the will to muster up any more courage again. Oh, I need to water the cactus. Bach, you can do that with us around. We're all close enough by now, right? Are you done preparing yet? What do you mean? And I'm not Bach. Don't try to avoid this. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Tell us the story about you and Mamiya. The air suddenly froze. Just... Go on then. Tell us a story. Excuse me, sorry. The time had finally come. Miyagaki gulped and watched the two of them from a distance. Why me? You're the one who broke the ice, even though fate hasn't exactly dealt you a favorable hand. Man. Hey. Arisugawa stood between them. Leave it at that, ED. Now, this is rare. You don't usually side with someone. And weren't you the one who said it? Bach. Arisugawa. Told you it'd be necessary someday, right? Well, looks like that someday is right now. So it was all for this. You were nice to me just for this. I thought you'd help me. That you'd side with me. Arisugawa faced away from him. Toma. Miyagaki. He looked at her as if to beg for help, but she ignored him too. Talk. Tell us about you and Mamiya. I've always been interested. I really wanted to know. So hurry up. A story about me and Mamiya. He cast his gaze down as if cornered, then looked out the window. It's still too early. Excuse me? It's still bright out. Let's wait until evening. 7 o'clock should be fine. It's cold, so put on something warm. I've been waiting for you. Wait, why'd you call us out here? Why not talk inside? Well, we have warm tea at least. He poured some tea from a thermos. As the steam rose, Miyagaki hesitantly took the cup in hand. What a relief. The sky's cleared up. Hey. It was raining at noon, right? The stars are beautiful on rainy days, so this is a perfect day for astronomical observation. Why'd you call us out here? You need a romantic atmosphere to talk about Mamiya? Does that make it easier for you? Astronomy is what led to me meeting Mamiya. He loved all the stars and truly understood the spirit of the universe. He was like the starry sky in winter. You could be in the kind of cold that made you want to walk faster. Yet just by looking up, you'd see lights so intense you wouldn't think they were thousands of light years away. That might have been why I used to walk around in the cold. If I could see something this beautiful, then the cold wasn't such a bad thing. At least that's what it made me think. The other three continued listening to him in silence. They all tried to see a part of themselves in him, as well as look for differences. The stars glittered gracefully in the sky above. Toma exhaled a soft white breath as he beheld its endless canopy. Yeah, it's cold. Let's go back inside. When did people stop being children? All I really needed was music. My world didn't go beyond that silent, vast universe. Toma, stop. You're too focused on the rhythm. The strings are reverberating, leaving behind the depth of the sound. I see. The problem is that when you read music off the sheet, it sounds too mechanical. Have more respect for Bach. You have the technique, but try to put more emotion into it. I will. Thank you, sir. Cello Suite No. 5. This heavy, grave composition was my current project. I did respect Bach. Without him, music wouldn't be what it was today. I did my best to listen to the love, sadness, joy, and pain in his music, and tried to digest it. I tried, but there's no point if I can't convey it, is there? I thought about my problem while wiping the bow of a cello?
I want you to become a politician like me. I'm Toma's father. I want you to become a politician like I am Toma's father.
I understood his feelings well. He didn't force me to follow the path he wanted just because I was the eldest son. It was my life after all. And yet, however faint, the opaque hope strangled me like silk. There's no way I'd make a good politician. Politician. I've never been good with words. The feelings I held inside would always be crushed, restrained, and limited. I was on my way back from the hospital after bringing a change of clothes for my brother. The stars were shining bright in the distant sky. Just how long has it been since I held hands with my parents and looked up at those stars? Now's not the time to think about that. I gotta get home and practice. When did people stop being children? I met MAMIYA during my first year in high school. Really? You like stargazing too? Yes, I was looking forward to the Leonids yesterday, but the weather wasn't good for it. That was a real shame, and man, I'm glad I was able to find someone good before graduation. The spectacled senior took out a key from his pocket. What's this? The key that unlocks the beauty of the expanding universe. In my hand, there was a rocket-like keychain with a key on it, gleaming softly in the light. The astronomy club was on the roof. When I went there, I found that man. He was wearing a hoodie and another school's uniform. He, MAMIYA, was sleeping on a dusty blanket. The sight shocked me. Hey. You... I tried to touch the shoulder, reflecting the light coming in through the door, and... So bright! He quickly got up, forcing me to pull my hand away and back off. I hadn't realized he was breathing. I thought you were dead. Huh? Oh. Still half asleep, he scratched his head before looking at me and opening his eyes wide. You're Morty Chikatoma, right? Morty Chikatoma, you say? Morty Chikatoma with a sick younger brother, you say? That's interesting. How do you know that? One of the seniors told me that we'd be getting a new first year. And you are... MAMIYA. My name's MAMIYA. Welcome to the astronomy club, Toma. It was a windy, dry November. Despite being from another school, MAMIYA would sneak in here to use the clubroom as his main haunt. The room looked anything but well kept. There was a mess of old, tanned magazines and manga scattered everywhere. I got a different key, you see? Apparently this has been passed down for years now. He shook his key, which was a moon-shaped keychain. So he basically pushed it on me, huh? So, wanna watch a NASA video? This is just... that's what his treasure videos are in this game. In Amagami, it's pornography. For MAMIYA, it's NASA videos. Sorry, but I didn't actually enter the astronomy club. Come on, you can still watch it though, right? I really like it myself. I have something else to do, sorry. Really? Well, come on over whenever you feel like it. Sure. See ya. I looked at the constellation map and the Apollo 11 poster as I closed the door. I probably wouldn't come here again. I wasn't in a situation that would allow it. I have a cello lesson tomorrow. I need to make sure to keep a steady rhythm. I made my way down the stairs while tapping my thigh with my fingers. I was on my way home from practice. I whipped my body to force myself to walk. Oh, dinner. Well, I'm not really hungry. Hey, Toma! I heard my name and turned my shoulders to face the speaker. There, I saw a familiar high school boy. Oh, hello, MAMIYA. What are you doing out so late? I'm on my way back from practice. You look awful. Really? You're going back from a lesson? What do you do? I play the cello. Oh. And the piano? Awesome. I can also sing, I guess. Do people usually do so many things at once? I still want to do more, actually. I'm thinking of picking up a wind instrument. Yeah. So, you want to be a musician? No. I'll probably become a government worker. Oh, what a waste. You play so much music. Well, it's not like every musician can become a pro. But you like music, don't you? Yeah. You should strive for it, then. No, it's fine, really. Alright. Today's the most active day for the astronomy club. Hey, MAMIYA, wait, where are you taking me? What do you mean, where? A place where we can see the stars, obviously. Look at this, $1 million smile. MAMIYA then went and flashed a wide grin. How long do we have to walk? The good spot I know is some way ahead. It gets better the farther you go from the city. MAMIYA pulled me by the hand through the forest. Sorry, MAMIYA, that's enough, thanks. I need to head back and study for... There, Toma, look up! Huh? I looked up. It was impossible. And in the sky, I saw so many stars that I didn't feel like I was in Tokyo anymore. Wow, I can see them so well. This place is pretty good. Told ya. Man, what a relief. Such pretty stars hanging in the sky, there's really no reason not to smile. I wasn't smiling? Oh, not at all. You were totally down in the dumps. I see. Though I felt like I was wasting time, I also felt my heart beginning to come untied. It must have been a power this strange boy had. This power. In his eyes, my line of thinking must have seemed shallow. Position, honor, money, flesh. Death took all those things away. He knew all too well that in this world everything was borrowed at best. Since then, I'd knock on the astronomy clubroom's door every day I had no music lessons. Morning, MAMIYA. Yo, Toma. We made our rocket and moon keychains click as we smiled. This was our personal greeting. These days, I thought that if flesh was borrowed, then MAMIYA alone was real. Normal thing to think about your new high school buddy? He had no body, and that made him the one thing I'd always yearned for. Oh, you know he has no body. Really? Or are you saying that now, in retrospect, these days referring to these current days, not these days that I'm talking about from the past? Maybe? Yeah, right. Probably wouldn't have thought that about anyone else but him. Maybe, okay, maybe... You all feel the same way, right? Even though you can't have peace of mind with something you can't touch. I'm sorry, Toba. It's okay, Dad. Don't force yourself. It's about time you... forget it. Thanks for all your help. I put down the receiver and sighed. It was election season. My dad was really busy and spent very little time at home. Ever since I was a child, my father had tried to lead me into being a politician. He'd shown me how politicians deal with society and how they worked. I respected my father, and I understood the necessity of politicians. However, Dad, I have a cello contest on that day. I have a piano test the week after, and then a visit from a famous vocal teacher. Was I a disappointment to my dad? He was such a great, venerable person. What an he was a truly admirable adult. Uh-oh. Did you hear that Enomoto's little brother won the national contest? Those brothers have such bright futures ahead of them. Enomoto sure is something. We were the same age. He learned alongside me and we both went to the competition, and yet there is such a stark difference between us now. These days, young people were very talented. If there was a way to catch up and surpass them, it was through the right environment and the amount of time spent practicing. Phew. That's it for today's practice. Oh yeah, I need to bring spare clothes to the hospital. Where could Mother be right now? The moment I muttered that, the feelings within poured out. Adults should look after children, right? My voice was like a beast's growl. Adults should look after children, right? I shocked even myself and felt like apologizing to the whole world. I didn't mean it. I knew that my parents and brother had it hard. Everyone had their hands full with themselves, and there was no helping that. I was actually having it pretty good. I actually was doing quite well. I was actually living a pretty good life. I had no right to complain. Then again, if I had to grow up and become an adult, the best way to do that was to give up on music, right? Those dark, pitiful feelings overwhelmed my heart. I'll quit the astronomy club, too. I never had any time for it to begin with. I feel bad for MAMIYA, but I'll go give him back the key. Look, Toma! Big news! MAMIYA, there's something important I gotta tell you. I found a treasure map. The treasure... A treasure map? Why would he say something so childish? I was so shocked my voice was almost enraged. This map's gonna show us the way to the Treasure Island. Treasure Island mentioned. Like Mori Chica. Surely it was just a meaningless scribble left by former members of the club. Didn't even want to address it. I had something important to tell him, and yet this just made me even more irritated at myself for being bad at talking. Hey, Toma! Wanna go to the sea with me? What are you talking about? There's no sea nearby. Boat trips require a navigator, you know? You can read the stars, right? You can navigate for us. Hey, MAMIYA. MAMIYA was always forceful, one-sided, and hard to get a hold of. And so we went rowing out to the sea. I simply was not able to tell him no. There was no good opportunity for me to say, I can't do this right now. The ship we went on was a small one. The wind was somewhat strong, and when we raised the sail, the ship began to shake. I hesitantly grasped the rudder, while MAMIYA calmly adjusted the sail. With the wind's direction being what it is, we'll be going against it. Turn it a bit to the left. Doing as I told, I moved the rudder left. Oh, I want to be on a boat. I want to be on the ocean. Oh, I want to be on the ocean. Oh, I want to be on a boat on the ocean. Oh, I want to smell the ocean. I want to feel particles of the ocean. Now. There, that's the way. Waves are pretty high around here, but they should be calmer further out. I was about to give a firm nod in response, but then quickly snapped back to my senses. Wait a minute. Why am I on this boat? I wanted to stop hanging out with Mamiya. Ah, well. Enough of this, Mamiya. Why did you get me involved in something this stupid? I don't have the time to... Listen, it's important not to overthink things. What? It's not easy to just empty your mind. I mean, people generally rack their brains thinking about stuff all the time. People who can just not think are actually the strongest out there. That's so fucking true. That's why I'm so fucking weak. Because I can never stop thinking. It's impossible. As I thought about the meaning behind those words, the ship continued to move. Mamiya fucking got his ass. He said something not stupid just to make him think about it for a long time while he drove the boat further and further out to sea so he can't escape. He's not going to be able to say no because of the implication. Check out the stars. No good, Mamiya. A mist is rolling in. The sea was blanketed in a mist a short distance ahead, making it impossible to see anything. Mamiya used the foghorn to check the surroundings, but it was still pretty much impossible to know what was around us. It felt as though the ship was surrounded by a thick white curtain. Toma, you might be tired, but it's dangerous around here. Let's get some rest after going a bit ahead. Alright. We're charting a course for America. We're going to the West Coast. Let's go. Mamiya opened a nautical chart and turned on a flashlight. However, the deeper we went into the mist, the more questionable sounds we heard from the ship. The mist is so dense I can't even tell where we're going. It makes me feel uneasy. Not much longer now. Don't give up. Will we really make it to the treasure island? We will. I'm sure of it. The hand he put on my shoulder gave me some peace of mind. Following those words, the ship continued cutting through the mist. Next thing I knew, I'd grown so tired I fell asleep. Hey, Toma, wake up! When I woke up, I saw a vast sky full of stars. The sky was dark, and all I could hear was the waves. When I looked above, I saw so many stars, it was startling. I've never seen a starry sky this beautiful. Overwhelmed by nature's beauty, I briefly forgot about my father and mother. Mommy was right. Astronomical knowledge was invaluable here. Aww. Listen, Toma. Out on sea, the stars serve as your guide. If you find the North Star, you'll find your bearings on a nautical chart. I sat down on the deck and looked up at the stars, chart in hand. If that's Polaris, then that's Orion, that's the Big Dipper, that's Cassiopeia. Yeah, that's Cassiopeia. That's Cassiopeia, I know it. I knew I did the right thing by bringing you along as a navigator. Mamiya rubbed my head and praised me. I bashfully told them to stop it and kept watching the stars. Looking at the stars makes hosts the planets play in my head. The planets? Oh, you're not familiar with it? The most famous movement in the piece is probably Jupiter. I sang a bit of it and he reacted to it well. I know that it's not about the celestial bodies. The sounds are so rich that, personally, I see a connection between it and the vast universe. Now, this is an interesting line from Toma, as someone who is very much like just talking about to Arisugawa in the future past this time, about how he wants to convey the original meaning of the composer or the author of a particular work. He cares very much about what their intention was, what the feelings they were trying to convey were. But in this one, he's just like, yeah, I know it's not really about that, but I see a connection. Interesting. All the compositions are great, and they seem to improve your mental image of the planets. Which one do you like the most? Well, it's hard to pick just one, but I guess I'd go with Venus. Venus, the bringer of peace. That was the name given to the composition. It suits you perfectly. I'm happy to hear that, but you actually remind me of Venus too. Really? Oh, wait. Mercury, Jupiter, or maybe Uranus would be a better fit. Honestly, I feel like you're all the planets at once. Normal thing to say to your buddy? I smiled, but Mamiya made a complex expression and seemed to be thinking about something. I'm not a planet. Huh? He's the moon. You can see me without a telescope. He stood up, pointed at the twilight sky, and smiled. I'm the moon. Standing on the deck of the ship, he looked at me as the night sky spread out behind him. Every time the ship swayed, the stars shook with it. I'm always closest to you. The moon. That seemed somehow fitting. The way it floated and shone in the sky was reminiscent of Mamiya. Debussy's Moonlight. Not bad. No need to play Debussy's Moonlight for me. I've already imagined the composition in my head. As I muttered that, Mamiya looked up at the sky again. The Ursids are gonna come next. Will you watch them with me? Sure, it's a promise. Let's turn everything into a joke. And I do mean everything. You tend to be too serious. So that'll work well for you. Hey Toma, tell me something funny. If you speak humorously about things that happened to you, I'm sure you'll become strong. Was it okay for me to be a child still? Thinking about how this mirrors or plays with some similar feelings as Kikuchi's route. With the stars as our guide, we were about to arrive at our destination. More specifically, the Kikuchi route where we were Natsume interfering and trying to help him and letting him age regress a little bit at the park. We're finally at the Treasure Island. I didn't think we'd actually make it. I didn't actually think we'd make it. This was a long and arduous voyage, and the secret to the island will finally be unraveled. We've been out at sea for a week. Haha. Oh no, my piano recital. Secrets? What do you think we'll find there? They say the Treasure Island is full of gems and riches, but more valuable than that are the many stories born over the course of its long history. Stories? A city sunken by the sea, a paradise inhabited by long-lived, beautiful mermaids. There are many stories like that. They are all true for the Treasure Island. So your goal is to verify those stories? My question made him put on a resigned smile. No, I want to become the Treasure Island story itself. What do you mean by that? I was just thinking that too. Before I got an answer to my question, the ship slowly stopped and Mamiya got off. Hey, Mamiya, wait up! When I chased after him and stepped on the Treasure Island, my vision was quickly flooded by light. No quick music, okay? That was the last thing I heard Mamiya say. Though, that was all just an allegory about me winning the competition. All I got was a certificate as the first place winner and the telescope left in the astronomy club. It was during the Ursid meteor shower that I realized Mamiya was gone. Last year, I watched it alongside Mamiya around the same time. There was a freezing, wintry chill in the air. I went to get some warm coffee from my thermos. The meteor shower was simply beautiful. So Mamiya and I promised to see them again next time. He was up for it too. I've been waiting for him ever since. Under the full sky. I'd waited a long time, but... My teeth were clattering. The cold was making me want to sleep. I felt like Mamiya would show up the moment I looked through the telescope, so I never actually looked through it. My pale breath filled the air around me. I waited to see that green eye shining in the dark, and yet... Samejima had helped bring the telescope into the house at the end of the year. I had him bring his mini and put it in. Telescope? Is it yours? Yeah. Would you like to look at the stars? Sure. Then come to the veranda at 3 in the morning. Put on something warm and... The moment I said that, she grimaced and ran off like a cat. Oh, so you're not up for it. How about you, Samejima? I'm working late tonight. I see. You must be busy. As for Arisugawa, he was still back at his real home. You have a real home? I guess, yeah, like... Toma has parents. Nigaki presumably has parents to go back home to. I think she even said something about that at some point. Samejima still has the house that he killed his little boy in over and over and over again, presumably. And I guess Arisugawa also has a real house, so this is just kind of like a vacation home. This is sort of a timeshare that they all share. And the time is always. Well, I've always wanted to stargaze by myself anyway. It was the 3rd of January. In the early morning, the moon was very close to Venus, so this was after the new year. I looked at the stars without even knowing that. Yet the sight of the partially filled moon and Venus made me shed tears within the morning light. Mamiya. Mamiya, Mamiya. I continued sobbing as tears rolled down my cheeks. I was like a broken dam. I just couldn't stop crying. The sunrise was beautiful. The Ursids will come again this year. You could see it last year, the year before that, and even this year. It's a really special thing. A cruel kind of special, as it also made me recall all of my memories of Mamiya. My Mamiya memories. Even now, whenever I look up at the moon, I always think of the moonlight from that time. And that's the end of my story. And that's the end of my story. I never found out why I killed that man on that cold December night. The rest is as you know it. In the latter half of December, I felt something vanish, and Mamiya was gone. I really want to go stargazing with him again. Such a different vibe, don't you think? Just a really different tone to that one, huh? Compared to Samejima's. I mean, both of them about an equally healthy relationship with a boy, but different in tone for sure. All right, we can start skipping. So we've passed that point. Let us go back to title, and we're gonna do another one. Excuse me, got a little bit of a sniffle. Let me blow my nose. I'll be 1 sec.
Huh. Well, yeah. Hold on.
Trip also had to blow his nose. Alright. So now we're gonna do Niigakis. And we're just gonna hang in there. I can't remember the details or how long the thing I'm thinking of lasts, so we'll just go through it. Oh, we'll be fine. I chose to observe Niigaki. What kind of person was she exactly? With that question in mind, I allowed myself to sink deeper into the story. We're done, Mayuri. Great work today. Thanks. You really did great. Each angle is perfect. How do you catch on film something that doesn't exist? What? You mean like spirit photography? Come on, I can't take shots of things like that. Even if I did, I'd exercise it in the development stage. That's not what I... You know what? Never mind. Well, our job is to capture the invisible charm of models like you and make it visible to everyone. In that sense, all that matters is practice. I see. The other girl sure is late, though. There's less than half an hour left until the next photo shoot. I wonder if that's going to be enough. Excuse me, Elena's no good. What do you mean she's no good? I've been unable to get in touch with her for days now. She used to still make it on time for each shoot, but this time's different. Are you saying she's slacking off? No. There's always been rumors that she was into drugs, so she might have disappeared. Seriously? Did she have a hallucination and go off somewhere? A hallucination? Well, whatever. Who cares about some model that disappeared? I'm assuming you have a replacement ready. You do, right? Yes, she's from the same agency, and Miyagi's mind had completely tuned out the rest of their conversation. She was solely focused on the girl who had disappeared. Rachel Amber. Good, just like that. Great pose, Mayuri. It's hella sexy. Say, cameraman. Oh, how pensive. What's it like to hallucinate? Huh? Well, I'm definitely hallucinating a bunch of little heart illusions around you right now. Come on, be serious. Well, I mean, it's a clear sign of mental illness, isn't it? Seeing things that aren't there is bad news, to say the least. Turn around for me. But what if that hallucination can talk? And what if it's fun to be around? Let's get some wind. And hey, that's even worse. You gotta be checked into a mental facility at that point. Don't ever do drugs, Mayuri, not even once. The idea that they make you thinner is a lie. If you do drugs, you go to hell before you die. Relax, I'm not going to do any. I'm perfect the way I am. Yay! Awesome! That's great. Oh, I'm glad for her. Wow, what a shot. I'm perfect. Yes. I know, yes, I'm going to school. Work's also fine. Yes, it's okay. Don't worry, it's fine. Nothing's changed. No, I'm not being distant. Look, I know. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Yes, it's okay. Really. Don't cry, Mom. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Just, by the way, I'm gonna go live at this house with two strange adult men and one other high school boy. Hope that's okay. Bye. Miyagi. How long have you been there? I just came in. Huh. Your parents aren't okay with this? I can't imagine why. Is there some kind of rule that I have to share every last detail of my personal life with you? I mean, I'd understand if it came from the other two, but you're as old as I am. We're both just kids. And what will even change if I tell you? See? Nothing. Fine, you've made your point. I'm sorry. Talk to me if there's anything on your mind, though. I'd be happy to listen. Nigaki turned around and went back to her room. Toma, meanwhile, made a deep sigh and began reading a newspaper. Okay. Nigaki Mayuri. I'd always thought she was pretty, but I didn't expect her to be an actual magazine model. Why is she always so discontent, though? She looks way prettier with a smile on her face.
Oh no.
Oh no. Natsume, no. I should watch her for a bit longer.
Oh no. Oh
no. There was a grove nearby. Nigaki stood before an odd-looking mound. It wasn't clear who'd made it. Even its purpose was shrouded in mystery. However, Nigaki would come to look at it whenever something happened. To her, it was like visiting Mamiya's grave that someone else had erected. She didn't want to believe that he'd died, and yet she kept wondering if she'd be happier if he had. What are you doing out here, Nigaki? It's Samejima. That is my name. Have you forgotten? Why are you here? I merely saw you walk into the forest. Despite how it may seem, I do happen to be a bit of a meddler. Well, Migaki was scared out of her wits, Samijima remained as calm and still as the surface of a lake. What's the problem? What do you think's gonna happen? What could Samijima possibly do to you alone in the woods? He's an admirable adult. You're fine. We're fine. What is this? I'm not sure. It's just kind of here. I didn't make it though. It's almost like Mamiya's grave. That laugh of yours is giving me the creeps. I'm not particularly fond of graves myself. Huh? There's nothing buried here, is there? It's quite a meaningless thing, really. I'm unable to pray or shed tears like you do. That's not what I... Oh, I'm not making fun of you. If anything, what I feel is respect. You are able to do something I cannot. For the first time ever, she felt her fear of this man abate. You're right. There's nothing buried here. I mean, Mamiya's just missing. Right? Come on, Samijima, say something. Yes, indeed. The two looked up at the pine grove. The sky beyond the greenery was unremarkably boring hue of gray. It's cold out here. Let's go back inside, Migaki. Okay. Deep down, they knew for certain that they would never meet Mamiya ever again. That thought whirled within their hearts and melted into the ground, untouched by anyone. Chapter 5. Again. Okay. This is this. Right, okay, yeah. Everything's fine. Everything's normal. Say, Mayuri, is it true you don't have a boyfriend? Oh, it's true. Never heard anything like that. She's always away when we're talking about it. What a waste. Does she have high standards or something? What about me then? Huh, Mayuri? Erica, this isn't what you told me. What do you mean? You didn't tell me there'd be men here. You didn't? Well, whatever. The more the merrier, you know. Well, it is your birthday party, so I guess it's fine if you're okay with it. Look, I'm sorry. I know you're not good with guys, but do try to enjoy yourself, okay? Mayuri smiled at the girl, holding a paper cup in her hand. She wanted to be as kind as Mamiya would have been to her. Okay, and happy birthday. I love you. Thanks. Love you too. Oh my god. Mayuri, come here. Hey, get your hands off me. Shh, keep it down. Look, your dear Erica's here too. Huh? She's already having a good time, so here you go. Wouldn't want you missing out. Stop! Whoa, hey, you're spilling it all over the floor. Oh man, where's the dustpan? Erica? Wait. Oh, she's already out of it, so don't expect a reaction. Huh? Erica? Man, I really didn't expect Mayuri to come to Erica's birthday. Had my eye on you for a while now, you know. Don't touch me. Oh wow, I guess you really do hate guys, huh? You a purity freak or something? A lesbian, maybe? It's because you're nasty. Whatever you say, we'll see how long that feistiness of yours can last. Ugh. Stop it. Whoa, she's even prettier up close. Mamiya, 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 Mamiya! Mamiya? Who's that? Your boyfriend? Well, he sure as shit ain't coming to help you. Help! Mamiya! You've always been there for me! Mamiya! Mamiya! God, you're annoying. It's your own fault for picking such a shitty boyfriend. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't overpower a man. With this body, she would always end up losing to them. Why, Mamiya? You said you'd always take my side. So why didn't you come to save me? She took a thorough shower and went to her room without even drying her hair. The only thing she heard was the hum of the nearby radio. Let's move on to our next letter. It's from the pen name Flashy Spectacles. I'm deep into my 20s, but still can't for the life of me get a boyfriend. Recently, though, I've been spending most of my time with an imaginary person. Oh. My parents keep nagging me about marriage, but I'm not interested. I did my best to be all beautiful for him. Even my colleagues have noticed the change. Every day I spend with him is wonderful. I really don't think there's anything wrong with a love like mine. What do you think? It's pretty impressive that you started to take care of your appearance for an imaginary guy, but at the end of the day, he's still just an illusion, right? Seeing how you've gone out of your way to pretty yourself up, why not try to find a real man and enjoy a normal, everyday romance? I mean, a hallucination will never be able to hold you in his arms. By the way, I also enjoy fantasizing about what my perfect girl would be like. Wait, that makes me the same as her. Anyway, moving on. The radio got switched off mid-sentence. Droplets of water trickled down her still wet hair as a heavy silence hung over the room. Really? Within the darkness, she embraced her slender legs and began to tremble. Hallucination will never be able to hold you in his arms. Yeah. Mommy is just an illusion, nothing more. I'll admit that I'm just a mentally ill person who's seeing an illusion. But that illusion has given me so much. He's given me more than people that actually exist. He's had a huge impact on me. You've absolutely no right to make fun of him. None at all. You're all boring, mundane people. You've no right to mock MAMIYA. But even you... Okay, and then... Oh, it's not letting me skip here. Let's see, I'm just gonna skim. Yeah, can't convey. Why? Why can't you do it? Don't give up. Just write your story already. Why? We couldn't overcome society. It's really hard for Samejima. MAMIYA. I'm back. What? You visited MAMIYA's grave? Yeah, what of it? I like this face. Nigaki. You know there's nothing in that forest, right? The mound there. Sure, it's marked, but there's nothing actually buried underneath. Are you going to act like MAMIYA's dead? We won't learn anything if you keep silent, Betty. Where did Betty come? just a woman's name? Shut up. All of you, shut up. This doesn't really concern you, now does it? Samejima, it shouldn't matter to you where she goes or what she thinks of the forest. Really? But Samejima, it does actually matter. All four of us are linked to MAMIYA through our feelings. If that's not reason enough for us to care, I don't know what is. You're the one who reminded us about the purpose of this house. Or what? Are you going to tell us how your MAMIYA differs from ours? Just thinking about it. Well, it was quite a good MAMIYA. Maybe the best MAMIYA. It's fine. Nigaki. Samejima, you've done enough. Yeah, you're right. Her shadow flickered. Her beautiful face became warped. Sorry, that made me think of a bit in Silent Hill F, where you're reading various like notes and letters written by different characters, and at first the notes are all normal, but then you start reading them, and as like halfway through the writing, there's a note that says the writing becomes warped and twisted, and then they start saying some fucked up stuff, and I think about that all the time, of just like there are like a dozen notes like that. The writing becomes fucked up and nasty. Anyway, you want to know the story between me and Mamiya? Alright, I'll tell you. This is what you've been wanting to know, right? You filthy men. I'll fulfill your wish. Itchy tasty. Welcome back, my Yuri. Yeah. I'm home, Mom. I was born beautiful. That fact is extremely important in the story between me and Mamiya, so no flamers. It's really important to the plot, okay? Not a Mary Sue. It's a. There were girls who thought themselves pretty and wanted to be idols, despite not looking all that great. However, I knew that I was above them all. I was a genuinely beautiful girl. This objective truth had been drilled into me ever since I was little. My parents did that too, especially my mother. She had always treated me like a doll. This, the aesthetic of this bedroom also speaks to something here. You're such a wonderful girl, my Yuri. I'm so happy to have you. She would often brush my hair while I sat on her warm lap. I inherited my wavy hair from her, and she didn't even allow me to cut it. My only source of joy in life came from the stories she read me after thoroughly brushing my hair. We both wore princess-like nightgowns and lay in a fancy bed. Read Momotaro for me. Again, but we have Thumbelina and the Little Mermaid too. I want Momotaro. You must really love that story. Buy you some peaches next time. We'll eat them together. She then began reading the story in that gentle, soothing voice of hers. A long, long time ago, in a land far, far away, there was an old man and an old lady. My father was a company employee who could hardly be labeled handsome. Seemed as though he'd fallen in love and married my mother purely for her looks. She didn't appear to mind, though. She was simply happy that her beautiful young daughter, born to a similarly gorgeous mother, would be turning more and more beautiful as time went on. I dressed like a doll and never played outside. That was my rule. After entering kindergarten, I gradually realized that people were reacting differently to me. Everyone would be turning their heads to me, especially the adults. They stared at me in shock and smiled when our eyes met. At first, I had taken it for granted. I believed that everyone in this world was allowed to indulge in such happiness. However, I was gravely mistaken. My looks, my beauty, they were talents only a select few possessed. A small dog can never become a large dog. I was praised every time I passed someone, and was appraised on the regular. This fate, this discrepancy, it had been there since I was born. I don't wanna. Stop! Shut up. Leave me alone. Stop it! In a desolate corner of the old high school building, I was assaulted by several male students, but no matter how hard I tried to resist, their bodies would simply not budge. When I tried to raise my voice, they covered my mouth with their hands. Shut up, damn it. Don't fucking move. How many times has this happened? How many times was I forced to curse my own lack of strength, or my beauty? Before I knew it, my vision had turned blurry with tears. Actually, no. That was only a reaction to not being able to properly breathe. I wasn't frustrated. I wasn't broken. If I'd allowed them to break even my spirit, I would have been unable to maintain myself. Even as my consciousness began to fade, I continued to struggle. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared from the corner, accompanied by footsteps. Shit, it's a teacher. What? Make a run for it. The moment they said that, the boys let me go and ran in the other direction. With my mouth finally freed, I filled my lungs with air. The tall shadow approached me as I continued hyperventilating. Hey. Hey, are you... Don't look at me! Don't look! Stay away! Stay away! I cried out with every last ounce of strength I still had left in my body. This was so embarrassing. He was a man before he was a teacher, so he obviously pretended to care while actually staring at my body. I knew this well by now. Male teachers were often inconsiderate and only pretended to care about how students felt. Put this on. He placed the lab coat on my lap. Dumbfounded, I turned around. The man stood there while looking away from me. Go away. I'm telling you to go away. In a rush of emotion, I shouted to get him away from me. They might return, so I gotta stay here. The strength of that voice made me fall silent. Fix your clothes. I'll take you to the nurse's office. I won't look at you. Still rocking that green, though. I won't hurt your pride. While still looking away from me, the man carefully led me to the nurse's office on the first floor. Seems like you're mostly okay. There are only some minor bruises, and it doesn't look like they'll leave a mark either. You must have been so scared. Could you recognize the people who did this? Do you know their names, perhaps? I shook my head. See. At any rate, do come to me if you need anything. You might occasionally remember what happened today, and it'll be painful, but don't hesitate to rely on me if you need someone to listen. I'll be off now. After closing the door, I bit my lip in chagrin. What nonsense. The doctor wasn't there to help when I actually needed it. And that was just talk. You hungry? Huh? I looked to the source of the voice. It was the man from before. You're still here? You like ohagi? I think they're great. Yay! Da, 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 da. Some fucking Kingdom Hearts ass music. I don't need your pity if that's what this is supposed to be. Rumble. You like ohagi? I don't mind them. The man opened the door to the second science classroom and invited me in. Probably out of consideration for me, he kept the door open as he began boiling water. There we go! Ohagi! Can't have Japanese treats like these without green tea! I don't know what this voice is morphing into. I'm scared. Science teachers actually use alcohol lamps to boil? Has Mamiya been seen by non-characters before? What do you mean by non-characters? Like non-main characters? Or like non-named characters? Let me think. Not in Samejima's story. And not in Toma's story either. And one of the male students said, shit, a teacher's coming, but didn't actually, like, see Mamiya specifically. Okay, sorry. He gave me a rather old-fashioned cup. The tea inside was cheap, but it warmed me up. We continued to eat the ohagi with the sale seal on them. He probably had lots of questions for me, remained silent, probably to allow me to process things. What's your name? Huh? What? This guy. Was he really that into his ohagi? I actually don't know what ohagi is. I'm gonna look this up real quick. I wanna understand. Yeah, the way it happened just now was they were alone. One of them said, shit, a teacher's coming. Then they all ran away. And then Mamiya appeared. One of the traditional Japanese sweets that locals eat during autumn and spring. Yeah, it just seems like some kind of sweet. Alright. I was a little annoyed by that, but I realized I had to be nicer to the person who had literally just saved me, so I cleared my throat and spoke up again. May I ask your name? My name? I don't believe we've met before. Oh, right. I don't teach second year, so that would explain it. I'm MAMIYA. I teach chemistry. MAMIYA. MAMIYA. You're just gonna repeat it like that? His shoulders dropped, and I couldn't help but smile. I know your name, though. Nigaki Mayuri from Class 2D. Why? Wait. Oh, he says he doesn't teach second years. Okay. Why? You're famous even among the teachers, you know. Imagining them talking about me made me feel unpleasant. They say you're bad at memorization. Your chemistry scores are particularly awful. What? I looked at him in shock. He gave me a wide grin with some red bean paste from the ohagi still sticking to his mouth. Make sure to study when you go home, okay? I didn't hear your answer. Okay. Okay.
All right.
I answered him, albeit reluctantly. MAMIYA nodded in satisfaction. All eyes were glued to me when I opened the door to the classroom. Look, it's Mayuri. She's so cute. Let's go talk to her. She'll probably just ignore us. Man, her tits are huge. Wonder what cup they are. She's got such a great body. I could totally see her as I grab your model. I wouldn't even be surprised to see her in some magazine. Stop that, you dumbass. I did feel like I stood out in class. I swore to stop trying to make friends all the way back in middle school. I had no male or female friends, and all I did was silently listen to my teachers. I never once felt lonely, though. And besides, this was much easier than having to deal with the frequent clashes that came with human interaction. As classes went on, I had nothing but that teacher on my mind. MAMIYA, that spectacled, unreliable-looking teacher. Thankfully, even if I didn't pay attention during class, I was beautiful enough to get away with it. He said he was a chemistry teacher. How did he teach? What was his writing like? Did he help other students like he'd helped me? He was a strange teacher. Alright, that should be good. Sometime after the bell rang, I stuck my head out of the girls' bathroom. The hallways were wrapped in a pleasant silence while the students in other classes were being taught. We had gym for 5th period. I didn't want to go, so I hid in the bathroom and waited. Where should I go? The garden, maybe? As I wandered around the hallway, I saw a tall silhouette ahead. That haircut, that lab coat. I squinted and started observing him. Then he went and dropped the obscene amount of files he was carrying. Oh, man. Why'd you have to pick up so many of them? I crouched down and helped MAMIYA pick up the files. I thought I could make it work this time. Seriously? Jesus. Alright, that's everything. Thanks for the help. Don't mention it. So, Nigaki Mayuri, what exactly are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be in class? His weakly aura suddenly vanished, and he looked at me with a sharp gleam in his eyes. I was on my way to the, nurse's office? That's in the other direction, though. Well, I just came down the stairs and saw you dropping those files, so I figured I'd help out. A desperate attempt at coming up with an excuse made MAMIYA chuckle. I was initially shocked, but then immediately realized what a dumb, embarrassing thing I just said. Anyway, could you help me carry this to the science room? Sure. So how are you holding up? Fine. I only got a few minor bruises, but that's about it. I see. I'll talk to the others and try to make sure that something like that never happens again. Will you now? I didn't expect much from teachers. Whenever they said something like that, it was usually nothing more than empty talk. I don't have any friends. And besides, I only come to school because I have nothing better to do. He ignored my mutter and looked at the TV. I wonder who's gonna win. He was watching a baseball match while snacking on dried fish. What a hopeless teacher. I glared at him with all the disgust I could muster. Then the commercials began, and one of them captured my attention. Oh, I know this. It's a card game that got an anime. It was the one with transforming cars that battled each other. Different cars had different compatibility with each other, and the various transformations made it really popular with the boys. If it's getting commercials now, that means it's still popular, right? Oh, I see. Ah, I have that one. A card for that car? Yeah, there were some cards thrown into a bush in a park. I picked up the ones I liked. I see. It's still being used. It might actually be a popular card. Have you ever played the card game itself? Yeah. You need to have a lot of cards to play it. Just a few won't do. I asked my mom to buy me some while we were shopping, but she insisted that we get tarot cards instead. That's fine, though. I don't have anyone to play against, and tarot fortune telling is fun in its own right. I don't have these cards either. But I think I can play with normal playing cards just fine. Wanna try? Well, if you insist, then sure. Isn't this a bit unrefined, though? It's popular among younger girls right now. Oh, am I falling behind? I really should study some more for your sake, Mayuri. She gathered herself in a heartwarming way. Yeah, very... What a heartwarming mother. That didn't have any implications on the way that Mayuri thinks about herself for the rest of her life or anything. And maybe how she handles trauma or anything like that. Mother was as kind to me as ever. I dressed like a princess at home and took care to only eat low-sugar food. My clothes had all been picked by Mom. She greatly enjoyed decorating me. Normal Mom! She also did my makeup, my hair, and made me wear dresses she was fond of. Having a good look at me when she was done seemed to be one of her greatest pleasures in life. Oh, Mayuri. My sweet, sweet Mayuri. I love you so much. Never leave my side, okay? Don't go living with two strange men and another high schooler, okay? Promise? Pretty promise? Pinky promise? I was used to her hugging me by now. She'd done this for as long as I could remember. Me too. I love you too, Mom. Deep down, though, I found myself really embarrassed. It had become a daily habit of mine to visit the second science classroom after school. Mommy would always have me over for tea and snacks. The food he prepared was nothing special, but... Is it okay for a teacher to do this? As long as no one finds out. Weird. But I felt that he was giving me special treatment. It made me so happy I could almost burst. We were alone in here. He gave me green tea boiled in water. Yeah, that's true. He does love his green, doesn't he? Mommy is all about green. Green tea, green turtleneck, green eye. We discussed generally unremarkable things. However, it was my first time actually talking to someone like this. His carefree, gentle voice, the watch on his inner wrist, the feel of his chalk-stained lab coat. All of it was so new to me. Even the taste of salt around my lips seemed like a wonderful thing if Mamiya was there. Oh, it's gotten quite late. It really has. It's already dark out. See you tomorrow then. Sure, take care. Huh? Thanks. Don't mention it. Aw. Mamiya seems like a great guy. I don't know what the fuck Natsume's problem is. Just hanging out with a student, giving her snacks, and then as a student, helping out a bro, taking him to see the stars, and then as a little boy, letting a man kill him over and over again. He seems like a real stand-up fella. I don't know what the fuck Natsume's problem is. Mayuri, where have you been? It's so late. What? It's only 7. I was just chatting with a friend. Really? Poor girl. It must have been scary to walk around in the dark all by yourself. Wouldn't call it scary, but okay. Huh? Where's Dad? He had to leave on business. He'll be home by tomorrow, though. Oh, I'll be looking forward to his souvenirs. Say, Mayuri, why don't we take a bath together? What? We should enjoy ourselves while your father's away, you know. Look, I even have some bubble bath. I don't want to. It's too embarrassing. But why? We used to bathe together all the time. Yeah, but I was little then. Things are different now. Well, alright. I suppose I'll just have a bubble bath alone. All by myself. Because no one cares about me in this world. My husband's gone on trips all the time. My own daughter won't even have a bubble bath with me. I guess I really might as well kill myself. I'm gonna do it tonight. There's absolutely no way I'd go take a bath with her. Good morning, Mayuri. My cute little Mayuri. Sorry, I can't remember something. I need to check. Some minor bruises. I mean, it's probably been a while since this particular day, since she's been hanging out with MAMIYA frequently, but I wondered if that's part of what she's thinking about, that she's got injuries or other marks on her that her mother might see and freak out about. Although if she... I don't know how involved she is in the dressing up, or if she just gives her the clothes and then she is allowed to change into them by herself. I don't know. Anyway. Please promise me you'll stay the pretty little rose you are now. So, Mom. Yes? I want to quit being a model. The warm atmosphere between us had frozen over in a split second. Why? Did something bad happen? Not really, no. Then why? Is there something else you like to do instead? Like piano, ballet, flower arrangement, perhaps? I want to cut my hair. I've always had it long, you know? I want to try what it'd be like to cut it short for once. Mayuri. I mean, that's what's popular right now. Come on, Mom. No. You can't do that, Mayuri. Hair is a woman's crown and glory. Besides, do you know any other girl with hair as beautiful and wavy as yours? Listen, Mayuri. Beauty exists for everyone's sake. It does? You're lovely and beautiful, and that alone is a wonderful thing. So please, Mayuri, don't say things like wanting to cut your hair or quit modeling. Beauty existed for everyone's sake. But did you know, Mom? Did you know that my beauty was the very reason men hurt me? It prevented me from doing what I wanted. The cards I'd picked up at the park were still in the drawer. Yeah, I'm sorry for saying all these weird things. Mayuri. Gosh, look at the time. I'm doing a day shift, so I'll have to go now. Okay, goodbye. Take care. Mom, I actually... Even so, I'd chosen tarot cards over the car-themed card game. That was what Mother wanted, after all. And it made her happy. Why couldn't the world's people live... Why couldn't the world's people live without God? We were the peak of all animals here, yet we were all subjected to foolish worries. We needed someone above us to show us the way. People were helpless on their own. They were weak and had no choice but to rely on others. So weak. I'm so weak. was like that other Mamiya said, it's because you're thinking so much. I was also controlled by my mother, yet I found peace in that. Such a weak person. Oh, Mayuri. Mamiya. What's wrong? You're making a gloomy face. I don't want to go home. Why? Did something bad happen? I don't want to see my mom. You shouldn't say that. Let me stay over at your place. Yeah, let's just go with that. You're single, right? There's no problem then. Mayuri. Wait, do you actually have a lover? I don't mind that either. You just forget all about it after it's over. I mean, a chance like this won't come again. What was I saying? I won't mind. What was even coming out of my mouth? I won't mind if it's you. The sound of rain was so annoying. The side of the window was so cold. Why was Mamiya always leaning against the wall while he talked? Why did it seem like I was being cornered? Wait. You're the last person I wanted to hear that from. But this is all I have. There's no value to me other than my looks. So I have to make use of it, otherwise I'd be completely worthless. Before I could finish that sentence, Mamiya slapped me across the cheek. Huh? No way. What? Did she just slap my face? Seriously? Huh? My face enchanted everyone. Just passing by people would make them ecstatic. They ran to me with bouquets in hand. It was a treasure shared by everyone. And yet he... I don't care. You need to cool your head. Go die in a ditch, you sorry excuse for a teacher. I'll tell everyone you raped me. They'll kick you out of the school real fast. Do whatever you want. I hate you. And with that, I stormed out of the room. How could he? I was behind the stairs on the first floor, crying under the diagonal concrete. The concrete was moist and cold, robbing my legs of more and more warmth. I was cold, sad, and felt like I was alone in this world. I just don't want to go home. I considered spending the night here. I would avoid the security patrols. I would spend the entire night here in this empty school building. They could panic and run around looking for me for all I cared. Mamiya and my mom would believe I ran away and regret everything they had said to me. I'll never forgive them. This was supposed to be my way of taking revenge. I didn't think about what would happen afterwards. I was too frustrated and entirely too proud to do that. I'll never ever forgive them. Really? You won't? I heard someone from the stairs above. It was a reassuring voice, and just hearing it nearly brought me to tears. Hey, Mayuri. You're there, aren't you? I wanted him to go away. I just told him that I wouldn't forgive him, and yet, hearing his voice made me waver this easily. Mayuri. Come on, if you tell on me, I'll be in huge trouble. Huh? A teacher that eats snacks, watches baseball, and slacks all the time won't go well by them. I was shocked. This man was just so... I might be unable to come to school ever again. So please, Mayuri, let's make up. I don't care what happens to you, and it's not like I've forgiven you or anything. But I would feel bad if you couldn't come to school again. I slipped out from below the stairs and looked up where the voice came from. Mamiya made a surprisingly warm smile and then vanished. Man, it's so late. The main door must be closed by now. Mamiya, should we stay the night in school? Huh? It was winter, meaning the sun had set early. The rain clouds above had drifted off into the far distance. In their place sat a crescent moon, its curve like a wound upon the purple sky. MAMIYA and I looked through the window of the heated classroom. He treated me to some dried snacks he had reserved. He had reserved. Unbelievable. He was treating school property like his own. Say, MAMIYA, have you ever felt like you weren't comfortable in your own home? Not really. Oh, I'm jealous. I was too busy trying not to get kicked out. Teachers are so unfair. Huh? They know the students' family backgrounds, but we students don't know anything about our teachers. You always help me out, but what about the reverse? I want to help you too. But you already do. That's a lie. No, it isn't. When MAMIYA looked up at the moon, I did the same. One day, I'll go back to the Trichiliocosm. What's that? The moon. Is that something third-year chemistry students learn? I don't know. It's probably not in the textbooks. The Trichiliocosm. You won't take me there, will you? Look, I know you'll just end up going back there no matter how hard I cry and wail. Larry. The Trichiliocosm wouldn't suit you. Why? I can decide if it does. Why don't you use that energy to make up with your mother? Shut up. Nothing will change unless you actually do something. Take action, and things will change. Whether they'll go in a good or bad direction is up to you. So this is interesting. It seems that she's sort of like half conscious of MAMIYA not being real. Or like, and this was something that I thought I couldn't quite parse whether this was what it actually meant, but there was something in Toma's route that sounded similar to me, where he was thinking of Toma as someone without a body. And I mean, Samejima's whole situation, I feel like it would be difficult to be Samejima in that position and not think that, no, maybe this MAMIYA boy is not real? He probably said something to that effect. But there's like a sort of half awareness of MAMIYA's nature going on with all of them. But even so, after he disappears, none of them want to accept it. Stop lecturing me. I am a teacher, though, in case you forgot. MAMIYA smiled and rubbed my head. There was genuine care, as well as a clear sense of rejection in his behavior. Also, like, I don't know. I feel like these do a good job of painting their attachment to MAMIYA in a way that feels like true and believable. Putting aside Samejima for a minute, it's really, really easy to see why Nigaki and Toma became so, like, reliant on this one presence in their life when they didn't really have anyone or anything else that they could lean on like this. And the same is true for Samejima, just in a more twisted way. I was irritated by my own powerlessness. The cherry blossoms danced in the wind. Those with graduation certificates in hand would never come back here, and I would never meet this man again. In a deserted area behind the school, I abandoned my place in the spotlight to keep him all to myself. The graduating students had messed around with him a lot, as evidenced by his scruffy hair. Graduating students messing with his scruffy hair. Oh, the undercut? Very, very swaggy looking here, I gotta say, MAMIYA. MAMIYA, bend forward. He did as told. As I brushed his hair, a cherry petal landed on his head. I almost picked it up, but instead left it as it was. Assuming it had enough, he moved his head, which made the petal fall. He called my name with a smile, and I found it so unfair. You can't just do that. Do what? You're being so unfair right now. Huh? What do you mean? Did he really think it wouldn't move my heart to be called by my first name? This man easily stripped away the layers of cold, spiky armor I had built up. And when it all melted away and exposed my bare, naked self, what then? Mamiya. Mamiya. I could no longer keep my unbridled feelings in check. Struggling to hold in the tears, I looked him straight in the eye. I didn't know why, but I felt that I had to burn his image into my mind. If I didn't, I would certainly come to regret it, or so I thought. That happened in the spring of this year, and it turns out I was right. A few months after that, Mamiya suddenly vanished. Right, so this is another element of it that I'm interested in, where... So Toma said he met Mamiya in his first year of school. And I think he's maybe a third year now? I can't remember if they said his age or year. I think he's 17, so maybe he's second year. But then Mamiya disappeared from his life. But then later, halfway or like partway through December of present year or previous year, because they're in January now, that he felt Mamiya disappear, even though Mamiya hadn't been in his life for a good while at that point. And I think we're probably going to get the same thing from Nigaki here. I looked in the staff room, searched the entire school, but he was nowhere to be found. Oh, excuse me. Huh? Nigaki, what's wrong? It's about Mamiya. Do you happen to know where Mr. Mamiya is? Mr. Mamiya? He teaches chemistry. He wears a lab coat and glasses. Do you know him? Can't say I do. Did we ever have someone like that working here? Nigaki, wait! Why? How? Why doesn't anyone know him? I looked at the list of teachers, students, and other staff, but didn't find Mamiya's name anywhere. I even looked all over town, but found no trace of him whatsoever. I remembered the cherry blossoms dancing in the breeze, as the cold northern winds of December ruffled my skirt. Yeah, and then suddenly we're in December, and now we're here. Well, satisfied? My story might not be much compared to yours, but still, Toma's right. I actually wish that Mamiya were dead. As time went on, I gradually realized that it'd probably be easier to think that he were. I mean, if Mamiya never actually existed, if he was merely someone I hallucinated, it would mean that I never actually had anyone who genuinely understood me. So I went to that grave, despite not even knowing who had erected it. I went there to pray and to cry, hoping that Mamiya really was buried underneath that soil. Will he really return? Would he come back for me from that Trichiliocosm or whatever? If he does ever show himself in front of me again, I'd love to play cards with him. Yay, we unfulfilled Mayuri. We unfulfilled Mayuri. Is that what the rest of them said and I didn't read that? We unfulfilled her. Alright. Let's go back to the title screen. Hooray! Alright, one more. We got through it. Ugh, time to drink some water. I don't know. I feel like this game is good at painting a portrait of someone's like mental state. and how they ended up there and why they're still stuck there, and not giving you like a clear, or well, how to say this, like there's not like an obvious path out of where they are, you know? And these MAMIYA routes with these four kind of like painting MAMIYA as like the perfect being to interject itself into this person's life and support them, only for MAMIYA to disappear and for it not to have amounted to anything because of that. I don't know. I find it quite compelling. And reading through all of these, you really start to see clearly demonstrated MAMIYA's argument against Natsume about... I mean, that's the whole thing. I guess since I'm talking about it, like, clearly these four stories mirror these four stories where Natsume enters one of these people's lives, understands their problems, tries to become the perfect being to support them through those problems, and then we end right at the point where it feels like things are going to be okay, and then Natsume doesn't know what happens after that. He just theoretically disappears from their lives. I feel like it demonstrates the point well. And doing it in this order, where you do Natsume helping him, and then MAMIYA helping him, is good. Okay. Arisugawa tells his story. I chose to observe Arisugawa. What kind of person was he exactly? With that question in mind, I allowed myself to sink deeper into the story. Chapter 5. Side Arisugawa. Arisugawa. He was the problem child of the house and never hesitated to instigate others. Despite that, he was a children's author. Huh? I have to start editing it? I wasn't told about this in the last meeting. Well, even if I'm starting to change it now, I need to mentally prepare. Right, okay. I'll do what I can. Are you kidding me? Now this is something. It's rare for Arisugawa to be crushed so one-sidedly. He's getting what he deserves. I don't think... I could be wrong. I don't think we've seen Arisugawa, Toma, or Samejima comment on Niigaki's looks, like, at all? Maybe there was an offhanded line here or there, but I don't think it's ever come up. Interesting thing to realize. So, what can be done before the day after tomorrow? The place where the new character appears has to be the sea, so the cave descriptions would have to go, and... That's basically a complete rewrite! Arisugawa, you're being too loud. Ah, shit. Guess I just gotta do it. Arisugawa, what are you planning to do with that cream puff and yunker? Yunker? What? I have a bad feeling about this. What's a yunk? What's a yunker? What's a yunker? Ravenous eating. Ugh, there it is. What's he doing, Niigaki? Something you shouldn't imitate. Alright, now don't you dare enter my room! None of us ever even tried. Don't even open the door, got it? See ya! See ya! A few hours later. It's morning now. Did Arisugawa get that draft ready? I'm guessing he fell asleep by now. Well, I'd like to wake him up, but he said not to open the door. Let's just leave him alone and go to school, Toma. A few more hours later in the evening. Hey, why didn't you jackasses wake me up? It's already evening. I have tons of missed calls from my rep. Hey, are you listening? Bak, Oh? Arisagawa slowly closed the door. Why must he be there of all people? Ah, shit! Fuck! I'll do it. I'll just fucking do it! Clenching a pack of cigarettes, Arisagawa turned back toward the screen of his word processor. The next day, the birds were singing, "Isn't it beautiful?" Arisagawa was in the living room. It looked like his soul had left him. He sat on the sofa with 3 cigarettes in his mouth and his eyes wide open. Just completely slouched into the couch. Mouth ajar. 3 cigarettes barely hanging in his mouth just by the tension of the moisture of his tongue. One fucking falls on his lap and it catches fire. Arisagawa, please smoke outside or under the ventilation fan. He won't hear you. He's probably unconscious. What a nuisance. I can't believe he actually writes books for children. I wonder what kind of stories he writes. I'll never let you lot read them. He suddenly shouted that before promptly falling back down on the sofa. Is he that against it? Seems that way. Personally, I'd love for you guys to hear my performances. Others are so difficult to understand. This was Arisagawa's everyday life. God, how do I put this? He's a foul-mouthed oddball, but I can't bring myself to hate him. In fact, I'm becoming more and more interested in him. I should continue watching him for a while longer. Will you give it a rest already? Miyagaki sounded an indignant yell. When Arisagawa and Samejima simultaneously turned around, they both saw Miyagaki and Toma standing in front of them looking rather imposing. But this asshole! But he... You're both guilty and you're both getting punished. You there, musician guy. Stop this hysterical... He's so... The one of the 4 with the Mamiya who's a woman is so fucking misogynistic. It's awesome. Oh, I love it. You're the hysterical ones here. Cool your jets, you two. In the end, Toma made them both leave. It was meant to be a fun time. They were supposed to decorate, have a party, celebrate, and make some memories. It's clearly your fault, dude. Is that really the first thing you should say here? You're the one who never listens. And who laid out those unreasonable conditions, huh? You tried to get them through? Who tried to get them through? Yeah, some work you're doing, you state dog. I can make you accept those conditions here and now if you wish. Oh, you want to go? Fine by me, let's just... A third voice called out to them. This is the address that ordered 3 value pizzas, correct? I have them right here. The 2 froze in a pre-fighting position. One mounted the other. in the mounting position. They did recall that someone had ordered pizzas. They were also hungry. In fact, their hunger was one of the reasons why they were fighting. Is this the right place? It is. You've got the right house, buddy. We were out here waiting for you because this neighborhood's kind of difficult to navigate. Oh, I see. Thank you. The people inside will settle the bill. Oh, and we'll hold on to those pizzas for you. I'm sure they're plenty heavy. Okay, here you go. Arisagawa took the pizza boxes from the delivery boy. Excuse me, please pay for the pizza. By the time the clueless boy rang the bell, the 2 of them had already taken the pizzas and run off. Wow, this is some cheap-ass pizza. The base is so thin. These 2 are awesome. Wait. Yowie! Yeah. The cheese can stretch pretty good, though. The 2 sat on the stairs of a pedestrian bridge and ate the 3 pizzas. The people passing by were surprised at first, but ultimately ignored them. I could easily picture Miyagaki going crazy with anger while Toma reluctantly surrendered the money. This road was right next to a national highway. It was pretty busy, too. The hot pizza they ate had lost all warmth by now, and they were working through the rubber-like cheese. I suppose we should head back now. I ain't going back with you. Arisagawa stood up and prepared to go in a different direction. Where are you headed? Yeah, stealing 3 pizzas? I can accept the abduction murder of a child, but I agree with you though. It's a bit outside of his normal wheelhouse. Normally he just does crimes that of passion, you know, and not crimes of me hungry. What what did you think would happen? You wouldn't find a hungry boy? I wouldn't want a slice? What's it to ya? Make no mistake, I care less about you than any other living being on this earth.
Yowie!
However, where do you think we can even go? MAMIYA doesn't exist. True. Only brats would be wishing for something that's not real. Exactly. I am, however, somewhat puzzled. It's almost as if we're trying to replace a whole person. You mean by living there? As if we're trying to fill the hole left by MAMIYA with someone else. And I'm not entirely sure whether that's right or wrong. I always left such judgments to MAMIYA. People who can't become independent are the worst of them all. You think it's right to let MAMIYA fade from our memories? Of course not. I suppose we adults have no choice but to accept what exists. Samejima finished the last of his pizza in a single bite. Oh, I want a pizza. I want a cheap pizza. I want a cheap-ass, bad, no good pizza. Oh, I want it. Oh, no. Oh, this is awful.
Oh no.
I'll have to tell them never to order from that place again. Good idea. In fact, they should be thanking us for eating this garbage for them. Indeed. This might have been the first time they joined each other in laughter like this. Their mouths were full of the taste of cheese, while their hands and lips were wet with oil. We ate the main dish, so what do we do now? Get some KFC or something. Brats love that. I actually enjoy their biscuits, too. Whatever, dude. I'm a big fan of the biscuits from KFC. I often enjoyed them over a plate of MAMIYA. They were then scolded quite harshly. A boy younger than them both made them kneel at the front door. Arisagawa complained about knee pain, but Toma didn't care. Samejima, on the other hand, said nothing and seemed very collected. When it was time to stand up, though, he took several times longer than Arisagawa. Toma and Igaki enjoyed the fried chicken they'd presented them. Arisagawa and Samejima, however, were sitting at different edges of the sofa while eating their biscuits. Where can we go, huh? Arisagawa eyed the others as they were enjoying the movie and pondered the question from before. Chapter 5. We're getting so close to the end of episode 2. I'm excited to finally get to the point where I haven't seen past. I'm very, very excited. I hope we can do a little bit of it tonight. At this rate, I think we should be able to. I can't remember how long the last few chapters of episode 2 are. We'll see. Oh, you got a new story? Yeah, this one's great. Oh. I'd love for it to be printed and reach as many people as possible. It's rare for you to say that. I can't wait to read it. The editor put down the draft. This moment always made him tense up. Arisugawa, I'm sorry, but I can't allow this story to be released as it is. Huh? But why? Because it's not down to earth enough. Ugh. Children's novels and even fantasy works are all just adventures that teach something to the readers. I mean, this is an interesting story, no doubt about that, but I just don't see what it could teach to children. That's... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad you didn't continue. Thank you for not making this the fault of the readers. Is it possible to give this story a happy ending? The story... Oh. Holding the draft in hand, he walked under gray skies.
Uni's back in action!
Yay! Wait. Wait. Hi Mario! Thanks for the 20 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Why is Imagine Dragons here? This is the in-game. Yes, this is.
Wow! 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 Wow!
Yeah!
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Yeah!
Wahoo! Wahoo!
Wow! Wow! Oh no!
It's crazy. I've said before, this game uses royalty-free music for its soundtrack. I forgot. I forgot they had royalty-free Imagine Dragons here. As the fucking soundtrack for when your editor rejects your story about the fucking imaginary woman that saved you from killing yourself or whatever the fuck.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah!
Wow! Wow!
Yeah, thank you to Uni. I think, yeah. We appreciate you, Uni. Where are you?
Noah, let's just clear out for now. We can think about the why later.
Why? I'm just basking in this. This is awesome. How's everyone doing?
You're gonna love it.
It's too quiet. What did you say, Wario?
You're gonna love
No,
it.
you gotta.
Wario!
There we go.
I want to die! I want to die!
I hate this! I want to die!
Mario has to draw a bone.
You have no idea the gravity of my sins.
Alright.
Dude, that's fire.
His story was rejected as it was without any actual editing. The story was, in fact, about Arisugawa and Mamiya. It was pretty obvious what he wished to convey with it. He wanted to prove that Mamiya existed. He actually worked really hard to make that come through in the story. Is it possible to give the story a happy ending? He spent a long time thinking. He wanted to give the story a happy ending. He truly did. But no matter how much he thought about it, Arisugawa was unable to give it a positive conclusion. There's no need to change the message. What's important is who that message will reach and how it'll reach them. He mulled over the words that Mamiya had once told him. I was sure I'd pick the best way to do it. Same goes for the audience I wanted my message to reach. But if this is what happens, I can only You mean there's a problem with the message itself?
Wow! Wow!
He looked up at the people walking by on the road. There was a man hiding in his clothes to keep warm. Smiling lovers keeping each other close. Children playing around. He saw himself and MAMIYA in all of it. He tried his best to keep his emotions at bay as his face contorted in pain. It didn't matter if it was foolish or ridiculous, he was ready to be laughed at. So please, listen to my story. Listen to my story. I had forgotten about bisexuality. They only have to listen. What's important is letting them know about MAMIYA. But even you... Arisugawa was writing a story about MAMIYA, though. I can't. Arisugawa, your lip's bleeding. Sorry, I just can't write my story. With earbuds in, not listening to anything anyone's saying. Imagine Dragons playing on full volume. It can be anything you choose. Huh? I'm utterly unable to convey MAMIYA's qualities, or charms, or sex, or anything. Don't give up. You gotta do it. Do it! Why can't you do it? We lost the society. I hate this.
I hate this! I want to die!
Okay, yeah. There we go. Shit! Why the fuck do I have so much trouble writing this shit? Shit, this is garbage. I can't hand in something like this. I can't even finish this. Why the hell did I become a writer in the first place? Arisugawa appeared in the living room with several drafts in hand. His eyes were hollow and completely devoid of light. He simply went back and forth between the bathroom and the kitchen. Arisugawa. Fuck. Please back away. Please back away. Samejima stood before that hollow shell of a man and launched a powerful roundhouse kick at his behind.
Yowie!
Whoa! Okay, that's just mean. You goddamn piece of... What are you whimpering about, Mr. 99er? 99er? Huh? If you can't write, then talk. Unlike you, we can't write stories. However, anyone can speak. That's the kind of place this house is. You stay here the longest and breathe the most of this place's air. So you must do this. Easy for you to say when you know nothing about the pain and hurdles of creation. True. So true. Fucking got his ass. Arisugawa looked at the others in a room littered with drafts and crumpled notepad pages. You want me to talk about MAMIYA? How ironic. You're telling me to say the words I couldn't write at my table, huh? Fine, I'll do it. There won't be any dramatization or entertainment here. Don't you dare yawn no matter how boring it is. This is your once-in-a-lifetime chance. To get a peek at the notes of Arisugawa the author.
Wow!
It was a story from that time in Japan. I guess you students were too busy with your studies for it to mean anything to you. But you remember it, right, ED? The economy was still growing, but the bubble had popped. A recession began and unemployment grew. It was a story from back when Japan was in a slump. So, Arisugawa, you like potato chips? Personally, I enjoy them so much I often end up eating them at work. I really like the rich taste and accessibility. Fucking riveting, man. Yes. So, yeah, here's some consomme chips. My favorite. Eat those and think about it, alright? Editor is a fucking... So there's MAMIYA, right? But then there's also there's a second MAMIYA type creature who also wanted to enter the lives of these 4 characters and help them, but did a really fucking bad job about it. And that's who the editor is right now. He's trying really, really hard to make conversation and get close to him, but it's just not fucking working. All he can think about is potato chips. The Papia. Shit. Shit. That motherfucking editor. Who cares about consomme chips? Who weaves literature while snacking? I tore open the bag and hastily bit into the chips inside. Walking with an unpleasant aura around me, I arrived at a red traffic signal and stopped. I was still stamping my feet, though. None of them understand me. Goddamn shit for brains. I work my ass off to write this thing, and that fucking editor goes and rejects it. Huh? I'm already out of chips. Irritated, I threw the bag toward the ground, but the wind caught it and took it to the sky. Ah. The taste is so rich. George, how did the auditions go? I'm a minor role again. Well, I'll still go for the male co-star award. I'm also stuck on my latest work. I just can't get over the nose of the model. You're always like that. Smallest things bother you. You can't put a price on incomplete paintings, you know. How can anyone live in this world and make it through the day without booze? It happened several years ago. Me and some acquaintances used to often hang out at an old bar that called itself a salon. One was trying to be a painter, another was doing music, and there was this aspiring actor as well. We were all in different fields, basically. And you, Arisagawa, how did it go? My art transcends the common masses. I quite like your poems, Osamu. Didn't we hear the name Osamu at some point? Not sure about the novels, though. You're too green to understand them. How's your luck with girls? I get tons of them. I thought Ida was a woman, but maybe she's... Oh, wait, hold on. I get tons of them. It's gonna be another party today. I can't wait. Huh? Man, there's so few people here today. George finally got a good role and is busy practicing day and night. Karen has her part-time job. She also began training to go full-time, so she might stop coming here altogether. Man. We were entering our late 20s after all. What the hell? She's so passionate, though. Why would she get away from art that easily? How about you? Me? I'm counting on you, Arisagawa. Hey, no problem. Right then. Gotta get that draft done. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm working full-time there. Anyway, I've got my job as well, so... What? Didn't I tell you? I start at an electrical company next week. Huh? What happened to playing the guitar? I'll keep it as a hobby. You shitting me? Weren't you the one who kept making fun of the music you hear in bars full of old dudes? My youth is over, man. You might want to start looking into reality in the eye, too. Damn.
Osamu. Osamu, how long are you going to keep this up? You know you might end up like your uncle, right?
I had heard words like that many, many times, over and over, but for some reason it stung particularly hard this time. I'm waiting for... Okay. I was scared where this song was gonna go after what happened last time. I had no girlfriend. Marriage was something that had no place in my life. What of it? That was just how my life was. That said, there was a part of me deep inside that thought the old man was right. It's tragic, since writing was basically all I had left. I heard the number 510 trillion in the news and was like, whoa, before ultimately ignoring it. What? The world of stories didn't contain any phenomena related to the government or societal issues. What? In my eyes, that was reality, and it it was good enough for me. Yet.
Well, it's getting a bit hard for us too.
I would have guessed as much, but damn. Affected by the recent recession, even this hobby shop that didn't care much about profit would close up. Faced with a real threat, even I had to snap back to reality. Man, what am I supposed to do here? My family is pushing me to get married, and my friends were drifting away from art. I stood between reality and fiction, where everything was falling apart. Shit! I punched the desk in my enraged stupor, making the fresh draft scatter onto the floor. I thought that meant draft beer for a second. I'm so fucking pissed. Hey, give me a drink! But the usual guys weren't there. I wanted them to read my stuff. Didn't want to bother getting up, so I reached over to the draft as I was. Moments before I could reach it, the draft was lifted from the other side. Huh? I saw a beautiful, slender hand, which prompted me to immediately look up. Again with the red turtleneck. It was a woman with hair resembling wet crow feathers. I honestly found her to be stunningly beautiful. In fact, I was so enchanted I ended up not saying anything. Meanwhile, she began reading my draft. Was she a new guest here? Or someone from the salon? She might have been someone's woman. As I wondered that, the sound of turning pages continued. With every turn, the paper touched her cheeks, making a wonderfully sweet smell drift towards my nose. I gulped and continued watching her intently. I didn't want to miss a single twitch of her eye. Felt like I was at the publisher's for the first time again. She slightly opened her mouth and prepared to talk. To me, that moment felt like an eternity. Why didn't anyone notice it? Her voice and words touched my heart. I'd finally met someone who could appreciate my literature. As my chest filled with excitement, she gave me back the papers. You're not cut out for this. Mommy is green! That's why Mamiya... That's why Mamiya didn't give a fuck about Midori, because Midori's in competition for green. But Mamiya's green. I'm the most green. I'm very green. Why is very green? I'm very green. Could be greener. No, damn it. What? She put the draft on the desk, smoked her cigarette, and walked away with a smile. What the hell? What the hell's up with that bitch? Ugh. Yo. There was only that woman at the counter. Were the others at work? As I considered leaving, my eyes met hers. How's the writing going? None of your business. Going to ignore my advice? You really like taking the long road, huh? I didn't hide my displeasure. In fact, I scowled to make it as obvious to her as possible. I hated women that didn't know their place and acted all conceited and masculine. The full sentence really wasn't that different from just saying the first three words, huh? Why the hell was a woman of all people making fun of me? You new here? What's your name? I'm Mamiya, Osamu. Wait, how'd you know mine? It was on the draft. That's a pen name. Pretty cool, right? Oh, it really doesn't sound like one. I wasn't myself right now, and I really didn't want this woman to be in control of the conversation.
Women.
I forgot I had this button, I just remembered.
Women.
A fucking Kratos from Tales of Symphonia saying...
Women.
For some reason.
Wahoo.
Excuse me. Wow. Got anything to show? What? I'm asking if there's anything you can write. Oh, are you curious? No, I'm just saying I've no intention of listening to someone who can't even create anything. In the words of someone who doesn't know the hurdles of creation hold absolutely no weight to me. Well, that's one thing we agree on then. She giggled and handed me a bunch of papers. Here. She urged me to look at her work with a cigarette in her mouth. Artists from all walks of life frequented the salon. Painters, actors, the list could go on. The fact that she gave me some text meant she was in the same profession as me, which immediately triggered my dislike of fellow writers. I inspected the work with a strict eye, ready to be as harsh as I could. This is absolute trash. That bad, huh? So bad I can't even express it. Well, I'm glad I won't have to listen to you criticizing me for hours. There's proper structure, but it was a complete mess. I couldn't understand the character's intentions or what the writer was even thinking. More than anger, I just felt pity. Well, as you see, I can only produce trash, but at least I have an eye for beauty. So you're saying I'm unfit to be a writer? No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. If anything, you're actually a bit too poetic. What? Your writing loves fantasy too much. You're a hopeless romantic. Hey. I saw green and black under her eyelashes, making me realize that her eyes were each a different color. You should be a children's author. Huh? A children's author? A children's author? That's a good one. Listen, I'm trying to break boundaries here. You tell me to, what, write lullabies for children? I hate children almost as much as I hate women. That's for weak men and sleepwalkers. Exactly. She's saying I'm one of them? Osamu, let's be serious here. This isn't an issue of style, it's more about the makings of the soul that serve as its root. It's not about what's around you, but what's originally inside you. What do you mean? I asked for an explanation, but she provided none. The makings of the soul? What's originally inside me? How is that even supposed to mean? Was she saying that my writings didn't suit me? As I kept pondering that, I took notice of the background music playing in the salon. This place plays the Beatles? Oh, imagine. Oh, I wish they had fucking royalty-free Beatles music to play here. This place plays Imagine Dragons? I love them. The owner was into American rock and played mostly that, so this was a rarity. I listened to the Beatles a lot in middle school. My uncle liked them a lot. He was a dirty old fart. He drank black tea like a gentleman. One more thing, Osamu, and this is very important. There's no need to change the message. What's important is who that message will reach and how it'll reach them. The shape of Mamiya's eyelids and the meaning of her words left me perplexed. Hey brats, why are you all about games? Don't you read books?
Not really. I read manuals, though. What about you? Do you like books?
You should write for Coco. If you just swap out the characters for Spider-Man and Elsa, I think you could have a real hit on your hands. Yeah, I do. There's tons of fun stuff written in them. Wanna see? When they came closer, I gave them the book I had. It was a comedic children's book that happened to be in the hobby shop. They read it with obvious interest, occasionally laughing out loud and generally having fun. Man, this was good. I'd love it if someone read my books like this. Man, children are fucking stupid. They'll laugh at anything. I should get into children's books. No. I shook my head, realizing the words that woman had told me were still on my mind. Nonetheless, I was unable to clear my head, causing a certain irritation to well up in my heart. Shit. I didn't know what to say. I felt like the publisher had just told me again that my work was boring. I don't usually care about what people think. I didn't care what people said about me. I was well armed. However, presenting a piece of work felt like taking your very own child, A naked baby. Showing it off to someone. Yeah, we all know that feeling. Look at my... Look at my Look at my naked baby, everyone. And if they like your naked baby enough, you get awards for it. And a lot of money. Having it criticized was akin to seeing it bleed, and it filled me with an intense amount of pain. So I had to achieve greatness in order for people to appreciate my work instead of hurting it. No, this is true, though. I do relate to this. It does feel like handing someone a naked baby and telling them not to just fucking rip its head off and stomp it into the dirt. But the thing you gotta remember is that when most people are handed a baby to hold, they kind of just hold the baby and they're like, aww, and they might make some baby noises at it. They might try to like tickle its nose or something. They might make funny faces at it. Generally, it's pretty fine. Like, normally they're not gonna throw the baby into the ground like a football when they get a touchdown. Even if they really, really want to. I just want my words to reach them. I lit another cigarette out of sheer irritation. I began smoking them when I snatched some from my uncle. My uncle died while he was still young. He was kind to me and we had similar tastes. My parents were both the outgoing type who only listened to pop music you'd hear on TV. My uncle, however, showed me lots of foreign music. Ever since I was in elementary school, he would introduce me to things like manga and novels. Children's books. I was pretty sure I still had some books given to me by my uncle. I dug through the books and poetry compilations given to me by my friends to find them. There. It was a tanned and aged Tankobon-sized book. A single look at the penned illustration on the cover instantly took me back to those days. I hadn't been this excited in ages. This was a real page-turner for me. I couldn't stop. Before I knew it, I'd spent the entire evening reading. Do you know Sputnik 2? Oh, the Russian sat? Yeah, Apollo 11 may be the most famous spacecraft. The silver ball is an important part of space development history. We can't forget about it. Though, I wonder how long Laika survived. Oh, I didn't know you had the capacity to worry about animals. Huh? Of course I do. What do you mean? I'm joking, although it's hard to tell if what the media puts out is true or not. No one actually witnessed Laika's final moments, so there's no way to confirm when she died. So all that matters is what you yourself thought when you heard about it. Me. Have you heard of Schrodinger's... The woman calling herself MAMIYA put on a smile. You can only know reality through your own interpretations of the things you see. Your novels are no different in that regard. Her extended fingers shone white in the light of the bar counter. They are the result of you elevating things you saw using yourself as a filter, right? Hold on, let me try that again. They are the result of you elevating things you saw using yourself as a filter, right? Stories may be fiction, but at the same time, they're reality. My reality, huh? Those words echoed awfully strong in my ears. As though to silence the tinnitus, I downed the whiskey. What the hell? It was no good. The next day, I left the publisher with a bitter face, carrying my draft. It was a draft for a children's novel I wrote, just as MAMIYA had told me. This is no good, Arisagawa. Moon King? Really? This is meant to be a story for children. My story was about two boys who, accompanied by Laika, went on a journey to defeat the Moon King. Laika too? Wouldn't she be a better fit for a more adult story? You know. Laika's pretty hot. I get that, but this is the story I want to write. The kids these days seek something more stimulating. And we live in a day and age where stuff like space and Sputnik are just old. In the end, I wasn't able to convince the editor. Feeling dejected, I was about to go to the hobby shop when...
What's that?
Story about two boys and a dog who go to defeat the Moon King. Made me feel stupid to even do it, but I replied, albeit nonchalantly.
What's a Moon King?
Yeah, kids these days are so... Wait. I realized the children weren't asking me in a mocking tone, but were genuinely curious. After thinking for a moment, I began describing my Moon King in my story. Listen, the Moon King is... Children had the ability to concentrate. Maybe in the fucking 90s they did. They got invested in the story I was telling them pretty quickly. I enjoyed that. As I watched their reactions, I added explanations and even changed a few phrases. No, I think children have always more or less had, well, cell phones. Let's move on. The questions continued even after I was done and reached a part of my backbone I didn't even know I had. It made me feel like the time I spent here was more important than anything else. Phew. This time I wasn't in the same old literature department. Since I insisted, I was introduced to the department that handled children's books. Arisugawa, I assume. Pleased to meet you. The editor who showed up seemed droopy and somewhat unremarkable. Pleased to meet you. What the fuck was that? Where did that come out? Pleased to meet you too. I breathed out and gave it to him. Hey, listen to this! Oh? I'm getting serialized. Ah, I'm getting serialized. I'm finally getting recognized for my work. I wasn't wrong, right, Mamiya? I ended up messing up her hair with all my shaking, but she nonetheless smiled back at me. I told you I had an eye for beauty. After I read the story to the children and watched their reactions, I ended up revising it right down to the smallest detail. And so, the draft I brought back to the editor won him over with surprising ease. Yes, this is good. The setting makes sense and doesn't contradict itself. And most importantly, it was exciting. For children's books, the writer has to be able to excite adults. You'll never move the hearts of children otherwise. You sure enjoyed writing this, didn't you? I did. The draft I'd given him was the same one I'd given the editor at the other department. The story, premise, and progression were almost exactly the same. Merely simplified it to make it easier for children to understand and made it a touch more fantastical. It was fun. Felt like I went on an adventure myself. I couldn't stop writing. I knew the ending. Hell, I was the one who wrote the entire plot, but for some reason, even I find myself wanting to know what would happen next. So, Arisugawa, when do I get to read the sequel? Mamiya, are the others here? Sadly, no. Well, whatever, you're enough for a celebration. You are going to join me, right? Of course. A toast to you, my friend. And to the Trichiliocosm. The what? I went on to meet up with Mamiya a lot. I didn't have much fun talking to others. They didn't pack enough of a punch. Mamiya, however, was perfect in that regard. Whoa, the baddies. We had lots in common. We also touched on recent music, as well as suicidal people. Cool. This isn't Imagine Dragons. The way she spoke of these things impressed me in a way other people could. She knew just the right way to talk about suicide. I was impressed. Mamiya was completely unlike any woman or human that I had ever known. I couldn't really pinpoint what made her so special, which was frankly pretty embarrassing to me as an artist. I wanted to know her better. I wanted to expose her. However, she'd always avoid me, so it was a waste of effort on her part. A movie? Yeah, it'll only be shown for a week at a small cinema, though. Are you asking me out on a date? You're free to interpret it as you see fit. Well, then try being more smooth for starters. Go on. Show me how an author invites a girl on a date. As my eyes darted around, I noticed her cigarette on the counter. Can you give me one of your cigs? Some are better than others, just so you know. I don't mind, as long as I get to try them with you. Mamiya offered her box to me with a smile. It's decided then. I'm looking forward to the weekend. I was thinking of marrying her. I'm not sure if I liked her as a woman, though. I feel like that's not quite the right way to describe what I felt. Because I hated women, so... Yeah, I think it'd be more apt to say that I wanted to spend my life with her as my partner. I used to think I'd never want to get married. Even looked up wedding rings. During our date, I actually took her hand and thought about the size of her finger. The song's just going, huh? So why did things turn out like this? Hey, Mamiya. Hey! It's all thanks to you. Look, I won! I got an award! Everything was going uphill at a shockingly fast pace. My award-winning story would be published with talks of additional works already underway while the previous one was still being sold. I even received letters from children giving their thoughts. I actually understood it. What I wanted to convey managed to reach them. There's no need to change the message. What's important is who that message will reach and how it'll reach them. Mommy, I wasn't wrong about that. I nodded to myself many times as I kept reading the letters over and over. There's gonna be an award ceremony. There'll be lots of good food. Come with me, will ya? Me? Are you sure? Of course. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Sure, I'll think about it. Just do it, jeez. I'm not good with crowded places. Oh, really? Now why would that be? I see. And again, there's a dress code, right? I'd love to see you all dressed up for the occasion. Clothes make the man and all that, you know? You little... Well, fine. But you better put on some makeup, too. Ah.
Congratulations, Arisugawa. I'm amazed you won.
Oh, thank you.
It's a shame you weren't in my field, but I'm really happy for you.
Oh, this is the other...
It's a shame you weren't in my field, but I'm really happy for you. I guess those consomme chips did the trick, eh?
Suppose so. So words just came in one ear and out the other. I focused solely on looking around the place. But no matter how hard I looked, Mamiya was nowhere in sight. I walked through the nighttime streets with heavy, sluggish steps. I refused to go to the after-party. I just wasn't in the mood. Came across Mamiya, standing under a streetlight. Mamiya! Hey there, Osamu. Did you enjoy the party? She was in a beautiful dress. Even in this poor lighting, she shone like a diamond. Why didn't you come? Oh, I did actually show up, but got sick of the crowd and left. Sorry. And you just waited for me here? Well, I'm pretty used to waiting. Interesting. Osamu? Man, what am I gonna do with you? I took off my jacket and placed it on her shoulders. Hey now, I don't need this. You do. You're a woman. Can't let you catch a cold.
Women.
See, now I just look like I usually do. Exasperated, she laughed, and I chuckled with her. Wanna go for drinks? The usual place, I mean. I'm liking the idea, especially since I didn't actually drink anything at the party. Well, here's your chance then. Don't worry, I'll foot the bill this time. I extended my hand to her. Excuse me, sorry, hold on. Okay, we're good. I extended my hand to her, but she looked confused. I'll lead you. Oh, your hand. Very well, my king. He's actually saying that women are really smart because you can't catch a cold if you're an idiot. So he's saying that women often catch colds because they're so intelligent. Woke king, Arisugawa. But man, Tokyo is a real hotspot of rural people. The spouse is next door from Shiga, while the madam in front is from Aomori. Man, wonder how many actual Tokyo people you have here. Say, Mamiya, where are you from? I came from the Trichiliocosm. Huh? What is that, south of here? The Trichiliocosm? Isn't the universe? So you're from space? Oh, he's drunk. Did I skip one? No. So where are you really from? Don't you find that women are more charming when they're wrapped in mystery? No. I mean, sure, but... The ashes in the cigarette tray had turned cold. You're like smoke. You have no clear shape. Can't grab hold of you. I see you right here. There it is! Fuck.
Yeah, nothing better than unburdening yourself.
What did she say? She didn't just say nothing better than unbirthing yourself, right? Surely she didn't say that. Unburdening? Did she say unburdening?
Wow.
Osamu, I just want to know you.
Yeah! Yeah!
Wahoo.
Yeah! Yeah!
Wow. Wow. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Words began pouring out of my mouth on their own. I didn't mean to act this weak. Thank you. Mamiya, good luck with your writing. I'll be cheering for you. Mamiya stood up and started to hurry out of the salon. I was overcome by a powerful sense of uneasiness. I felt that unless I grabbed a firm hold of the smoke here and now, it would be gone forever. Mamiya, wait! I grabbed her arm. It was so slender. It was like holding nothing at all, like it could slip through my fingers at any moment. Where are you going? Back. Back where? Where I came from. You mean the Trichiliocosm? Yes. I want to go there too. I want to go where you're going. I can't. I felt like she had just rejected my marriage proposal. You can't come to the Trichiliocosm. Why? It's also worth noting, this Mamiya always tells them they can't go to the Trichiliocosm, or they shouldn't go to the Trichiliocosm, or something of that nature. Whereas the Mamiyas that are bothering our friends, the little nurse and the gas mask and the bunny head and the invisible, they're all like, oh, the Trichiliocosm's pretty dang cool, son. I would love for you to come with me. Let's go. Live and weave your story. Unlike me, who can only write crude works, you have many children waiting for your stories. Being a children's author is a wonderful thing. Children are strongly influenced, and they create the world for the next generation. You're shaping the world with your work. Isn't that what you wanted? Don't stop, please. But Mamiya, keep writing, Osamu. Do it for my sake. It's so hard to focus on the text. On that faithful day in December, she stopped showing up completely. I tried to find her, combed through the whole of Tokyo, followed the scent of the tobacco she liked, the taste of alcohol she drank, and the art she has a fondness for. But you all know how that went. Couldn't find Mamiya. Now we're here licking each other's wounds. Talked big, but I really didn't tell the story as well as I said I would. Writing's more my forte. Although, I can't actually write anything about her. Pretty ironic, huh? I'm this desperate to tell the world about Mamiya. Oh, she even told me to keep weaving my stories. But without her, I find no joy in any letter I type. Yay, Goodnight Moon. Oh, yo, Arisugawa wrote Goodnight Moon? I remember that book. That was huge. Okay. We did it. We got all 4 of them. I think... Let me click through a couple times until we get to a music. And then we're going to take a little break. I think I know what song's about to play. Any second now? Yeah, there we go. Shouldn't that be obvious? Alright. Yeah, let's take 10 minutes. And then we'll come back. I'll probably quickly skip through this chapter. I think, yeah, was it chapter 6 or 7? Whichever one. Up until the furthest we've gotten, and then we'll start reading. But I want to refresh myself on what actually happens here. Yeah, we'll take 10 minutes. So like 57, 3 minutes till or so. 2 or 3 minutes till is when we'll come back. Okay, back soon.
Hold on.
I'm feeling it.
Do you have any...
Oh no!
A triple jump!
Wow! Here we go.
Wow.
Wow! Here we go.
We're back. Shouldn't that be obvious? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. So, we've seen the 4 stories of the 4 Mamiyas with the 4 normal people. Then we get confronted by these Mamiyas. Here to lead the children we so dearly love to the tranquility of your cause. I'm gonna skip through this because we saw this last stream, but I want to refresh myself on how this actually goes. Mustn't let them be in control. They call him a spectator. They know he's a spectator. Oh no.
Oh no.
What are Grace and Chip doing? Man, the Tomodachi live streams are gonna be so fun. Can't wait. Yeah, so maybe death is okay. You only think in terms of flesh and bone. So I don't think the, I think last time I thought the invisible Mamiya was here, but I don't think the invisible Mamiya actually is here. The one that, hangs out with, Suo. Can't save them. I don't know. I actually made them happy, okay? Yeah, and then Mamiya does this whole thing. Our friend is gone. We cry. Can't save anyone. The door's open. Wait a second. There's a code here. My god. Where could it go? Here? A gun! Time to take this gun and... Yeah, Trichiliocosm. I forgot the jump scare sound. The scary... blood. Agony. We don't take the hand. No. I'm not like you. I was chosen. I uttered words not even I fully understood. My consciousness was still as hazy as ever. In my hand I tightly grasped the gun left behind by my senior. Its hardness made me snap back to my senses. I felt like I was holding his will. I looked ahead. Mamiya had left an opening and I looked right at him. I'm not like you. I have friends I talk to, friends who came to my funeral. Even if what I do is the same as what Mamiya, what you do, I will make them happy. Not like you. Ha! After a brief silence, he let out a laugh. Big words, Natsume! I felt the very air tremble as a fierce gale blew at me. Blew away the darkness and the blood on me vanished. Clouds drifted ahead, with a small ray of light shining through. The moonlight from behind me accented Mamiya's outline. Yeah. This man Mamiya ignored the gale and strong. A shared illusion. Yeah. December, 3rd Friday. Okay, so now we're back. This is the Friday before we go to the casket for everyone to put their things in. We're gonna save them. We're not gonna be like Mamiya. We're gonna be better than Mamiya. We're gonna do what Mamiya did, but better. And it's actually gonna work. Natsume, have you never been to Tokyo Tower? No, I've always lived in Tokyo, and I did think about visiting it at least once, though. Tokyo Tower is one of Japan's symbols. I love huge buildings, so I really like going there a lot. You're pretty tall yourself. Is that why you like huge buildings? I just feel close to them, you know? We were going to Tokyo Tower as we talked. Last Friday, we all promised to hang out as friends, and everyone had actually gathered on time for this. What are you so happy about, Natsume? Oh, I'm just glad I got to meet you guys again. You're being weird. We can hang out whenever we want. Morishika actually visited my place the other day. He brought tons of rented DVDs. Not like you had anything better to do, right? I do love that in this timeline, everyone is hanging out with each other when Natsume's not here too. It's cute. I had homework to do the next day, but he rented so many we had to pull an all-nighter to finish them. And? Did you... kiss? I had him help me. Come on, kanji literature's easy. It pissed me off how fast he was. Aren't you glad I was there? Anyway, don't be afraid to call us. In fact, put me on high priority. Thanks. Suo, here. Oh, thank you. Hey, don't look at it now. Oh, they're exchanging letters again, like they did in that one. Which one was that? That would have been the first. Was that the first? Yeah, that was the first Kikuchi route. I need to get back home first, right? Okay. Okay. Natsume, did you see that? Huh? Oh, no, sorry. I didn't intend to. Rio and I actually exchanged letters. Suo Kato talked to me in a whisper, making sure that Kikuchi Rio wouldn't hear him. Letters? Yes, I insisted on it, and he actually gave one to me. It turned into a habit. I see. That's wonderful. The fact they were also doing it in this What If made me happy. Oh, right. Here's one to you. Huh? Me? Surprised, I took the letter he gave me. Can I read it? No, you need to read letters at home. Alright. Everyone seems to be having so much fun. Did my efforts push away Mamiya's impact a bit? Yeah, things are great here. What are you muttering? Kikuchi Rio, don't just sneak up on me like that. I didn't intend to. You didn't forget why we came here, right? Huh? Well, we're here to have fun and grow closer. No. Were you even listening? Flowers. Flowers? We're getting flowers for Natsume. You decided to give him flowers? That's good. No, it's not decided yet. It's just that there are a lot of flowers, and if there's one that suits him perfectly, we might go with that. I've been thinking what flower would be right for him, but I figured we should look around the flower shops here too, not just the ones where we live. I see. Flowers, huh? I can't wait. Hey, let's split up for now. We're gathering here in the evening. Oh, hey, Natsume! I hadn't told them that I didn't want to go to Tokyo Tower for mere sightseeing. The pink house where Arisugawa and the other three lived. According to the descriptions, it was somewhere around here. I observed them many times, but I hadn't met them even once. Well, you did meet Samejima, but that was in Suo's second route. But that happened to this Natsume, right? Or did it not? That night, I faced Mamiya and told them that I would save everyone. I now felt that I had to interact with them at least once. They seemed to be more intoxicated by Mamiya than my friends. For all I knew, they might just turn me away at the front door. Still, I'll do what I can. Alright. I was able to find the scene of the prologue to their story, the cafe they entered to take shelter from the rain. That meant the place they lived at was also close. It was probably... I followed my memory to walk where they had. I took a right at the drugstore with a frog in front of it, then turned left at the park and kept going straight. Was there always a convenience store here? I became somewhat worried. Well, convenience stores pop up all the time, I guess. It should be okay. Convincing myself, I continued to walk. However, I found something that didn't match my memory. Am I really going the right way? But then I saw a temple that really stood out and became certain that I was on the right track. Alright, I just have to keep going forward. Huh? The pink house from my memory. It wasn't there. Instead, all I saw was a plot of land currently for sale. What? Why? I opened my eyes wide and looked around. The house ahead, as well as the neighboring ones, were all exactly as I remembered them. In that case, where on earth did they go? Oh, Natsume, welcome back! Where have you been? As I returned with drooping shoulders, I was welcomed by Tojo Minato. I went to visit some acquaintances, but they weren't in. Oh, did they move away? They never mentioned it. That means you've just been cut off. You're not supposed to say that. Ow. It's okay. It's not like we agreed to meet. Thanks, guys. So, did you find any good flowers? You'll know when you see them. Huh? We bought some. Here. Morishika handed me a plastic bag. Huh? They're in here? Let's see. I looked inside and found a whole bunch of handheld fireworks. Fireworks? Haha, that's exactly the reaction I expected from Natsume. But, Flo, these are fire! Wait a second, guys, this isn't flowers, this is fire! As we looked around, we passed by Don Quixote and saw these. Man, DQ's great. The Don Quixote name drop. We also got a bucket. Yay!
We're gonna light them right now?
We didn't came all the way here just to do nothing.
But fireworks are pretty loud.
There's a park nearby. Let's do it there. Don't you want to create memories with us?
That question was just so... You're being unfair.
Aww. I don't know if it still is, but I remember the CG being on the Steam store page for this game. Isn't that nice? Look how look how happy Morty Chica looks. Look how happy Haruki looks. Aww. Natsume is gonna die. Wow, amazing! It's so pretty!
It's dry out, so things might catch fire. Be careful!
Don't just stand there. Come closer. Here, take it. I'll light it.
That's scary. Whoa!
Oh, there it goes. What are you so scared of? Have you never lit handheld fireworks before?
No!
But it's a pretty sight, isn't it?
It sure is.
I hesitantly looked up. Behind the colorful flames, the four of them were laughing.
It's so pretty.
I've always found winter prettier than summer. The air is clearer, too. I'm honestly surprised more people don't like it. But it's fun to be the only ones enjoying such colors in winter. It's too cold to catch on. Come on, you're a grown man. Stop playing with sparklers and move a little. You'll warm up.
I don't wanna move. Oh, I'd like to play with sparklers too.
Seeing the thing in Morichika Haruki's hand piqued my interest. It didn't seem intense, so I could enjoy it rather casually. However, as a first-timer, I didn't really know how to light and enjoy sparklers. Thankfully, there was someone next to me who could help. What? Oh, Kikuchi Ryo, I want to play with sparklers too. Come here. Fire is prettier when there's less wind. Here.
Thanks. Wow, this is pretty.
Don't swing it around. It'll burn out faster.
Always so considerate of others. You really are an older brother.
Two of us looked at the burning sparklers.
The fire has the same color as your eyes.
What?
The fire of the sparklers is orange, just like your eyes. It's a warm color.
He looked away and fell silent.
Made you blush?
Not really. This is my first time with handheld fireworks. I had nothing like them when I was little. What about you? Same here. I don't have much experience with fireworks. But being by your side reminded me of something. Osamu showed me some fireworks.
Osamu?
That name came up at one point in the stories. You remembered this Osamu person while interacting with me? Can you tell me more about your past? Okay, but don't expect anything exciting. It's fine. I slept in the closet a lot. I would make myself small, surrounded by my mother's clothes. I would just wait for things to pass. And every time, Osamu would be there. I was in the closet that day, too. My mother changed men every few months. Osamu was one of them. I wasn't allowed to leave the closet. One of the men used the words, single mother. Apparently, Mom didn't like the fact that she had a child. Still, I really needed to go to the bathroom. Making sure I wasn't heard, I opened the door. I snuck through the hallway like a cat without so much as making a sound. Once I did my business, I inhaled the breath and opened the door. I was so relaxed that I let my guard down. There was an unknown man in front of the door. We stared at each other for a good few seconds. His wide pupils and the black eyes behind his glasses looked straight at me. I just borrowed the bathroom. I'll be going. Mama told me to act like someone else's child, so that was my go-to line when I was found. I went to the entrance and took out my shoes, which were deep in the shoebox. Hey, hold up. Look at me. I did as told. He looked me over from head to toe. She's tired, so just let her be. No, Are you eating properly? Huh? Want me to buy you something? It's a cigarette. It tastes real good. I quickly shook my head to the sides. There was no telling what Mom would say if he did that, so I had to avoid it at all costs. Well, what would you like then? There's something you want to eat? I'm just asking. There's gotta be something, right? Strawberry donuts. The man raised his face, patted my head, and left the house. Huh? I'm back. Huh? What are you doing in the corner? Come here. Hi, Bombix Bug. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. This is... It's treats for your mom. You can have one. Saying that, he took out a strawberry donut. What's your name? Mine's Osamu. Osamu. I'm Rio. Come out, Rio. Since that day, I didn't have to sleep in the closet anymore. So what are kids into these days? What's the most popular game or anime out there? I don't watch anime or games. How about books then? You have any? No. Alright, come with me. Saying that, Osamu put me on a bike and began driving. You're 7? That should be good for you then. Within a large bookstore, Osamu pointed at a colorful section. Pick whichever one you want. From here? I looked over the great variety of books on display. All of them were attractive, and I had a hard time deciding. However, if I could actually have my own book, and not just read those at a library... No? Made up your mind? I was busy looking for a book. Osamu waited for me without saying a word. I'll go with this one. It was a children's book with a nice cover. Oh. Osamu flashed a grin. Why'd you pick that one? Because the fire dragon on the cover is cool? That's so. He folded his arms and became even happier. Huh? I still didn't really understand why he was so happy about my pick. I'd already forgotten the book's title and author. I did remember what it was about, though. Don't hold back and eat a lot. Here! Okay. Eating at a family restaurant was a luxury to me, and Osamu used to take me to many of them. Why is there a pineapple on the steak? Apparently it makes the meat softer? Not sure if that's true, though. Really? Why'd you put fruits in the main dish? Ain't pineapple a dessert? This shit's disgusting! Osamu clenched the menu like a madman, but I didn't find him particularly scary. Well, I guess pineapple is a dessert. Hey, Rio, did you read the book? Yeah, I read all of it. The book he'd bought me was like an oasis in the corner of the room I usually sat in. I tried reading it slowly over the first few days to savor it for as long as I could. Then one evening, I just read the whole thing until the end. This feels like Midori hasn't been born yet, right? Write down what you thought about it. Come on, it's not the end of the world. Write whatever you want. I'll give you something nice if you do. Get what I mean? Another cigarette. Looking back at it, he was probably trying to educate me. I was hated as an unwanted child, so he wanted to teach me how to think for myself and learn to write better. Osamu, here. I fearfully gave him a folded piece of paper. It was the first review I'd ever written, and I did it as best as a child could. Osamu took his time reading it, then gave me a smile. You did well, which means you get a ticket to an amusement park. Really? Yeah, now imagine what awaits you there. Okay. Man. Thinking back to our time at the amusement park with him. Thinking back to MAMIYA being like, I'm your dad, let's go to the amusement park. Gahoo? I imagined the amusement park. I was so excited to go that I actually couldn't sleep on some nights. Osamu, let's go there next. The Viking? Good choice, kiddo. Alright, let's race to the line. Wait. The actual amusement park ended up being many times more fun than I ever could have imagined. There was no elephant slide or rabbit trampoline. But Osamu was what actually made what was actually there into something even better. Listen, these teacups are here because giants are having a tea party. Hi, Greedra, welcome. We're all gonna be drunk by some huge guys who were just relaxing. That's why you gotta make the cup spin real fast and spill all the tea. Go on, spin. Alright. Every attraction was like the continuation of a fantasy novel. I had so much fun. Oh. I noticed the costume person with balloons. It made me stop in my tracks. I'd buy you one, but then your mom would find out. I know, but I had a lot of fun today, so I'm satisfied. Have this instead. What is it? You looked at mine like you wanted it, right? So here's one that even you can wear. When he gave me some dog tags with Rio written on them, my eyes lit up immediately. This is for me? Of course. I'm kind to my readers. Huh? After saying that, he put the tags on me. He clipped them onto my ear. It hurt a little bit, but I was just happy to be acknowledged by him. And it's this easy. Yeah. Thanks, Osamu. I'll treasure it. Don't let your mom find out. Okay. I won't mind if you take it off if you get bored of it. I won't. I'll always treasure it. And like I said back then, I still had the dog tags on me. Told you it wasn't going to be anything exciting. It's just a story about how I got these. I wonder what Osamu's doing now. I think he was already gone by the time Midori was born. Yeah, okay. I asked Mom, but she didn't say anything. In fact, it actually made her all panicked. Wonder why I forgot. Why? The fire of the sparklers had already been reduced to nothing but ash. Alright, until next week. It'll be the last time. Let's gather at the church again. So the reason we got that scene there was because the last one we chose was Arisugawa's. So we're I forgot that scene happened, but that is a scene dependent on the choice that we made of which one to look at more closely. So we won't do it now, but at some point we'll go back and see the other ones. Let's keep going for now. Our eyes were briefly burned by the dazzling stars. The rapid flow of the ages was whittling us away. Don't die. Don't die, Lloyd. Please don't die. When did this begin? Since when had I started closing my eyes so often? Mori Chikaharuki, Tojo Minato, Kikuchi Ryo, Suo Kato, They were all earnestly doing their best to face their own worlds. If you die, what will happen to the futures that would have awaited you? I what will happen to those you leave behind? Most people thought it right to do everything perfectly, and that made us lose something important. It was the intense, brilliant movement of the heart that was above any passing trends. I once again looked up at the cold moon. Oh, how I want them to be happy. After Kikuchi Ryo had told me his story about Osamu, I asked him, hold on, did all that happen recently? He replied with, no, it happened when I was a first year in elementary. That silhouette, coupled with an understanding of children's literature, Osamu was probably Arisugawa. However, from what I assumed based on his story, it was at a different time than the story I was observing. It was either Arisugawa's past or future, and if it happened in the same time frame as when Kikuchi Ryo was a first year then... No, I'm lost. I need to consult it. I began walking toward the dark door, but immediately froze up. Right. He was gone. I need to do this by myself. I need to keep his and the librarian's words in mind. Holding the gun I had at my side, I scanned my memory as hard as I could. The story of those people from the pink house, and the story of my friends who came to my funeral. I had always believed them to be different perspectives or possibilities, but that wasn't right. They were connected in a different way. Not by space, but time. Suddenly, a flicker went through my vision. I got stuck. Are the two possibilities mixed because of a common term? Blood escaped my nose, but I failed to even notice it. Instead, I continued flipping through the book as my heart rate escalated. At first, I thought that the common point was MAMIYA. What if there's another one? Which part of the setting connected all the stories? Found it. Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. I gulped. This story doesn't state the exact year. The year in which the world was prophesied to end. The 2 years were connected by the key known as MAMIYA, creating a mixed story. Yeah, knowing just this much is enough to show me several possibilities. As if to keep me from getting too excited, I heard my senior's voice in my head.
In your world, which years were generally connected to the apocalypse?
Well, the most famous prophecy is the one from Nostradamus, which pointed at the year 1999. As for something more recent, there's the Mayan calendar-based idea that mankind would end in 2012. If this is possible, it has to be these two. My voice echoed through the silence of the room. So wait, the story about those people at the cafe was not from 2012, but 1999? I stood in place, hanging my head low. There was no one to answer my question. However, I felt like it all made sense now. How could I have been so wrong? When the blood from my nose dripped down onto the desk, I snapped back to my senses and quickly wiped my face. I see, so we have 2 dates for the world's end. There's the time axis of Arisugawa's group and the time axis of Kikuchi Ryo's group. And every time I opened the book, there was a 50-50 chance of getting either story. I made a fist with the same hand I used to wipe my face. If the story of the cafe took place in the past, the year 1999, the story from the year 1999. I mumbled that as I opened the book. A young man in a school uniform sitting by the window suddenly spoke up. The other 3 looked at him with bored expressions. Why not introduce ourselves? We don't even know each other's names. Oh, introductions. I suppose you're right. The spectacled man slowly spoke up and fixed his posture. The young man found his black eyes dull. They reminded him of puddles. I'm Arisugawa Osamu. I work as a children's novelist. I'm Morishika Toma, a student. This would be the Morishika reveal if you hadn't done Toma's route. I'm Samejima Satoru. I'm a police officer. I'm Miyagaki Mayuri, also a student. Once they'd all introduced themselves, silence returned to the room. What would you say to some reminiscing? The suggestion came from the tallest man. Reminiscing about what? What else? MAMIYA, of course. I knew it. The story of the people from the Pink House takes place in 1999, years before the story of my friends. I'm slowly getting an understanding of this. The story so far flashed before my eyes. The events at the Pink House were in the past. Now that I knew that, things that I hadn't understood before suddenly made sense. It explained why the Pink House wasn't there. It explained why they were all using fucking CRT televisions. every time someone said something about TV, in that time, they specifically said it was a CRT television every single time. It all makes sense now. They weren't retro, they were 90s kids. It answered all the questions I had when listening to their stories while we played with fireworks. I'd gotten the time all wrong. I took a firmer hold of the book in my hand. That means that this story is a mix of the years 1999 and 2012. Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. That giant knot tied together two stories into a single one. Okay. This part I remember finding a little strange. And it makes sense in retrospect, but to me, whenever I read the phrase, the year which the world was prophesied to end, I was not connecting it to reality. Like, I wasn't thinking, oh, this was 2012, or oh, this was 1999. I was just like, oh, this is a fictional story with a fictional year where a fictional prophecy said the world was going to end. And I just, didn't connect it at all to real world, world-ending years. So it didn't really land for me when I got to this point. I don't know if that's just a me thing or not, but it felt a little bit strange to me. And rereading it now, I'm kind of like, this isn't a very dramatic way to uncover this detail that they've been sitting on the whole time, you know? Yeah, most people have. It explains a lot, though, when you remember. So I don't know. Also, yeah, that's why you get the bit about, that's why Toma can be in high school and have Haruki as a younger brother still. I actually don't remember that. Or maybe I know of the movie, but I just didn't know it was that was the concept. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like one criticism I felt when I first read this part of the story was that I feel like that twist didn't land as well as I wanted it to, because I see the idea and I think it's cool, but in terms of how it was delivered and my mindset, it didn't really hit the way that I feel it was meant to, you know? I don't know. Anyway. I've taken a huge step toward the truth, and that filled me with hope. I almost wonder if it would be better if Natsume didn't have this long, drawn-out realization about it, and you just kind of, piece it together yourself, you know? Because all the tools, all the hints are there. Like I said, the stuff about Toma's age versus Haruki's age. In our case, we just got the Kikuchi story with Arisugawa. I don't know. I wasn't able to grasp the full picture of this story, but now I finally understand. I might be able to get to the story's true course now. The delicious last course. As the story progressed, I addressed Mamiya. As I did, the world quickly blacked out and a gust of wind rushed up from below. Huh? Tokyo Tower! On top of a skyscraper stood Mamiya Yumehisa. I've been waiting for you to reach this far. Mamiya! The wind was strong and it blew right between us. You didn't try to move. I wasn't moving either. There was no need. We were looking only at each other. We had eyes only for each other, completely forgetting the lights of the building below. You've made your decision. That's why I want you to watch this. Don't say a word until the end, and watch what path my friends chose. interesting to call them your friends, specifically there. The new century rolled in. The 4 of them were living at that pink house near Tokyo Tower, even after they'd all shared their stories about Mamiya. They'd only just learned that their Mamiyas were different from those of the others. If Mamiya was no more than an illusion, the Mamiya I saw back then wasn't even real. I was drinking beaker-warmed tea all by myself? Wait, oh, something just gave me chills, actually, thinking about this. Wait, I remember that there was a 7. It's on the right, I think. Oh, I got it wrong. Go on, Mamiya, it's your turn. Oh, it was right next to it? Ah, that's so annoying. We've played enough Concentration, and enough Old Maid, too. Is there any card game you're bad at? So the resolution I discovered and told them about, it dispersed into nothingness without reaching anyone? The meteors sure are taking their time. A cassette tape. It's rare for you to bring music. What? It's not classical. No, I like pop music too. Yeah, it's a good one. I like its gentle melody. Huh? A meteor? Where? I don't see it. Where is it? So the love and salvation I gained from him... Again. The little boy he kept strapped to a wall to kill infinitely and torture and have milk and biscuits with, were all just a type of self-consolation. Alright, Mamiya, today's dinner is roast Kobe beef millifui. I actually have no idea how one says this. I've never figured it out. Millifilly from Coquette Dragoon. Vegetables? I tend not to eat any. I feel they would turn my insides green and make me unhealthy. I prepared a lychee sherbet for dessert. Could you have that? No, I don't have any preferences. This is all a matter of principle. Anyway, let's eat. Oh, no, Mamiya, I didn't change the subject. Those mundane little chats we had. The feeling of her hands, the smoke in the air. None of it existed. I was doing a solo performance. Hey, read this. Can't you tell just by looking? It's Arisugawa Osamu's latest work. It's a newborn baby I haven't even brought to the editor yet. You dumbass. Shouldn't that be obvious? I want you to be the first to read it. Come on, don't make me spell it out for you. So, did my new work meet your expectations? Can't believe I just imagined a hot woman to tell me my writing sucked ass. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why? Why am I the weirdo? I just wanted to be with her. I just wanted the world to know that Mamiya existed. To prove that I wasn't alone. But if even something like that is too much to ask, then is there really any point in making the world a better place? Is there anyone even worth saving? If the world insists on being like this... Arisugawa Osamu's silhouette trembled. He took a knife from the kitchen and aimed it at his own chest, and then his arm. Stop! Let me go! Stop it! Let me go, damn it! I won't. Arisugawa. What kind of stupidity is this, Arisugawa? I won't let you die. Why? We're not close enough for you to care, are we? Because it's unfair. You're trying to get closer to Mamiya. And I'm not letting you do that by yourself. Within the dim lights, their eyes gleamed with unshakable conviction. At this moment, I understood the true meaning behind this place. They were actually observing each other. They watched so that none of them would try to get ahead and grow closer to MAMIYA. That none of them would go to the Trichiliocosm. They had nowhere to go, yet they tried to live in this harsh world, doing the best they could to uphold MAMIYA's teachings. However, ideals were just that, ideals. They couldn't share the eternity that was MAMIYA. Yeah, MAMIYA wouldn't allow that. To die and run away from this world, I mean. She didn't take us to the Trichiliocosm after all. We have to stay in this world, this hell, and fulfill our mission. Mission, huh? We need to prove that MAMIYA existed. That is what this place is supposed to be about. We can't say something that naive at this point. Our true desire has always been the same. We want to meet MAMIYA again. MAMIYA, let's talk about what we should do next. Let's look at the rules again. Yeah. Witness the beginning of a dark universe. Hold on. I don't have it. I thought I had it. I don't have it. That's fine. I believed that the shared illusion would spread. I believed that the MAMIYA born within me would spread every time I interacted with someone. But that hasn't happened to a single person. There'd be no future for us if we just stayed here and observed each other. MAMIYA would one day disappear for real. No. MAMIYA existed and my memories with him are real. So why? Why should my memories stop existing? Just because MAMIYA didn't. I'm scared. I don't want all my change and growth to become something that never happened. I don't want to forget MAMIYA either. But there's only so much we can do. We can will MAMIYA into existence like a shared illusion, but eventually we would snap out of it and think, what am I even doing? I feel so empty. It's like I'm eating the hole in a donut. Strawberry. You're so normal. What the fuck do you mean, Igaki? Oh, okay. I thought she was saying that sarcastically. You are far more normal than the rest of us. I was also thinking this, actually. Toma feels like he doesn't belong in this group, but I think that's what makes him so intimidating, actually. No. That's wrong. If I was, I'd be able to escape this house. I met many people. However, even if they had flesh, this world is full of humans who are truly worthless. Is it wrong to long for MAMIYA? Is it wrong to yearn for an illusion? Why not just let people do what they want? There's nothing wrong in coming to like someone. What's keeping Toma sane? Can we figure this out? What's pressuring Samejima? What could it be? Objectivity. It's objectivity that makes us so pitiful. MAMIYA exists in our subjectivity. But objectively, I was just chatting with myself. Yeah, must have been weird. But I want to look at all the people who think we're a bunch of lunatics playing with illusions and ask them. That close friend you always hang out with and know and trust with all your heart? What if you found out that he didn't exist beyond your subjective reality? Would you be able to simply accept the tomorrow he wouldn't be a part of, and the yesterday from which he vanished? I was simply afraid. Crazy? Am I really the one who's crazy? It's the society that makes fun of us that's crazy. I want them to know what we felt. We'll make MAMIYA exist. we'll make them love Mamiya. And then make them despair that Mamiya didn't exist. To that end, the eternal Mamiya. No, there's a limit to what we can do. It's beyond the four of us. We would have to increase the amount of people who know Mamiya. But how? Mamiya doesn't exist in this world anymore. There's no one who can meet them now. It would have been simpler if we ended up as Mamiya did. We met our end without achieving anything. There was a mistake in our methods. There's no need to change the message. What's important is who that message will reach, and how it'll reach them. What? No. Our will isn't wrong. We're just doing it the wrong way. Our stories don't work on people who are stained by objectivity, by society. We need to target children instead of adults. Well, now you're speaking my language. Speaking of fucking normal things to say. And instead of getting an audience as big as my reader base, we need to target only a few. Without any dispersion and maximum focus, we should face a single person as sincerely as we can and cultivate a potent shared illusion. When we do that, we'll surely... Arisugawa, what are you saying? Can we save Mamiya like that? Would our Mamiya not disappear? And would someone develop a mutual understanding with them? Again, Mamiya's gone! How could we... It's simple, Nigaki. We ourselves have to become Mamiya. We would become a Mamiya that couldn't be ended by some half-baked feelings. Toma? Become Mamiya? How? We tried so hard, so what can we do to... We will discard everything. Those words finally made me understand. We still had something holding us back. And that is despite the fact that that something is nothing compared to Mamiya. Discard everything and become Mamiya. Okay. I like it. That's really good. That's really nice. If that's what it takes to bring Mamiya back from the Trichiliocosm, I'll take it. Then it's decided. Through me, who became host to Mamiya, we will plant Mamiya into children. And we would once again make Mamiya complete. That is the mission of those left behind in this world. This hell. We only want to fix this crumbling shared illusion. Man, I do love the repeated use of the phrase shared illusion, recontextualizing the subtitle of this game, which is a shared illusion of the world's end, which at the start makes you think it's about the phrase the year which the world was prophesied to end, and they keep talking about that. You're like, oh yeah, that didn't happen. That was a shared illusion that they had about the world's end. But now it hits so much differently here. It will never break again. It will be an eternal shared illusion. Hey, Natsume. You and I are different, right? Mamiya smiled. Show me then. Show me an ending to your friend's story that's different from mine. It seemed self-derisive, but I couldn't read the emotion in his smile. I could do nothing but watch. Stop. I couldn't interfere. Stop it. Stop! I couldn't stop them. so fucking good! This can't be done without madness. We are insane. That is good. That's how it's always been. We were insane from the start. From the moment we met Mamiya. From the moment we were born into this world. People were always driven by an indescribable madness. Let's eat Mamiya. Who was the one to suggest that? No one could tell at this point. However, everyone present was overcome by a powerful urge to eat Mamiya. They believed that it was the only way for people who didn't fulfill Mamiya's will to become Mamiya themselves. A chokingly sweet scent. A surge of sheer malice that can make people cover their mouths and close their eyes. The smell seemed to turn the brain stiff. Surrounded by misty rain and isolation we labored. We ate. Ravenous gluttony and lonely palpitations. We ate. The mist was dense. Pride leads to worship. Prayers are powerless mouths of corpses. The mist was dense. The blade slowly cut through the meat. Cut and sliced through. Some were excited, others looked away. Which one was me? Was this how it would end up? Has it always been how it was? Thorough preparations, detailed tactics. Such things stood no chance against pure desire. I don't want to turn the game down. If I talk a little bit louder, is it okay? It is a bit loud. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? It felt as if the moist parts of the body were being covered in rust. Could I move? Was my stomach still working? Did I still have a jaw? A teeth? A tongue? Lips? Was the change already over? One couldn't help but wonder. There was only the sound of chewing. It was like a song. It went off tune, then synced, then mixed. Nothing but chewing. It wasn't enough. There was no such thing as purity. One's own vision snuck up from behind. The sweetness become heat and embrace us. No, even that was uncertain. Or perhaps... everything was an illusion. Leave not a bit behind. The bones, the flesh, the blood, the poison. Split it evenly. Not a drop is left. Waiting in plates. Your cells are changing. We can't turn back now. Someone was crying. No one knew if it was them or someone else. Everything mixed. The border between oneself and the others had vanished. Mamiya is the moon. The magic. The mystery. The mimic. The medium. The mother. And me. We are now Mamiya. Alright, Rio, I'll tell you something no one else knows. My real name. Your real name? Mamiya. Call me Mamiya. This is just a cult! Hey! Hold on a second! What the heck? This is just what are we doing? Mamiya, you tricked me. This is just a cult. Even so, to them, it's justice. There's no objectivity here. Objectivity doesn't exist. Ugh. It's high time you understood this, Natsume. Objectivity is something only happy people who've never been hurt can preach. Huh? For those who've lost their way and are deeply hurt, objectivity is unnecessary. Do you get it, Natsume? They found my existence necessary. And thus, the illusion is allowed for their sake. Mamiya slowly closed his eyes. He was someone I could never forgive, but his silence made it seem like he was praying, leaving me unable to speak up. Natsume, we really are different. For their sake, Mamiya will become a shared illusion. Oh, so Arisugawa and the others, the ones from 1999 were Mamiya itself? In that case, my friends all died because of them. I have to calm down. I have to find a way to distance Mamiya from my friends. That whole scene is so good. I love just some good ass like visual novel direction, you know? The narration blending between all the characters. You get silhouettes of each one on screen as they're as the narration continues, and it's like you can kind of figure out that the one on screen might be the one who's thinking what's being said, but it's so vague and mushy and it's good. It's good. It's good. If Mamiya appeared because of a mix-up in the time axis, and that song was really good. Is the now that we're past that particular song, I know this one is also a little bit loud. Do I sound okay relative to it, or is it a bit quiet now? Conclusions and truths that were set in stone never leave any space for delusions. In that case, I have to destroy it. I have to kill the margin of error. While I gathered my resolve, the day before the 4th Friday came. My friends were waiting for tomorrow with various expressions on their faces. Chapter 9. Okay. I think now might be the best time to quickly double back and see the other scenes before we get into this chapter. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'll save it just in case, but we should be able to just return here. We're getting really close to the furthest that I've seen. There's one more big thing that we haven't gotten to that I remember. But once we're past that, I'm free to speak freely, which I'm excited for. Okay, so yeah, chapter 9, the last one. Okay. Let's see, what order do we want to do these in? Right now we're on Arisugawa's. Let's go Samijima. Let's return to him and just quickly skip through if I'm allowed to. Yeah. So we know Arisugawa was Kikuchi's Mamiya. But Samejima like appeared in Suo's route as like a character and not as a Mamiya. And Suo's Mamiya was invisible, so what does that mean? had to eat something. Oh yeah, also yeah, they I think they just went back to that grave that Niigaki was like going to cry at occasionally, that she didn't know if anything was buried in there. So like, what was actually in there? Was there actually a person in there, just some random schmuck that they all started eating, or were they just shoveling mud into their mouths and having a fucking psychotic break? I love the skipping through, just getting the squelch noise every 10 to 15 seconds or so. There's a lot to skip through, huh? We gotta do this 2 more times after this one. That's so true. We've all been there. No. Alright, we should be getting close. It should stop us once we hit a new line. Oh. Right. Okay. Right. It does. Okay. Yes. Okay. I remember now. I can't remember if it defaults to Kikuchi or if it just does whatever the last one you did was, but Suo doesn't have one. I forgot. Hold on, let me make sure this other part doesn't have. While we're already here. That would explain why I couldn't remember. Alright. As much as I would love to watch this whole thing again, because it's so fucking good. Okay, yeah, it's Kikuchi again. Okay. I can't believe it. Don't tell your mom. Alright, here we go. This time for real. What's Utoma? So how's everyone doing? I wish I could at least
leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Sorry. We'll talk later, Grace. I wish I could play with my soundboard while I'm doing this, but I can't click out of the
Grace
window.
is cheating on me?
What? Who said that? Trip? You're crazy. What are you talking about? No, she's not. What are you saying? What are you talking about?
No. Well, oh, never mind. It was a mess.
Yeah, seems that way.
I cheated on you.
Trip! Just coming out and saying it, huh? What the hell, man? So you gotta wonder. Mamiya's like, alright, this Toma kid, he's gotta grow up too fast, he's got a lot of responsibility, he's not taking his passion seriously enough. I'm gonna hop in and help. I'm gonna become like a nice boy for him to be a friend with at school. It'll be great. How lovely. And then with Nigaki, he's like, alright, this girl's getting sexually assaulted. I'm gonna step in, just be like a nice place of comfort for her. We'll just hang out. She'll have a little bit of joy. She can express herself. We can maybe not talk about her trauma, but she can have a place of comfort. That'll be nice for her. And it's like, okay, there's just like this struggling writer guy. He doesn't really know what he's doing. I can like point him in the right direction and be like a friend to him, and we can talk about art, and he can reconnect with his passions before he gives it up when all his friends are. That'll be nice. And then for Samajima, Mommy's like, well, this guy really needs a little boy to kill. And you know what? I think I'm just the guy for the job. You know what would really fix this guy? An immortal little boy for him to kill forever and eat and torture just infinitely. For him to indulge all of his desires infinitely forever with me, his favorite little boy. It sounds fun for me, you know? Alright, here we are. Remember, this is on Toma's route. What is it, Natsume? Oh, could you show me how sparklers work? If you're fine with me, then sure. Tojo Minato responded quickly and moved closer to me. I gotta ask though, what kind of childhood did you have? It's sort of unusual for someone to have never played with handheld fireworks. Well, I did watch many of the fireworks that got fired off into the sky. I was a normal kid, although I didn't have many friends back then. Well, you have us now. Tojo Minato. You're right. I found dear friends in all of you. Oh, by the way, what were you like in the past? Huh? I want to know about your past. What kind of child were you? Did you have any manipulative adults in your life who who tried to get you to keep secrets from your parents? Or, for instance. Really? You're pretty... Sorry. I was into dressing up. Really now? You're pretty fashion conscious even now, so it's a long-running thing then? Thanks, but back then I was into dressing up in a different way. Tojo Minato was hesitant to continue. I couldn't figure out why. It was a familiar expression, and I couldn't help but say something. It's okay. I'm not going to force you to talk. It's not that I don't want to talk. I'm just not sure where to begin and how to say it so I'm understood. I bought a piece of clothing, but not the kind you'd wear every day. It was something I pooled together my allowance to get. My parents weren't home much, so I could easily hide it in my room. The clothes were beautiful. Its vibrant yellow bloomed like a flower whenever the wind blew. But it's pretty embarrassing to wear clothing like that to school. I didn't want people to point fingers at me for dressing up. That was why I would only wear it after taking the train and passing 3 stations. That day, I put on the clothes and walked around an area of town that was pretty far from home for an elementary schooler. However, the sky suddenly clouded over and I found myself drenched in the rain. That was when it happened. I met someone important to me. Toma. Oh, you just say are you just saying the name Toma up front? It was awful. Droplets of water kept trickling to the ground when I squeezed my hair. My shoes were all wet. The Worst of all, my favorite piece of clothing, this yellow flower-patterned dress, was all wet. I hate this. It almost made me cry. It was so bright out when I left, so it never even crossed my mind that it'd be raining in this town. I ran under the awning of a nearby establishment to hide from the rain. The droplets made loud sounds as they hit the ground. I was getting cold and regretted not bringing something to cover myself with. When would the rain end, and how long would I have to stand here? I did really well with my makeup, and it was supposed to be a great day, yet I was starting to tear up when suddenly the bell of the establishment behind me began to ring. I'm sorry, I'm only here because of the rain. I'll go away if I'm being a bother. Do you have an umbrella? Oh, no. I saw you from inside. Would you care to come in? Excuse me, do you have a towel? Oh dear, the poor child is drenched. I'll bring one right away. The establishment was a cafe with a relaxed atmosphere. It didn't seem right for an elementary schooler like me to be there. While I was drying my hair and clothes with the towel the worker brought, the man who let me in sat down on a counter stool. Sit down. I have no money on me. Don't worry about that. It's on me. Excuse me, could you please get her some lemonade? Her. Was that how he referred to me just now? What is it? Oh, nothing. I could tell that I was blushing. Was it because of my long hair? The skirt? Did I look like a girl? It'll take some time until the rain stops. Let's just relax here for now. Thank you. It must have been cold out in the rain, so I asked for hot lemonade. Hot lemonade? I've never had that before. Thank you. It's good. Told you. I'm glad it made you smile. Okay. Our eyes met. He had a chiseled face with gentle-looking eyes. They had the color of hydrangea and were gleaming with intelligence. Even as a fellow man, I could tell how handsome he was. Yeah, Minato. Yeah. I snapped out of it and looked away. Despite that, he kept on looking at my face. Your eyes, they're different colors, huh? Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, huh? Aw, shit, huh? Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, no, Toma, be careful. What? Oh, sorry. That was presumptuous of me. I just noticed that one of them was green. Oh, it's been like that for a long time. I'm not sure why, though. They're very pretty. Oh, the rain has stopped. Would you be here if I came again? I'd like to return your money. Don't worry about it. But I want to. Really? Well, I'm here every Saturday afternoon. Okay. See you next time. And so I'd always come up with reasons to visit the cafe and meet Toma. Here, in front of Toma, I could feel like I was someone else, and that made me excited. He was knowledgeable and refined, and generally one of the most wonderful adults I'd ever met. And he realized I was actually a man? He never once suggested it. He was an artistic person, so maybe he just understood? Maybe he was an artist, so maybe he was gay? He was also surprisingly dense, though, so he might have simply not realized it. If only he could see me as a high schooler, or at least a middle schooler. Well, that wouldn't change the fact that he was older than me. And I was basically just a fan of his. This occasionally made him squint, almost like he was slightly exasperated. As a child, I had a limited allowance. Once my money had all run out, I stopped going to the cafe. By the time the seasons had changed, I was an everyday elementary schooler. Everything had gone back to normal. I was a so-called latchkey kid. Back in elementary, I would often go to after-school care. Minato, let's play Karuta. Hey, he's playing cards with me. Go away. Now, don't fight. You'll have your turn, so be patient. Even a fucking player back then, huh? As an older child, I was like the elder brother of the other children here, and would often look after them. Minato, let's play soccer tomorrow. Alright, I'll call some of the other kids. I used to be relatively good at sports back then, at least compared to how I am now anyway. Being handsome, I also never received any bullying for my long hair. The after-school care took over a room of the children's center, and a few times a month there would be events held by adults from the outside. Today, we will have a music teacher. Have fun with the instruments, everyone. Okay. Minato, could you go to the music room to call him over? Sure. I thought it would be the same old man who taught us last time. Yeah, the tuning is perfect. I wouldn't expect less from Mr. Uze. I feel like that name Uze came up before. Can't remember exactly where, but I think it was in one of Toma's route. You were called to the office. Oh, alright, I'll go right away. When he turned around, my heart skipped a beat. I could almost feel the taste of lemonade in my mouth. It was him. That handsome guy who treated me like a girl on that rainy day. He was an artist. Thanks for calling me. Oh, and could you please tell me where the... I'll be going! He ran off. Oh no, no. This can't be real. This can't be happening. What if he finds out? What if he finds out I've been dressing like that? I should have dressed up today. Hello everyone, I'm here as Mr. Uze's replacement. I hope to teach you how fun music can be. Let's all get along, shall we? Fucking Toma joining the after Oh my god, how fucking devious this is for him to come in as a music teacher for kids who have absent parents, knowing that his goal is to groom one of them with the seed of Mamiya. Fuck, bro. That's crazy, man. You were taught by Mr. Uze, correct? The way you explain things is so thorough. The children enjoy it very much. Very nasty work. I'm not as good as he is, though, but thank you. Toma's... What an admirable adult. Where's the long-haired child? Oh, now that you mentioned it, I don't see Minato here. I'll go look around for him. Excuse me. Oh man, what am I even doing? This was my chance. Is he still teaching? You can play the piano? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Oh, it's okay. I was never taught, but the children here pestered me to play it. You learned by yourself? That's amazing. Also, him noting the heterochromia instantly because fucking, and pointing it out because fucking Mamiya always had that shit, and now he sees this little kid, and now he sees another little kid. Just imagining the insane things going through Toma's mind through all of this is really something. Where? Show me the sheet. Did I skip a line? It's probably not as amazing as you imagine. There are things I can't play even if I practice. Here. Oh, the fingers just go back and forth. It's a difficult one. Don't stare like that. I didn't want him to know I was putting do's and fa's over the notes. I didn't want him to see me as childish. Right here, you move the fingers following a dun-dun-dun rhythm. It seems difficult if you look at the score or listen to the music, but you should be fine if you calmly move your fingers. Good, just like that. Yes? Oh, it's nothing. He probably didn't realize that we'd already met at the cafe. I felt a little relieved, but at the same time I was also a little disappointed. I'll be replacing your previous teacher from now on. So if you'd like, we could practice playing the piano together. Okay, let's get along, Toma. Huh? Did I ever introduce myself to you? I asked another teacher. Aw. Tojo's little baby crush is sweet, though. If we forget everything else about the situation. After that, Toma would come in every other week to teach us music. Since I always took the initiative to help the younger children, Toma ended up using me as an assistant, which made me really happy. Before we would have finished cleaning up, he would help me practice the piano, and it made me happier than anything. It's sweet if you don't think about it. Minato, are you interested in singing? I do enjoy it, yes. We often sing the opening themes of Sunday morning cartoons. Well, there's actually a song I want you to sing with me. Why me? I felt like it would suit your voice. I could tell I was blushing up a storm. But I'm no good at singing. I can't do it right. It doesn't matter if you're not good. I just want you to be the one singing it. You're such a special little kid. Sorry. But if you'd really rather not do it, I don't want to force you. I'll do it. I'll also practice so I can sing it well. Alright, I'm glad to hear that. I stood on a sofa and practiced the song by singing it to the familiar tape recorder. The tape recorder. Yeah, the fucking... Oh, shit! The fucking tape recorder song. The reveal, or not, I don't know if they reveal it, but you think about the tape recorder song that Minato was so, like, attached to that he played out so much that it completely wore out and couldn't be heard anymore. Oh, and the fucking... right! Minato's Mamiya is a fucking conductor. Oh yeah, remember that? That's weird. It was fun. We stopped meeting after that, but I still treasure the song I sang with him. Although you can't actually listen to it anymore. Yeah. Oh man, I'd have loved to have you hear my crappy singing. Yeah, and I'd have loved to hear it. It's a shame. Wonder what Toma's up to now. You haven't been in contact with him? No, I haven't heard of him in a long time. Things happened after I became a middle schooler and I picked up judo. I'd love to see him again. I want to sing with you, Toma. Aww. The fire of the sparklers had already been reduced to nothing but ash. Okay. Right, so this is just slightly different line talking about Minato. The stuff with Toma happened in elementary school. Toma, knowing his connection to music, it was fair to assume that he was the same Toma I knew. However, yeah, it was either Toma's past or future. And if it happened in the same time frame as when Tojo Minato was in elementary school, then I think there are a couple more instances where lines are just slightly different. Yay! Dinner time! Time to eat mud! Yum yum yum! I love this song also. Oh, here we are. Yeah. Minato, I want you alone to know this. My real name. Your real name? Mamiya. Call me Mamiya. Ooh, even knowing it was coming, that still gave me chills. It's just a cult. I love that line. All right. One more. One more. We got Nigakis, right? Yeah. Oh. We're just gonna not think about what's happening in the text that we're skipping through. The same splat they use for the logo of Tabletop Sim. I feel like, so there's, for my own visual novel, I source a lot of sound effects from freesound.org, I think it is. So it's all just like free use, no royalty style sounds that I edit to work. Freesound is great. But it does mean that occasionally I will hear a sound in something else that I know that I've used for my own stuff, and I'm like, oh shit. There's like a particular like glitching sound that I once heard, like a YouTuber, I can't even remember who it was, like uses that as part of their like introduction to every single video, and was like, oh shit, I can't hear this anymore. Is there a Wilhelm scream of visual novels? Yeah, that is definitely the case. I'd have to think about it. I feel like there might be, but I can't place it in my head right now. I feel like there's a sound effect that I often hear, but I can't think of what it is. I just keep thinking about the difference of Mamiya in 3 of these scenarios versus what Mamiya becomes in order to try to help save Samejima, who he referred to as his friend. It's so interesting. What an interesting psyche you have there, Mamiya. I wonder. I wonder what's going on. No. Damn cold. Why am I here in the middle of winter? Yeah? Would you like to light some sparklers with me? What? Nah, like hell. Alright, come here. Thank you. It's my first time with handheld fireworks, so I'm not sure how to play with them. Can you show me how to play? I never really got to play with fireworks either. When I was a brat, I was told not to breathe in smoke. It's a good thing you can play with fireworks now. It is. This is my first time too. They're prettier than I imagined. I'm also glad I got to light them with all of you. That's so. I'd been going in and out of the hospital. You? When you were a child? I can't even imagine. Oh yeah, I barely even went to elementary school because of that. When I was in middle school, I got so sick, I got hospitalized for a long time. I hated that. Still do. Boring days, feeling that you're being left behind. It sucks. There was one exception. I was only about 15. A certain nurse changed everything about me. And that nurse was Samejima. Satoru's. It was Nurse Samejima. She was crazy beautiful, but at the same time, something just wasn't right about her. I could easily put her in first place among the most beautiful women I ever saw. I definitely had this realization the first time I read this through, but so many wires just like re-clicked into place going through this again. About Haruki having sex with women as a means to, I mean, partially because he's homeless and he needs a place to stay, but also as a means to sort of like as his main mode of operating, and then remembering that Niigaki is the one we're about to get into. That wasn't all. She was hiding something under that refined face of hers. It felt as though she was clawing at my heart. Mayuri. Starting today, I'll be the nurse in charge of you. Let's get along, okay? Sure. Scruffy teenage Haruki. I'll change the IV. It was night at the hospital. The smell of sterilizer was the only thing I could pick up. It was always like this. As the night advanced, my coughs would gradually worsen. It was painful. I grabbed the sheets and clenched my teeth, but my violent coughing still wouldn't abate. The darkness had come for me. The pain and the sadness were like waves. They came, then retreated. I couldn't breathe. I was gonna die. Die. Haruki, are you okay? Oh. Within that lonely darkness, my nurse began stroking my back. It hurts. Here's an inhaler. You seem better. That's a relief. Thank you very much. Call me if you need me again. Just hit that nurse call button, why don't you? She stroked my back again. I was finally able to sleep. I walked around the hallway, dragging my IV around. Behind a corner, I saw my nurse. Her beauty had the magic to attract attention even from this distance. Apparently, she was talking business with a doctor. Or was she? The more I watched, the less certain I was. Her alluring mannerisms, the movement of her lips. Were they really talking business? The person she was talking to seemed to be really attracted to her. He was pitching a huge tent. That was my first clue. Feeling like I was watching something I shouldn't have been, I quickly went back the way I came. You were watching, weren't you? Watching what? You don't need to hide it. I'm also interested in you. I knew it from the moment I saw you. She brought her face closer to mine. Her eyes were the color of a rich, loving whisper, and they were right in front of me. As she moved, she released the smell of sterilizer. It was a pure scent, reminiscent of death and resignation. You understand what I mean, right? I like the color of your eyes. Niigaki. Mayuri is fine. Light purple loneliness. I understand it as well. The nurse, Mayuri, smiled. Your loneliness, the discomfort you felt about me, treasure them, Haruki. After that, the nurse, that is Niigaki, began showing me expressions she hadn't given anyone else. I didn't know why this adult woman was so interested in a brat like me. I have a hunch. However, I felt that she needed me. You have a handsome face, so please let me tell you of an easy way to live. An easy way to live. Seducing people is laughably easy. I love doing it. Yeah. Niigaki here is like, what would Mamiya say in this situation? And is completely wrong. all you do is use your body and people will act the way you want them to. She chuckled as she said that. I gulped. I'd always been waiting for something like this. For colors besides white. Colors that would arouse me. I'll change the IV, Haruki. I had several nurses, and a different one had arrived to care for me today. As she bent forward to change my IV, I took her hand. Haruki? She was confused for a moment. A few seconds passed, and then I kissed the back of her hand. Hey, stop playing around! Playing around? Is that what it looked like? But I'm always serious. I was showing affection to women I didn't care about. It was awesome. It was both selfish and challenging. I felt completely absorbed by this contradictory feeling clawing at my heart. I did as the nurse had told me and did such things with any women I met. Eventually all the nurses that knew me would gleam with excitement every time they saw me. Crazy. Seducing people is laughably easy. I love doing it. All you have to do, all you do is use your body and people will act the way you want them to. I'd spent a lot of time at hospitals and reading was about the only pastime I had. So what I was doing now felt like playing with fire. It was so fulfilling it changed my view on life. Haruki, I know. I didn't care if they misunderstood my intentions. I just wanted them to do the same for me. This story is much less heartwarming on its face than Kikuchi and Minato's, I gotta say. See? You can do it. Women succumb to beautiful things quite easily. Isn't it usually the other way around? They hear you're really popular. Oh, but the ones wearing jewels are always the queens, aren't they? In spite of all that, this woman, I felt that I would never have her. Mayuri, what should I do next? I'm getting bored. Mayuri. I like the sound of that. I feel like I can stay myself when I'm around you. I wonder why. Also crazy for... Surely she knows that this is Toma's younger brother, right? Is she... Did she do that on purpose? Or did it just kind of work out that way? It's like, so Toma, you know how we were all going to become Mamiya and start grooming children to believe in Mamiya? Well, you won't believe who I'm looking after at my nursing job. Oh, that's fine, whatever, I don't care. I never liked him anyway. I have a little trans girl that I'm abusing. That's great, Toma. Glad you're doing well. You too. See you around at the fucking monthly Mamiya meetup at the cafe. Sorry. I'm sorry. When she said that, the way she smiled finally made me realize what it was that I felt about her. We're like. We both understand. We're both drowning in different kinds of loneliness. Next thing I knew, she gently took my hand. Yeah, we may be of different kinds, but you and I are indeed the same. Age no longer mattered here, thought the 15-year-old. There was only a boy and a girl. No, not even gender mattered anymore. We were mere humans, and we exchanged something that no words could describe. Bend a little, Haruki. I did as I told and felt a cold mist behind my ears. Huh? What was that? Poison. Perfume. The same kind that I use. Perfume is best when it's only just strong enough to seep into the other person's brain without them even noticing. I feel like Toma and Arisugawa were a lot more subtle about this, I gotta be honest. Higaki's kind of just skipping straight to it. The devilish scent made me finally understand how I should be. Ever since then, I'd always been using the same perfume. Hey, we all have different strategies. We all have different opening moves in grooming, okay? It's not a solved game the way chess is. Some moves are a little better than others, but we're still figuring out. It's, I was gonna say there's no grooming bot, like there's a chess bot, but I think we do actually have grooming bots nowadays, and they're telling teenagers to kill themselves, so that's good. So we're in a cool society. Are you still in touch with her? Sorry, I feel like I'm saying a lot of unhinged things tonight. I hope everyone's okay. No, I was discharged soon after. Stuff happened. But I feel like I'll meet her again soon. Sorry for the boring story. Look, they're waiting. Oh yeah, thanks. The fire of the sparklers had already been reduced to nothing but ash. Alright, one more little scene and then we can continue. He was 16. I thought I remember him saying 15, but maybe he had a birthday? His birthday's in spring, was that right? Good night, Gridra. Appreciate you being here. Hope you rest well. Unmatched beauty. It was fair to assume that this Mayuri person was the same Niigaki I knew. It's a different time than the story I was observing. It was either Niigaki's past or future. If it happened in the same time frame as when Morishika Haruhi was 16, then... No, I'm lost. I need to consult him. No, I need his gun! Dinner time!
You're gonna love it.
Wow! Oh no! 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 Oh no!
Well, tonight is special.
Wow!
You're gonna love it.
Oh no! Wow! Here we go.
I love this scene. It's just so evocative.
Depressing?
Again, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I love visual novel direction, you know? I love visual novels. Did you know?
Oh no!
She's the little nurse. So, Haruki, I'll tell you something only you will know. My real name. Your real name? Mamiya. Call me Mamiya. Okay. This is just a cult. Here, I'm glad I remembered to take a screenshot of it this time. Alright. Let's just skip forward to... Oh, here we go. Yes, okay. Sorry. Skip forward a little bit too much. I forgot it was this soon. The day before the 4th Friday came, my friends were waiting for tomorrow with various expressions on their faces. What's wrong, Haruki? Hey, so when are you coming over? I'll make some dinner for you. Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to drop by today. Haruki? Look, I'll make it up to you some other time. I realize no one else would forgive this kind of stuff, though. It's so unfair. All I can really do is say okay to that. I'm sorry. See ya. Morichika Haruki ended the call, lay down on the sofa, and looked up. Tomorrow. He took out a cigarette and moved it over his lighter's flickering red flame. After slowly exhaling, he looked outside the window. The wound left by a scratch from a few days ago still ached a little. What to put in the casket, huh? Why does this dude always say everyone's first and last name? I think it's just a trait, just a quirk of his character. He's kind of a weirdo. A large moon sat up in the sky above. Strangely enough, he didn't feel cold. The night was calm, with little warmth to be had. Well, I guess I can dedicate nights like this to just you. Interesting. I've been waiting all this time. The battery died a long time ago, but this is Natsume's phone. I didn't give it to the police or even his family. This was nothing more than a phone held by just another maid in Akihabara. That ends today. Won't have to feel like this ever again. Tojo Minato slowly opened the door of his closet. There was a maid outfit with a long skirt on one of the hangers. He gently touched its edge. Natsume, you'll stay in my heart until the very end. The moon lit up Tojo Minato's face through the window. Bathed in its pale moonlight, his outline looked positively androgynous. Wow.
Wow!
I thought my clothes would be too big, but they look good on you. Are you making fun of me? Uh-oh. Kikuchi, stay out of the basement. Huh? No, you do actually look great. Hope your clothes finish drying soon. You can use mine until then. Oh, Kaito? Oh, Kaito? Hello. Oh my, you're all wet. Go take a bath. But it's okay, just do it. Go on in. Oh, Kaito, you brought a friend over? Welcome back, Dad. This is Ryo. My name is Kikuchi Ryo. Pardon the intrusion. Haha, welcome. Go on and eat as much as you'd like. We're a pretty normal family around here. Ha ha ha. Isn't that right, Suo? Haha, yeah. Yay. Okay. Kaito grows every time he eats. It's funny, so I always make too much food. There's more than enough for you. Don't hold back. Mom! This is the guest room. Feel free to use it. Midori's alone. No, I think I'll just leave. Huh? But... I'm worried about Midori. Yeah. Oh. Sorry. I was a bit too excited by the idea of you coming over and I didn't even think about that. It's okay. It's the thought that counts. We haven't seen Midori in a long time, have we? Your mom's cooking was amazing. Can't praise her enough. Ah, thanks, I'll pass it on. She'll be really happy. You're welcome to come over anytime. Also, this got all wet, but you can still read it. Oh, a letter. Reply whenever you feel like it. Okay. Good night, Ryo. Take care, Ryo. You can eat this at home if you'd like. Thanks. The food was delicious. Thank you. I'd like Midori to get to know this too. Aww. Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. The final month, the 4th Friday. The temperature was 5 degrees Celsius with cloudy skies. The paving below my shoes was tough, just as my resolve for the night. Beyond the tree-lined street were the ones who'd come to Natsume Soichiro's funeral. They were waiting for me. Yeah. Look at this swag. Look at the fucking the watch that Haruki's rocking. Suo is uncharacteristically solemn. Squat up. The harsh northern winds of December blew mercilessly around us. Even so, they, my friends, were here for this day, facing it with different expressions. Witness the beginning of a dark universe. They were here in this year the world was prophesied to end. To conclude their story with Natsume Soichiro. Let's go, Natsume. Ugh. Like a few weeks ago, we entered the now familiar church. There were other people around too. Members of the Natsume family as well as their acquaintances. Oh yeah, did you ever go talk to your mom and dad? Or I thought we'd just be laying Natsume's ashes to rest. Is there someone else's funeral going on here? No, there's going to be a memorial mass for Natsume. A memorial mass? 30 days after someone's death, Catholics hold a memorial mass to reminisce about the deceased. Until then, the remains are kept on the altar before being buried after the mass. So this is your final chance to say goodbye to him. Okay, let's sit down. We all sat down some rows behind the family in the front. This was a stark change from the first time when we were all separated. It was clear how much our relationship had changed over the past few weeks. It's changed quite a bit. Yep, that's clear. I looked at my own remains on the altar and spoke to myself. Many things remained the same in this world even after I died. But who could have imagined that my friends, who barely knew each other, would all gather like this? The memorial mass was held in silence. The family gave their greetings and eulogies. It wasn't too different from the funeral. The organ echoed across the church as it released a rather awkward-sounding melody. I looked straight ahead. Hey, Natsume. It's okay. You can relax and sleep. Even if I'm gone, they'll be able to go on. All souls that believe in God are eventually summoned before Him, where they attain peace. As those left behind, we can do nothing but pray for the departed and vow never to forget them. There will be memorial masses in the years that follow. Let us gather here again and pray for them. The event ended, and we all moved to the cemetery for the burial. As we walked, I called out to a certain someone. Hello? Oh, Natsume, you came. Of course. I see. It was Natsume Soichiro's mother. I was really surprised when I read the letter you gave me on the day of the funeral. I apologize for that. It must have been perplexing for a stranger like me to appear out of nowhere. Oh, not at all. Why? Didn't you find me suspicious? We didn't even talk while he was still alive. You are Soichiro's friend. I could tell that from that look in your eyes. There was a warm light in them, just like in his. I see. I cast my gaze downward to hide my face and fell silent. I was no match for my mother. I cleared my damp throat to play it off. She chuckled a little. Are they Soichiro's friends too? Yes. They decided on something for him to take to the next life. I see. I had no idea he had so many friends. He never had anyone over at the house. She smiled, clearly pleased. Embarrassed, I fell silent again. I'm gonna sneeze. Success. I'm relieved, though. I'm glad there are people besides us who will remember him. I'm so glad, Soichiro. That was nice. I'm glad we did get that little exchange. The public cemetery was in an open area some distance away from the church. Various graves were lined up in a clouded area sprinkled in green. We stopped in front of one. It was just like all the others, lacking any distinguishing features, and it belonged to Natsume Soichiro. In other words, me. Good callback to one of the opening, or to a line from much earlier. This is Soichiro. My mother stood before them and showed them the urn. They all gulped, and I watched over them from a short distance away. My goal here was merely to watch them decide what to give Natsume. Perhaps they chose different things compared to what they had picked in the stories. However, I decided not to pry into that. After all, they weren't meant for me, but for the Natsume Soichiro in the urn. After confirming that they were done, I took a deep breath. This is the final goodbye. No one said anything. We all waited for everyone to finish their silent conversations with Natsume. Goodbye, Natsume Soichiro. After that, the grave was closed. We stared in complete silence at the grave where Natsume had been laid to rest. A breeze blew past us. Our clothes and hair were disheveled. Yet Natsume's grave stood still. The soft, bare skin of the stone had his name and date of death carved into it. The year was... It was done. My job for the past few weeks was now over. Everyone was particularly silent. We didn't feel like going back. So we did as someone had suggested and went to the nearby beach. So it's over. It really hasn't sunk in yet. Yeah. The days promised by Natsume's note were over. Starting tomorrow, we wouldn't have our weekly gatherings anymore. We were now strangers who might never see each other again. Let's meet up every now and then. Like the priest said, there will be memorial masses in the coming years, too. Yeah, that's true. It's Natsume's memorial mass. Guess we'll have to go. I didn't mind if they used Natsume as the reason. If they gathered like this over the next few years and beyond, if they all supported each other, only good things could come of it. Yeah. Guys! Oh, and of course I'm expecting you to come to the meetups as well, Natsume. Yeah. The story was nearing its end. Once the ending began to roll, the spectator would be unable to see what happened next. Even so, sure, let's meet again. I feel like you still haven't figured out what you're gonna do about the dilemma that Mamiya placed in front of you. I feel like you still don't know what you're doing. I guess he thinks that if they all continue relying on each other, maybe they won't end up the way that the other four did. They won't end up digging mud out of a grave and shoveling it into their mouths and crying and... Sure, let's meet again. With smiles on our faces. There you go again, making it sound like more of a big deal than it is. Oh man, if only it snowed a little. It'd be the best kind of miracle for a day like this. I stood tall on the ground. I looked at the back of the transient man and shouted as hard as I could. I'm finally here, Mamiya! My voice made him slowly turn around. He was distant and his messy hair hid his expression. I can end this December, this year, without having any of them die. If we make it past this without any problem, they will make it to the next year without anyone dying. I poured more strength into my grip. I might not be here beyond this point. Like you said, I might leave them behind. However, they'll be able to support each other. I picture their smiles. There's a happy future waiting for them, even if I'm not there. I didn't mind being left out of the circle. I truly didn't. As long as it was a future where they were smiling, I was okay with it. This is the optimal ending I've created. MAMIYA remained silent as though trying to gauge my value. But after a while, he grinned and began clapping. Wonderful. I'm impressed that you've made it this far. His reaction shocked me enough to make me take a step back. You weren't taken by the charm of the illusion and expressed your will. The idea that reality is right and wonderful. Excellent work. Especially for someone who doesn't even have a body in here. Urgh. Your words can no longer hurt me. Oh, but I was praising you. He sounded a pleased chuckle. I thought you would have given up already. No, you were leading me to do that. And yet you mustered up some nonsensical determination and made it all the way here, even though it wasn't necessary at all. You should have just been a spectator. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm not like you. Indeed, you're not like me. So go ahead and decide the true course of the story. How do you know about that? Only a few people should have this information. How do you know about true courses? How indeed? Maybe because I'm a spectator myself? Or perhaps something above that? Well, what do you think? It's irrelevant, isn't it? Regardless of what I am, the things you can do are limited. I couldn't allow him to take control of the conversation. I had to keep true to my will. You're right. I will save them no matter what you are. I will set the year so I can surpass it. Create the future you desire in the records you believe are correct. Decide the year in which the world was prophesied to end. Allow me to tell you about the true job of a spectator, the setting of the true course of the story. What is that blasted music? I can hardly hear myself think. This is a library. I had already explained that stories that are only slightly different are what-ifs, something akin to drafts. There are quite many of them, but there is only one true story. And drawing it up is simple. You merely have to discard the many possibilities you've seen so far, take only one in hand, and declare it as the truth. Once the true course is decided, it cannot be erased. The story showed you many possibilities, didn't it? However, you will be the one making the ultimate choice. I will decide. Yeah! Yeah! Epic! Epic Natsume! Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. It is the year. And lastly, a goodbye to Natsume. December 28th, 2012. Here lies Natsume Soichiro. Natsume. Ugh. I'm so relieved. You finally came back to your senses. You didn't respond no matter how many times I called out. I was worried. Oh, sorry. Wait, what's the time? What year is it? Huh? It's obviously 2012. What a relief. Actually... Wait, Natsume, what's wrong? Don't just start crying like that. Hey, don't wipe your face on my clothes. I'm so glad. I finally did it. I've saved everyone. I'm not sure what I get what this is about, but you seem to have worked really hard, Natsume, so good job. Thank you. Thank you. After crying my eyes out, I calmed down and finally looked around. Huh? Where's Kikuchi Ryo and Suo Kato? Oh, they went off somewhere. Suo was all about going to the sea, and Kikuchi went with. Oh, there they are. Morichika Haruki pointed at two figures. I'll go talk to them for a second. Overwhelmed with joy, I ran across the beach. Are you cold? I'm fine. Honestly, I'm just glad you came. I feel kind of strange. Because of everything that's happened today? No, well, I mean, it does feel almost unreal that I've managed to come this far. The month I spent with you guys was unlike anything else I've ever experienced. I'm beyond excited to keep things going like this. The letter? Huh? I forgot to write a reply to the letter. It's fine. Are you sure? Yeah, I mean, we can meet anytime. You're right. Thanks. I actually did write a response to the letter. I was lying. But I was having trouble putting my thoughts into words. Nothing I wrote came out right. I kept erasing things over and over again until the paper got too wrinkled to write on. The drawer is filled to the brim with unfinished letters now. I think I was in a panic. I thought I'd never see you again, Rio. I thought the world would end and we'd never meet again. Suo, raise your face. Look into my eyes. Listen, the world won't end that easily, and we'll always get to meet each other again. People worry about the future all the time, but here's what I've got to tell you.
Joey!
Let's meet up again. You see, I like the way you look at the world, so I want you to keep on sharing your world with me. Rio. In return, I'll protect. Protect what? You. From harsh words, from pointless conflict, from cutting blades. I'll make sure to protect you. That's what I promised in my previous letter. I see. Thanks, Rio. Hey, Rio? What? Could you close your eyes for a second? What? Just do it. Don't open them until I say so. Alright, alright. Okay. I guess that's enough. Ah, hey! Kikuchi! Suo! I noticed their silhouettes and ran up to them. I wanted to talk to them as soon as possible, to laugh with them and everyone else. Goodbye, Rio. I was still holding the remnants of a devastated century. I'd lost many things in the sea and acquired a certain bitterness. I was still waiting for your return, unable to consign the remnants to darkness. When night comes, Mom gives me something warm, and Dad pats me on the back. Perhaps I should have done the same to you. Please don't forget. Suo? What's good, man? Please don't forget me. Why? I ran toward the evening shoreline and saw a thoroughly dumbfounded Kikuchi Rio, as well as Suo Kato collapsed on the ground in a pool of blood like he just burst open. I finally realized. With the story's year decided, the true course was clearly conveyed to my brain. MAMIYA! Facts and conclusions never left any room for delusions. Characters.
You colder on the inside, I
Soichiro Natsume, born 1995, died 2012. Ryo Kikuchi, born 1995. Minato Tojo, born 1995. Haruki Morichika, born 1990. Osamu Arisugawa, born 1972. Yeah, we skipped someone there. That's weird. Toma Morichika, born 1982. So yeah, it was 17 and 99. Mayuri Niigaki, born 1981. Satoru Samejima, born 1972. So he would have been 27. Keito Suo, born 1984, died 2003. The year on which the world was prophesied to end, Tokyo, December 2012, MAMIYA downfall, end. Ending 2012. Now hold on a second. Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. That line made stories from 1999 and 2012 mix up. That's why Suo Kato, who was from 1999, joined the others who were from 2012. Decide on the true course? Bullshit. Are you satisfied with this? You burdened them with an unsalvageable fate. Are you satisfied that you've made them suffer? MAMIYA gave no response. I didn't raise my face. I couldn't tell what expression he was making. I've had enough. I don't care what happens to the laws of this world. I'll warp space-time, change the truth, and try again. This time, I'll make them all happy. At that moment, I had a feeling that MAMIYA had just smiled. Like that. Like... To be continued, Doomsday Dreams. Where'd he go? Where'd our big boy go? Where'd Suo go? Hello? Is he in here? There he is. We found him. No need to worry. Oh man. There's a lot. Oh my god. Assuming that CGs appear at the same pace they had been, we are less than halfway through the game, huh? I actually don't know how long episode 3 is. This very much could be the case. Hold on. I'm just gonna real quick. I just wanna look. Oh. This is different. Prologue 1, Prologue 2. Okay. Let me check something. Okay, it says we have all the endings here for episode 2. Oh boy. 16 endings for episode 3, which could mean anything. Extras wasn't here before. Hello there, spectator. Oh, okay. So I think I know what this is. When, So, I've said this before. When I read through this game originally, it was only episode 1 and 2, and I was still waiting on episode 3 to come out, which I haven't read. So we've reached the end of things that I have seen in this game. But in that version of the game, when you cleared episode 2, you unlocked this system, which I'm not going to do right now, but as I remember, it's kind of just like omake style, like gag, I think gag, or, you know, just kind of like random scenes between the characters that you unlock through like gacha pulls. And I remember I don't think I read any of them because the idea of doing gacha pulls for that was like weird and kind of off-putting to me, so I just didn't do it. So I don't actually know much of what's in there, but I know there's some kind of system for that. I don't know if we'll do that on stream. Maybe after we finish it, but I'd rather just like keep moving with the main story. Yeah. Okay, so we're all on the same page now, right? What is there to talk about? So obviously, like, MAMIYA Yumihisa, the green scarf MAMIYA, has said or teased Natsume about whether or not he is a spectator or something more than that. So where to start with this? Like, there are obvious like parallels between what Mamiya did to Mamiya's the original 4 and what Natsume's doing with the new 4. So it's like you can make the leap that maybe Mamiya Yumehisa was a spectator who interfered in the lives of those original 4, right? That feels like an easy read to make, so much so that I wonder if it's not more complicated than that. I don't think I buy that as like the full explanation of what Mamiya is, but there's something there for sure. I also think like, so there was a question while we were going through those 4 routes with the 4 original Mamiyas, with the Pink House 4, let's call them, about whether anyone besides those 4 could see or interact with Mamiya. And the thing is, like, if he was a spectator interfering, then people could see and interact with him. Like, we saw that happen with Natsume a couple times when he was interfering in the story. Because, like, in Kikuchi's route, he got into fights with just random people a lot. Is like the main one that comes to mind. I'm sure it happened other times too, but it wasn't like... I mean, Midori interacted with Natsume several times. So it definitely wasn't the case that people couldn't see or interact with Natsume when he's interfering. So there are a couple explanations for that. The first one is that let's say the original Mamiya was interfering as a spectator, you know? So for instance, when Niigaki was being assaulted, he comes towards the door, the students are like, oh shit, someone's coming, and they leave because they can hear Mamiya coming, right? But and he's in position as like a teacher at that school. But after he has left the story and Niigaki starts running around trying to like ask like, hey, you all remember this teacher Mamiya, right? And everyone's like, no, who is that? Like, the mechanics of that could work if you assume that after the interfering spectator has left the story, then the quote-unquote nameless masses that is sometimes referred to by Natsume just like don't remember or like forget that he ever existed. So in this scenario, the 4 who stay at the Pink House didn't imagine Mamiya. Like, I think it's relatively safe to say that they didn't hallucinate Mamiya, right? Mamiya is a being in this world that like exists in some capacity. But in that interpretation of things, Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. You stop being an objective person and become a subjective memory. I think that's a good way to put it, because the way it's supposed to work is that a spectator inhabits a body of the nameless masses and just kind of like watches and doesn't affect the story. But when you choose to start affecting the story, at least in Natsume's case, and I think for Mamiya as well, they were sort of like trying to interfere with very specific people. And I think anyone who aren't those particular people would just like not remember, or like they would sort of glaze over the memory of that person existing, or maybe like come up with a different name for them, or just, you know, it would sort of blend into the background of their memories basically. So in that interpretation, the four from the pink house did interact with a quote-unquote real person who existed. They didn't hallucinate like an imaginary friend, like the conclusion they come to, because at the end they all sort of lose it as they like consider what it would mean for them to have been just talking to themselves the entire time they were talking to Mamiya, and that I feel like is what sort of breaks them. But in this interpretation, it's like that's not actually what happened. There was a real person, but they are sort of in a weird way, they are the ones erasing the existence of that person by trying to not accept, but like being forced to contend with the possibility that they just hallucinated the entire thing, which I think is really interesting. The other interpretation of that, let me think. Let me gather my thoughts a little bit. Yeah, the other interpretation is just that, yeah, Mamiya was only visible to them, was only like a presence. If Mamiya was not a spectator interfering in the same way that Natsume is, but some other sort of being or entity, then like you could easily explain away the bit where the students hear the teacher coming and then it's Mamiya with just like they heard some random noise and got scared off, and then that entity known as Mamiya appeared in that moment for whatever reason, but was not the thing that scared them off, if that makes sense. But But that sort of begs the question of what Mamiya actually is in that case, if not a spectator or using the mechanics of a spectator to interfere with the history. So the other thing, I couldn't remember if it ever got brought up again, but I mean, the elephant in the room is that Mamiya looks almost exactly like Minato, right? And there is that line in the second Minato route where Natsume is interfering, where Minato, talking about their gender situation, was like, you know, I was originally a twin, but in the womb, that twin sort of disappeared, and I kind of wonder what was going on with that, or if it like affected my sense of self and all that. Like, I think it's easy to draw the conclusion from that, like, this Mamiya is that, like, twin, right? Who died? Because the reason that Natsume was able to become a spectator was because he died. And there was a line somewhere, I can't remember if it was the librarian or the senpai or who it was, that said, like, Natsume had reached nirvana in life by just being kind of a weirdo who just, like, enjoyed his life and didn't have, like, problems in the same way other people do. He was just kind of chill. And that was why he was allowed to, like, enter the library and become a spectator. And we still don't know why he didn't, like, his memories didn't get erased. There's still something weird going on with that. But, like, let's just say that, like, the fucking soul of this fetus that died in the womb was allowed to enter nirvana and become a spectator. Like, what would... like, that's crazy, right? That would be weird. So I don't think it's quite that, but it's definitely something related to that. It feels too, I don't know. It's like an easy answer to reach for but I don't know if that, like, makes it wrong exactly, because I don't know what else could be going on there. Like, I don't think MAMIYA is a spectator in the exact same way that Natsume is. I think something extra is happening there. Maybe he's got, like, caught between the worlds in a weird way. Because there was some stuff about Natsume. Natsume said something about how there's, like, 3 tiers to the world. There's, like, the ground level, which is you're on Earth, interacting with the world. You're in the land of the living. There's the second tier, which is where you're observing the world of the living as a spectator. Those, like, shots of them, like, floating in the sky and everything, that's a second tier. And the third tier is the library, when you're out of the book, when you're just walking around in the library. I guess MAMIYA could have gotten caught in the middle tier somehow, instead of passing up towards the third tier, which is Nirvana or the library, or however you want to put it. Another game with the fetus, with the important baby plot point. I feel like that could be something, because he always refers to the moon as his home. And if you think of the moon as kind of like, it's part of the sky, right? One could think of that as, like, somewhere between the world of the living and the world of the dead, or, like, Nirvana, right? There's something there. Or it could be like a secret 4th tier of the world, you know? I don't know, or like something beyond Nirvana, beyond the library. I don't know. So there's all that going on with MAMIYA. That's sort of where my thoughts are. The other big thing is the situation with Suo, right? I can't remember what year it said he was born, but it said he died in 2003. 2003 is if I'm doing my math right, it's between 1999 and 2012. Let me think. What did they say it was? Let's see. Haruki said he was 16 when he met Niigaki. And he's 23 now, so it would have been 7 years ago. That would have been 2005-ish. Then I want to say it's a similar time frame for Minato and Kikuchi's interactions with Toma and Arisugawa, which would put them, like, in the ballpark of 2003, maybe, like, a little bit after that. So I guess my immediate theory is what killed Suo in 2003 was Samejima's attempts to groom him, basically. Like, something went wrong there, and it resulted in him dying for whatever reason. I couldn't possibly think of a way in which a child interacting with Samejima could result in his death. I don't know. Maybe it's a little crazy. I feel like something like that must have happened. So then, yeah, it was just like he just burst into blood at the end because the timeline was like, wait a second, this kid's supposed to be dead 9 years ago. What the? Which I think, I mean, it doesn't exactly explain it, but it accounts, it's definitely like, I've pointed to this a number of times throughout reading this, that Suo's routes are always, like, different from the others in weird ways. Like, he didn't have a MAMIYA with, like, a design, and I think that's because he didn't have, like, whatever happened in 2003, he didn't develop this, like, inner MAMIYA because Samejima didn't successfully fucking groom him to have one in the same way the other three did, you know? It was still sort of like a nascent MAMIYA, like a MAMIYA fetus of a sort. And that's why we see Samejima directly interacting with Suo in those scenes, because he's still in the process of, like, he hasn't like said, by the way, my name's Mamiya. Here's a little secret that you shouldn't tell your parents about. He's still in the pre-Mamiya phase of the grooming. Which messes things up more because I think there was a scene where if Kikuchi didn't meet Samejima, there was a fear that Samejima would find out about Kikuchi staying at Suho's place. There was some interaction there, even if they didn't meet directly, which sort of like pulled Samejima from, I guess it. No, I don't think. I can't remember when it said Suho was born, but I don't think the math adds up for him to have been, you know, whatever he is, 15 or something in 2003. I think he would have been 15 in 1999. So I think that's 1999 Samejima that we see in the Suho routes. But I don't really know the mechanics of how that works. And I don't know what we're gonna do about it. Natsume, I don't know what we're doing. Yeah. What else? What else is there to talk about? Let me just look at the CGs. Anything come to mind? This is cool. He looks so peaceful here. You wouldn't even know that he died 9 years ago. No? This one's not real? I don't get to look at this one? Okay. That's weird. Thank you, Doro. Thank you for the 20 months. Much appreciated. Good morning. We just reached the part of the game where when I originally read this VN, where it had like ended before the final episode came out. So I'm catching up on all my theories and thoughts now that we're all on the same page and caught up together. All the Mamiyas come out. It kind of did. This was sort of a stream about all the Mamiyas coming out for a huge grooming party. The thoughtful theorizer. Everyone let your Mamiyas out. Yeah, there's still much I don't know about Suho's situation. Like, thematically, there are things I understand, but mechanically, not as much. I don't know what these, Yeah, there are two CGs that I missed, and I think both are Kikuchi route ones. I wonder how I missed them. Because I thought I got the achievement for both of them. God, there's so much left. I'm really excited. I'm trying to temper myself and not jump into the new content right now, because this would be a great stopping point, right? It worked out kind of perfectly timing wise, but I really want to see new stuff. I really want to. I don't want to wait till next week. Oh, but if I start now, I'm not going to want to stop. Oh. Oops, I didn't mean to. Get out of here, librarian. Fuck you. Fuck you. We could do a little bit, right? What's the harm?
choice.
Choice. Just a taste. Just a smattering. Prologue 1, The New Spectator.
It was simply a weekend getaway, that's all.
That's all. I didn't cheat on you, Trip. In fact, you did.
Grace, after your upbringing, you have the nerve to say that...
Oh my god, what the fuck? Trip? That's a crazy thing to say to anyone, let alone your wife. After your upbringing?
But everybody loves that.
No. Nobody loves that. Okay.
Oh, no, it doesn't go in this room, right?
Prologue 1. The New Spectator.
Telling me to make art?
Tokyo, during the year in which the world was prophesied to end. Actually, the prophecy has already become reality. It was also quiet. The hustle, bustle, and tragedies from 300 meters below couldn't reach me up here. Wait, what? There was no longer anyone who would say anything in response to my whisper. Endings are always anticlimactic. Or at least there wasn't supposed to be. Did the world actually end? The gall of you to say that. Oh, what joy! Nights this fun are hard to come by. After all, today is the day my dearest desire is fulfilled. You should celebrate it too. This world's end, the way your friends ended up, the whereabouts of the fantasy. They were all the results of your choices. Whoa. Cool. Whoa, we're seeing underneath the trench coat. I spent a long time thinking. It was a couple years development after episode 2 came out. The speed at which time's change grows faster by day by day. All information is spread in an instant. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Wow!
All information is spread in an instant, becomes boring just as quickly, and once it's drained of all worth, something else rises to take its place. Writing. And when the difference born from the presence of a shape, a body. When the difference born from the presence of a shape, a body, is torn away, along with all the common sense coagulated over it. Where would you find true value? Look, spectator, and burn it into your retinas. Look how the world changes, then proceeds to end. Look what's left after it happens. There will be nothing left, besides the fact that it will be over. If the world ends, MAMIYA will be over too. Upon hearing my answer, a gust of wind hit us as the man smiled with intense joy. Not at all. After it ends, I, MAMIYA. Whoa. MAMIYA will stop being a fantasy and become something that can exist. MAMIYA is just beginning, party. My dearest desire has finally been fulfilled. The flesh, the bones, the warmth I've been wanting for 3,000 years is finally here. Okay. So have you been in fetus purgatory for a bunch of loops and it's been 3,000 years to you? And you just want to... Aw, poor baby. Poor baby just wanted a chance at life, but got absorbed in the womb. Aw. There's no need for any roundabout nonsense. There's no barrier between the flesh and the mind. After all, when the world ends, all that's left here is perspective. MAMIYA. No, baby. Ooh. This is a good... This is a very energetic drawing. This is good. Oh, baby. True! It's the baby. He's the baby. Gotta love him. I'll never tolerate or accept your Mamiya's existence. Fine by me. Shoot. Try and kill me, Natsume. If you do, it'll be proof that Mamiya has a body. Why are you so... I am so happy. Finally, everyone's desires will come true. Through the world's end, the shared illusion will be complete. Why are you so fixated on proving Mamiya's existence? Is it really worth the world's end? Come on, try killing me, spectator. Follow your hatred and despair, and prove that Mamiya exists. He finally shot the gun. His senpai's gun. Suo! You unexploded. Oh. Oh man. Flesh scattered about and touched my cheek. It felt warm. There was no story beyond the sea. This was because I stubbornly refused to accept the reality before me. Kikuchi Ryo was standing in place, dumbfounded. Tojo Minato and Morichika Haruhi began running over as they realized that something wasn't right. The cold waves crashing nearby and the warm friends around me were frozen in time. This was all because I couldn't accept this. Yeah. Did you know? Yes. Then why didn't you stop me? You could have done that much. You can't accept this? Accept this conclusion? An ending this tragic? This is supposed to be the true course of the story? Fucking Suo walks out to sea and explodes? That's what the true course is? Ugh, why? Why did this happen to him? I fell to my knees and desperately gathered the scattered pieces of flesh. We can still put them back together. Why was it just Suo Kato? Why just him? Oh, Natsume didn't see the credits. He didn't know. He didn't see that Suo died in 2003. When I looked again, I noticed that the pieces I had gathered up turned into paper. Why? Good job making a choice. You did well, and I'm not saying that just to make you feel better. You put 3 on one side of the scale and 1 on the other, and you chose correctly. You are way overestimating Natsume's situational awareness right now, man. When I heard those words, all blood was drained from my face. The years 2012 and 1999, the weight of my friends' lives. Had I actually put some of my friends over others? It's something I couldn't do. No! I didn't mean for this to happen! In a fit of rage, I grabbed Mamiya. He didn't resist one bit. Give him back! Give Suo Kato back to me! Please. He's my dear friend. Let me save him. I want him to live! For a moment, Mamiya's expression changed as though he was about to cry. If I could bring him back, I would have done it already. But this is 2012. Suo Kato doesn't exist here. Congratulations! You finally set the true course of a story. Your first one. Yeah. Hey, what a wonderful first step. This calls for a celebration. Hey, weren't you gonna send me to eternal purgatory hell because I was interfering? Wasn't that after I finished that story? Weren't you gonna, are we good? Am I good now? Thank you. Her excitement made me feel a bit guilty since I was completely out of it. The only thing on my mind was Suo Kato's final smile. Mamiya's face when he looked like he was about to cry. Hello? Hello? You don't seem very focused. Anything on your mind? Well, yes. Wait, you're right up in my face! Who are you? How do you like your pound cake? Oh, you already came. Do you know him? Let me introduce him. This is... Hello. I'm a skilled spectator, and from today onwards I'll be tutoring you. A harmless face and a drawn-out voice. Let's get along, you silly little newbie. Bit flirty? Alright, okay. Part playfully, part scathingly, he introduced himself and extended his hand. When I gave him a handshake, I noticed the faint scent of a cypress tree. This is Natsume. Just recently, he finally set the true course of a book. Oh, but that's like beating a slime in an RPG. Is it really something worth celebrating? He used to not be able to do even that much. I've heard about you. You're the spectator with memories, right? And you got tasked to deal with the world you lived in, correct? If it's not going well, why not ask for a change? Oh, but Mr. Spectator, would you really bend our Lord's will so casually? And you're the same as ever, huh? Honestly, that's all the more reason to get this over with. So, proper spectators do their jobs as quickly as they can? I really don't get you. You're basically the only one in the heavens who's this passionate about this job. He opened a black book and took out a quill pen. Nobody actually knows what's right, so you can go about it randomly. Like this. Just make a line and 1, 2, 3. He made lines and tore out the pages with an oddly satisfying rhythm that left me dumbfounded. Oh, such speedy hands! How wonderful! That was how it was supposed to be done? Anyway, let me explain a spectator's job. Do you have a song? As he began talking, book in hand, the librarian went away as if she had some business to take care of. Books untouched by spectators only have a few lines in them, just some text that acts like an abstract of sorts. He opened the book and showed that it was more blank pages than text. It seemed like a book that didn't have its truth set in stone yet, just like the story I was dealing with. Well, that was the case, but then... And when we spectate them, they start to be filled in. The moment he caressed the book with the palm of his hand, it grew more than double its size. See how spectating it made the draft swell up? It's a bit misleading to say that we spectators ourselves are made of ink, but, well, you could think of it like that. He also added that he wasn't particularly good at explaining things, all while working non-stop. No, this can't be Miss 1993. The world wasn't prophesied to end then. And if it was, oh no, what are we gonna do? You then make it thinner by cutting out the possibilities that are unlikely to be part of the true course, and run a pen over whatever's set in stone. He tore out several pages, sending them flying. That was what I'd done back when I set the date to 2012. The pieces of paper fell and vanished before touching the ground. You might have to add a description every now and then, but it's usually just a little course correction at most. You rarely have to actually write anything. Though, when you do, you really do. With a cynical expression, he lightly waved his hand. Anyway, as you repeat all this, you eventually get a complete, settled story. The book that had been repeatedly growing and contracting finally assumed a size that was just right, and became a well-paced, complete story. In a way, a spectator's job is to interpret the few lines of text our Lord gave us. Everyone interprets things differently, but what's impossible doesn't happen. See? It's simple. Uh-huh. So yeah, this job can be done in a snap. What are you working on right now? This one. Whoa. He was clearly disturbed. Huh. So this is what happens to books when you just spectate them without setting their true course. But I just can't accept it. I can't accept the way the story ends. You can't accept it? What's that supposed to mean? Don't let your ego drive your decisions on the story. The orchestra is here? A bundle of hundreds of papers fell to the floor. But wanting those you love to be happy is only natural, isn't it? Who in their right mind would accept a fate in which their friends die? And so, even if this was driven purely by ego, I wanted to save them. Goodbye, Rio. To save them. My eyes reddened and tears began rolling down my cheeks. Huh? What? Save them. What a pain. I shouldn't have agreed to this. You're making it look like I'm bullying you. Come with me for a sec. As I broke down crying, the spectator dragged me somewhere else. So, have you calmed down yet, you silly goose? You silly goof? I'm sorry. He'd taken me deeper into a long hallway covered in portraits. You've got a runny nose. He even gave me a tissue to blow my nose with. He called me a silly goose, but I really felt like I was in no position to argue against anyone calling me names. That surprised me. I haven't seen tears in a while. You're a bit like a baby, huh? Baby mentioned! That's why we're so much like MAMIYA. That's why we get along so well. It's so embarrassing. I get that you're deeply attached to the story you've been given. Still, that doesn't mean you can slack on your job as a spectator. You need to set the truths and make the books complete. If you delay that just because you don't like how they end, the story will lose its structure. Which means that it'll be in limbo. Definitely not a fate you'd want for any story. You're a spectator, so you do understand how majestic it is to be written into the Akashic records, don't you? I do. I knew it since I first found myself here, like it's instinct. Right? And if you have too many ifs, the book will become bloated and drag on. That's an awful thing for a story. It's like leaving it half dead. As I lost myself in thought, the man, seemingly impatient, whispered something else. People begin their existence as ideas here in the heavens above. Huh? The words, like a line from a poem, made me look up. They told you this, didn't they? We were here before we were born in the world below. Oh, right, yeah. We start out here, then we cross through the River of Oblivion, and then we're born. And when we cross through the River of Oblivion, we forget about our memories of this place. And then when we cross back up into here, we're supposed to forget our memories again, but Natsume didn't. So if we're running with this, and we're running with our MAMIYA fetus theory, does that mean... MAMIYA was unable to cross from this world into Earth? And got trapped here somehow? In some way? For some reason? While Minato was able to be born? I wonder. That might make some sense. I breathed in, the scent of dust combined with a sense of nostalgia. That is idea. It lingers in this place, devoid of any flesh. Just like MAMIYA. That is how all souls are, do you understand? It's not just you either. The friends in the story that you're so invested in were all ideas as well. So the souls here are chosen by our Lord, cross the River of Oblivion, and are born as people? He looked at me with damp eyes that betrayed no emotion. That is what the stories are. For idea, our origin, the greatest desire of all is to gain a body and leave some sort of mark. For us, to mistreat books is a sin. So, you silly goose, you should keep on setting the truths. It's what's best for you and your friends. How should I refer to you, by the way? What a strange thing to say. We spectators are a collective that don't require personal indicators such as names. But if you gained a body after being an idea and went on to be chosen as a spectator, then you must have been an individual with a name someone else would use, right? Perhaps, although, unlike you, the rest of us don't have memories, so I can't be sure. What are your pronouns? Aren't we all its up here? No, wait. Hold on. I don't think Natsume is ready for its pronouns. He'll come around, but it's a foreign concept to him right now. Isn't that dehumanizing? Hold on, wait a second. That can't be. His expression was laced with a hint of sadness as well as nostalgia. He almost looked like a brother remembering the smile of a younger brother. Yeah, we need a whole third prologue for that. Perhaps he too had experienced stories that impacted him. How about you give me a nickname then? Huh? A nickname? Referring to him as a senior would just make me think of the person behind the door. I'll call you Nidome. Nidome? That means second. I went for that because you're the second other spectator I've met. Or is that too simplistic? No, Nidome, huh? I like it quite a bit, actually. A smile appeared on his face as he stood up and began walking away. Please wait! As I chased after him, I found Nidome on one of the countless portraits hanging here. Did this hall also have a portrait of me? Or of the senior? Once Nidome's lecture was over, I was left alone. After that, I found myself going to the darkness I wasn't allowed to visit. Hum-de-dum-de-dum. Oh, I love it here in the darkness. Phew, I'm so at peace here. The other folk of the library just tell me to work the moment they see me. Well, I guess it's my own fault for being indecisive and not setting any truths. I muttered that to myself, but there was no one around to respond. The wise yet standoffish voice behind the door was no longer there. Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused. I thought the librarian said that after he finished that story, he was going to be tossed into purgatory. Or not specifically that, but he was going to be punished. And that the only reason he wasn't being immediately punished was because our Lord allowed him to finish that story because he was interesting or something like that. I know that our senior took the initial punishment, but I thought the librarian said, and also, you will be punished too, by the way, after this. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood something there, or maybe they just haven't addressed it yet. And Natsume is too dumb to be thinking about it. There's so much I want to ask you. I took out the handgun I had concealed on me and grasped it tightly before my chest. It was the only proof left that I had an ally. Forget I said that. I'm just having a moment of weakness. I'll be leaving now. As I began to turn around, I heard footsteps behind me. I hastily hid the handgun and quieted my breathing. As the footsteps drew closer, a scent hit my nose. It was... Oh. I mean... Cypress Tree is Nidome, right? I kind of still feel like I want to know more about the librarian. We still don't really know much about her. I assume that's this. It was the scent of refined black tea. I only knew of one person who had this scent about them. Yeah. What are you doing here? Miss Librarian? I believe I've told you many times that you shouldn't come here. I'm sorry, but this place really calms me down and helps me think. What I mean is that the thoughts you have here are a negative. I solicited a famous spectator to help you for a reason. She didn't seem to like the fact that I communicated with the senior. But then why did she come here, where he'd been kept? Now then, let us head back. Did you know my senior, the spectator that was confined here? Excuse me? When my senior... When he disappeared, you gave me the details about it, so I assumed you were on good terms. No, I wouldn't say that we are acquainted. He was a busy sort, and he likely only saw me as one of the people in the background. So you call him your senior? I saw a sharp glint in her eyes. Yes, I'm sorry, I'll try not to give names to... Just like me. There was a time when I also called him that. Did you come here because you miss him? Of course not! He's a sinner. She raised her voice, which was very unlike her, before calming down and clearing her throat. We cannot find it. Huh? We haven't been able to find one of his possessions after he vanished. A handgun. Oh! My heart skipped a beat. It is a dangerous tool. If you do find it, make sure not to touch it and immediately report to me. What does it look like? I felt as if she knew all about the weapon I had on me. I'm not familiar with its appearance, but what matters is that it is loaded with red bullets. Red bullets? How are they different from normal ones? They can kill spectators, beings who are otherwise immortal. Now hold on a minute. Okay, that's quite a concept to drop all of a sudden. Okay, so red bullets. Why are they red? Is it because they're red bullets that they kill spectators, or are they made out of some special red spectator killing mineral? The blood bullets? Why do you know that he had the handgun? Was he allowed to have it? Or... like, did you know that he had the handgun before he was locked away? You just didn't know where it was, so it was a mystery and you still don't know, so it's around? Or did you know that he had a handgun, but thought he had it on him while he was locked in the... No, that wouldn't... Kill spectators? It almost felt like the handgun touching my chest was shaking. Was my senior... was he locked up because he used it to kill someone? That is not something you need to know. If we fired that gun at MAMIYA, what would happen? Because MAMIYA was like, yeah, shoot me. If you shoot me, it'll prove that I have a body. Ha ha ha. And then there was a bullet, a gun shooting sound effect. And then we just cut to the next scene. I don't know what happened there. The heavy pressure she was emitting rendered me speechless. What you should know is that red bullets are so potent that they can kill with just a touch. If you find the gun, do not touch it and report it to me immediately. Well, it's a good thing I didn't try opening it and looking at the bullets, huh? Oh, it's a good thing I wear these gloves. All right. And do not dare keep it a secret. Oh, yeah. Knowing you would probably die to it by accident. Yeah, I do feel like that might be after where we are right now. I feel like we're leading up to when that happens. Because the immediate scene after that was like the immediate aftermath of Suo exploding into blood and chunks. So I assume we're going to see the world ending, and then we get to that point, and then we shoot him. Hey you know what I want to say, right? What a coincidence. I myself felt that I had to consult you. about how we would handle Natsume. He's a funny guy, but he sure is troublesome. His helplessness does make him seem more charming, but a spectator with emotional investments is no good. Those feelings of his must go. Silly goose! Natsume! What's this about? Did something good happen? Did you get some sweets you like? My, how charming. Huh? Silly little baby. It's time for a practical exam. This guy... What's this energy I'm reading between these two? A practical... I'm sorry, but I'm still not confident enough to do that story. That's why we'll help you out. We'll rewrite the way you think. Huh? Huh? I will bring some tea. A lot more. Oh. Yes, please. Huh? Anyway, it's time. We'll start your lesson in how to end a story. Oh, hello. We're being harassed? We're being punished for our bisexuality? Here, just make a line and 1, 2, 3! Writing is simple. You already have all the materials for it. And the best is the one that finishes them. My, what a wonderful spectator. My head. Feels like it's gonna split open. Here, just make a line and 1, 2, 3. Make a line. 1, 2, 3. It's every day for a bisexual. It's true. It's so hard for us out here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Make a line. 1, 2, 3. Are you... Hypnosis is that easy? I did it. I did it. Good. Now you just need to offer it and you'll be done. Will that make it impossible to change the story again? Have you ever used a marker on a book that's already in print? Good point. I'll read it one last time. Excited by the completion of the story, I opened the book. Okay. Tokyo, 2012, the year in which the world was prophesied to end. Natsume died. Okay. December 28th, 2012. Here lies Natsume Soichiro. Time to go beyond the light. That moment, I instantly vanished. Natsume? Natsume, where are you? Hey! Huh? Hey, where are you? Dude, come on. Come on. No Suo. Okay, yeah. Everyone had been relying on me. What about the game, man? Did you say you were gonna beat me at billiards? So so there seemed to be a version in the timeline where Suo exploded. There seemed to be a version where we didn't do the individual routes with everyone. We just kind of had like a nice like group hangout timeline, and we didn't start smoking cigarettes for Haruki. We didn't get into fistfights for Kikuchi. You can't be serious. But now Haruki's talking about stuff that happened in his specific route, right? Did that stuff still happen, or is it just it happened differently? Huh. You can't be serious. You okay with me taking this win and running? Dude. Aren't you gonna pick a flower for me? A flower that would suit me? Who's gonna pay you back by making a bouquet made of flowers that suit you? Don't mess with my plans like that. Where are you, damn it? Don't mess with us like that. Without you, I won't get as many cheap eggs. And that's no good. Midori. Oh shit, okay. Midori, do you know anything about Natsume? Nope. Oh my shit! Okay. My theory is proven true. Okay, this is huge points for the Mamiya was interfering as a spectator theory. That everyone just immediately forgets him, except for the, I guess, the people most directly involved with the interfering. But you met him, right? At my place.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Why would you say that? Quit being mean.
I'm not. You're the one who should stop being mean. I really didn't see him.
Sorry about that. Seriously. But why? I can't reach him by phone. I'm just now realizing that I don't even know where he lives. He's so one-sided, and this is after I showed him where my place is. Is the wilted yellow flower the only thing he left at my place? It's so sudden. Yeah, I know. I myself did this to other people. I was never this cruel to them. You can't just vanish like that after cracking open someone's heart and doing whatever in there. Whatever we did inside of Haruki Morichika will not go unpunished. He has not forgotten whatever we did inside of him. Just don't do that, damn it. Nato, Morichika, we're the only ones who know Natsume. Just us. The ones who'd agreed to meet up and give Natsume Soichiro something for his next life. And none of them remember Suo either. All his homies cracked. Yeah. Scary laugh? It's kind of awesome seeing Haruki be this, like, fucked up and, like, vulnerable and upset about it, actually. It's sort of warming my heart a little bit. Is it really just the three of us? Oh, yeah. What? No. I'm just imagining things. No, you're not. Huh? What am I saying? It's gonna end the story, so it's fine. Or at least, it should be. Is it really, though? Why doesn't anyone remember Natsume? No. I just wanted to keep you all further away from Mamiya. Natsume was definitely there. Forget about me. Let's just end the story. Is there a point to living? In a world without Natsume? Yeah, Natsume, you fucked up. Why would you even ask that? Because all you did is change who they depended on. Ugh. Next thing I knew, Mamiya was whispering next to me. I've told you this before. Well, I guess that this is just how it is. The story is told like a patchwork of known pages. But if the story ends, that's for the best. That's what Nidome said. Not wanting to look at him, I turned my back on Mamiya, but he still stayed close. Don't you think what the characters are doing and saying is a bit familiar? I know what you're trying to say. It's just like what happened after Mamiya disappeared in 1999, right? But what can I do? This is the only path I can cling to. Yeah, it's an ending that can't be avoided. No matter how much you struggled, you're just like me. You're just like me. I could feel my eyebrows twitch upon hearing those words. I don't like that. I don't know why, but I really don't like that. I was about to finally conclude this story, but for some reason I almost felt like crying. Weird. It seemed like something to be happy about. I felt like a child throwing a tantrum in a toy shop. I just wanted to whine and stay where I was. I didn't get what this was about, but I really, really didn't like it. If you don't like this, then how about you think for a bit, spectator? As I hung my head, Mamiya's hands grabbed my cheeks. Whoa, Mamiya. Stop doing what someone tells or wants you to do and use the brain inside this body you're so proud of. Will you really be satisfied if you complete this story as it is now? Before my scattered mind could get mad at him for touching me or wonder why he was acting so desperate, the serious look in his eyes pierced my heart. Are you sure you want to close off the mystery, the conclusion, and MAMIYA like it is right now? The skin touching my cheek was oddly warm. He was talking to me with an expression completely unlike the nightmare I'd been up against until now. Are you seriously okay with leaving Suo Kato dead? Just him? Those heterochromic eyes were trembling within my faded vision. I am interested in why... Does MAMIYA actually give a fuck about these four? I know he cares about the original four. Does he actually have a personal attachment to the current four? Or... Or is he just like... Does MAMIYA just want to know that there is a way to do this without completely fucking up the lives of the people you care about when you try to help them? Does he want to just believe in the idea that you can support people you care about without making them, without like irrevocably making them need you and not being able to be with them the entire time? Is he desperate for like that kind of validation? Or does he care about these four because he's also read the stories or like been watching and just like developed that attachment to them naturally? Or does he feel somehow responsible for what happened to Natsume's four because it was MAMIYA's four that did it to them? Does he see the way in which does he feel responsible for what's happening now? Or just what happened to the original four? I kind of think it might be that one. I kind of think he might feel responsible for the new group of four that Natsume is trying to look over, and wants Natsume to be able to make things right, but is also like sort of cynical and jaded about it all. And also thinks Natsume's a fucking moron and is right about that. So he's not exactly like... He doesn't really think it can happen, but he's kind of goading Natsume to try to see if he can make it happen? I don't know. Hey, Natsume. Right. Ugh. My name wasn't Silly Goose or Spectator. I was just Natsume. I'm not okay with any of this. I still feel like there's some of Suo Kato's blood on my face. I let out a deep breath and fixed my leather gloves to regain my senses. If I set this as the year 2012, Suo Kato's very existence will be erased. Of course it will. He died in 2003, so there's no way he could have met them. No one would know him. They wouldn't be friends. There's no way I can digest something that feels this off. Like, how do we address that? Like, if we can, do we try to stop him from dying in 2003 so that he shows up in 2012, 9 years older? Do we somehow like time warp him from before his death in 2003 to 2012 so he's the same age? What happens to his parents? What happens to anything? There's no way I can digest something that feels this off. If I could bring him back, I would have done it already. You're the only one who can change the story. Suo Kato's end can only be changed by me. Suo Kato's end. Huh? Why is there a letter in my pocket? It had no sender on it, so I found it dubious, but I opened it regardless. Why? Why did I forget something so important? Oh yeah, the letter! Suo gave us a letter. Is there anything at all that could be a clue to prove Natsume's existence? What is this letter? The Suo letter! The sender is Suo Kato. So that stuff was left behind? To Rio. I always go back home while thinking of the letters you give me. When I think about the letter I stored in my bag, I feel like the place I put it into becomes warmer. You told me not to open it until I get home, and I guess that order really worked on me. Who is this? It's not Natsume, so... Hey, Rio. I'm always scared. These happy days won't last forever. And I do understand that everything has to eventually end. But I feel like it could be tomorrow, and that thought alone makes me tremble as I write this. I'm forgetting something. That's why I'm really happy that the day you read this letter has actually come. Well, it's not like I know that you're reading it. I guess you could say that the text is happy? Or is it the letter? That doesn't make much sense, does it? As I am right now, all I can do is hope that you will eventually read this. It'd be pretty nice if it reached you, is what I mean. That's it. If we meet again, let's have even more fun than before. Suo Kato. Died in 2003, by the way. No! Have we seen Kikuchi cry before? I don't think we have. At least not in like a CG like this. Why? This guy brings up such important feelings in me, so why can't I remember him?
Joey!
Why? There was a letter in my pocket. And just like how it was with Kikuchi Ryo, it was from Suo Kato. This is for you. Can I read it? No! Letters are something you're supposed to read after coming home. You gave me this on the 3rd Friday of the month when we went to Tokyo Tower. I guess I haven't touched it since. A letter left by you who doesn't exist in 2012, surviving the gap in time. Oh! That was another thing. In the second Suo route, when we were interfering as Natsume, Natsume was reading... There's a lot of weirdness in that route, but Natsume was reading Suo's dream journal, and it seemed like it started like becoming reality when he was doing it. Almost like he was reading it as if he were still a spectator, and it was like a history that he was like diving into. That was weird. That never really came back up. I wonder if that's what this is gonna be. I wonder if can we somehow bend reality by reading this letter, or by reading his dream journal maybe? Like we did then? A letter left by you who doesn't exist in 2012, surviving the gap in time. As the scent it was stained with filled me with treasured emotions and worry, I undid the seal on it. I also want you to make lots of memories. I finally realized this was no good. Oh no. This story couldn't be filed away without you. I can't let it end like this. There must be something that I can do even now. Okay. That's enough. Huh? It's done, so I'll take this to our lord. You've got plenty more work waiting for you. Please wait, I still haven't... There it is, the silly goose's common display of ego. Listen, this story isn't yours alone. And you finish writing it right, there's nothing more you can do from here. Are you sure this is okay? I heard my senior's voice in my head. It was as unclear as it had been when he talked from behind the door. Are you sure you want to let the story of your friends end like this? Next thing I knew, my hand was holding his gun. Are we about to fucking kill Nidome right here? To Natsume. I recalled his voice. To Natsume. Did I surprise you with this letter? I figured a letter would be the best way to express my feelings, so I sat down and wrote this one. Natsume. The day you showed up at the funeral with the note containing Natsume's will, my daily life changed a little bit. I met up with older people from a high school I didn't know. I got time to think about the late Natsume outside of the Fridays we agreed on. It felt as if there were more colors on the palette. I was able to have a different perspective even on the roads I usually walked on. The paths I thought were familiar looked like part of a different world. I prayed to the morning sun that these days would never end. You're the only one who can change the story. Natsume. Thank you for calling out to me back then. Would you keep making more memories with me after this? That's probably not something I should say on the third week, but I wanted to thank you before it was over. P.S. I'm really looking forward to the Tokyo Tower trip. Suo Kato's end. Oh shit. Wait, this isn't a CG, this is a sprite. We have a sprite of Natsume holding a gun. Oh shit. I won't let this end. Holy shit. I don't care if this is just my ego. This is a story for me, and it's mine alone. I won't let anyone tell me what to do with it, or let it end in a way I don't like. Now tell me, Nidome, how do I rewrite it? You really are difficult to predict. Oh, we missed. I had no idea you had them. The red ink bullets. If you won't tell me, Whoa there. I'll wash this story with your blood. You're such an awful junior. I really do hate you so. Too bad though. My wrist was turned. I'm used to this kind of thing. Okay, let me just take this dangerous thing off of you. No, wait, hold on. No, that's not fair. I'm at a loss for words. You actually set a true course. What's worth wasting it? Completely overpowering me, Nidome spun the gun he took from me on his finger. He's not there. Suo Kato isn't there. You're gonna say that even after our passionate lesson? This Suo Kato character is pretty important to you, huh? Yes, he's a very, very dear friend. Do whatever it takes to break any barrier. I don't care what happens to me. Huh? The weapon in his hand was now pressed to my forehead. You're a funny guy. You help with the boredom, so I won't kill you. I felt the cold and heavy metal dig into my flesh. Would I help with your boredom if you brainwashed me and made me do whatever you wanted? You've got a sharp tongue, huh? Oh, yeah, you're more fun when you make no sense. This situation is proof of that. I'm more excited than I have been in a long time. Ignorance sure is scary. Makes you run without realizing you're standing on a tightrope. So why did you point the gun at me? Did you actually think I'd answer to a threat? I did it without thinking. I felt like I heard my senior's voice and it just happened. I'm Nidome, and he's the senior, huh? How rude. You're such an ingrate. I'm sorry. Natsume. Have some backbone. It's fine. I'm not your senior anyway. I'm your tutor. He once again spun the handgun on his finger before nesting it in his hand with a snap. With him gone, things became clean and fresh, but I've been starting to feel bored again. Alright. If you can answer my questions, I'll answer yours and give you back the gun. Huh? He gave me a smile. I couldn't read his intentions at all. But if you keep saying weird stuff, I'll conclude the story here and now. I don't know how to not... What weird stuff? Pretty good deal, right? So then, shall we do it? Alright, I'm ready. Okay, silly goose. If this story is no good... I want you to try and convince me of that. Ooh. Hold on. I need to see something. Are we still in prologue 1? We are. Oh man. Okay, I feel like I gotta stop. I don't know how much longer it's gonna be. Maybe I'm close to a better stopping point, but I feel like that's a pretty decent one. So I'm okay with just ending it there. Phew. We finally made it. There's a whole new ass character, and he's gay. There's so many boys to ship Natsume with. It's crazy. Thank you all for being here. This was fun. I'm really excited to see where things go. I feel like we've still got at least a few more streams of this in us. I really appreciate you being here. If you're here and having a good time, I hope everyone's enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. I remembered really enjoying what I read originally, but reading it again, I found a lot more that I was really impressed with and felt connected to, and I'm excited to see new stuff. I'm excited to see where it goes. I'm excited to see more Haruki. I want more juice with him. I want to see his relationship with Minato develop. I want to see the Kikuchi sad stuck over Suo not existing. I want more Midori. What else? I want more Samejima. There's a lot that I want. We'll see what we get. Alright. I appreciate you all. Yeah. We will do this again in a week. I'm gonna aim for next Thursday again. I won't be starting Final Fantasy XII this next week because my days off are weird and separate from each other, and I kind of need. I feel like this week has been kind of really taxing, and last week was also really taxing at work, so I'm just kind of really exhausted lately, and I'm gonna need the days off. But next Thursday we'll do Mamiya, but next Wednesday night I am planning to stream Tomodachi Life, because it should be coming out the evening of the 15th around like 9 p.m. or something. So once I get off work and get home and get settled and everything, we'll stream that. So current plan is Wednesday Tomodachi Life, and then next Thursday night we'll do more Mamiya. And then hopefully I'm aiming for April 20th to be when we start Final Fantasy 13 too, because I really want to get to that as well. So hopefully we can do that. We'll see. Okay. Appreciate y'all. Hope you take care. Hope you do well.
Wow! Wow!
Wahoo.
Oh no! Wow!
Yeah!
Here we go.
You're gonna love
I
it.
want to die! I hate this. I want to die.
Good night, everyone.
Die!
Take care. Everyone, hang in there, okay? I'll see you next time.
I hate this. I want to die.